There we go. Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we can get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Alright, Space Fam, Sunday Fun Day, finally, stream getting going, late start, very sorry about that, but it's been a struggle getting myself ready here today. As said, we got a lot of valuetainment prepared for you here tonight. But first, some shoutouts. Oh, I know, I'm So Life, our meteorologist, 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, close fourth, Sweet Chewy also here. Schmeggly. Neon's Rocky. Smooth Bandito. Boku and Christian Savage hiding on vertical chat. Beautiful to see all of you people here tonight on this Sunday Fun Day. Got so many things for us to talk about, my gosh. Spiderman versus Jay Lang in Minneapolis. Plenty of Sunday Fun Day type stories in here. Traversing the planet, the nation, and much, much more. The ongoing fight in the Democratic Party, we're going to talk about that, as well as Donald Trump's targeting of Hasan. We can talk about the climate change, the environment, crazy weather we've all been dealing with, and the interesting effort that's trying to bring more attention to that. And much, much more, including the Chinese Robot Olympic, World Humanoid Robot Games, whatever we're calling them. But first, let's start in the United States. Yes, it's America time. Of course, one big thing that's been going on this week has been getting a lot of galactic attention, but certainly Earth attention, is the ongoing trial of Keffi D. Rapper Tupac Shakur. Still going on. Here's a few of the latest details surrounding this case. France 24 English from yesterday, get us started off.
The killing of Tupac Shakur, one of music's most famous cold cases, nearly 30 years unsolved.
All right, we have Mr. Davis now.
Now, an explosive account in the biggest case in Las Vegas history. Jurors have heard a 2008 recording of accused Dwayne Keffi D. Davis, telling detectives that his nephew Orlando Anderson fired the shots that killed the rapper in 1996.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if we would have been on our side, I would have blasted.
Okay.
The former gang boss is accused of orchestrating the killing of the 25-year-old hip-hop superstar. He said the white Cadillac he and Anderson were riding in pulled up alongside Shakur's car.
Yeah, so as you can see, they are really, we talked about this early on. I think it was last week, actually, we must have talked about this, since this was the first week of the trial. But yes, 2 weeks in a row, I couldn't help myself. What can I say? Point is here, as you can maybe or maybe not tell. France 24 describing Keffi D as a crime boss, a gang boss, whatever they just called them. They are really, the DA, the prosecutor's office, is really trying to paint this picture of some sort of gang-related retaliation. I'm not a huge fan of this narrative. I think that it sort of misses probably a bunch of important details. But they certainly continue to try to make that case. However, Well, they attempt to use Keefe D's own words against him. The defense is attempting to claim that Keefe D didn't mean those things that he said about Orlando. And that he was just trying to get a book deal or get some attention. That he's a liar. Awful, awful, awful. Channel 4 News now. Look at this. I mean, it's crazy how this... What I find fascinating is it's getting attention from across the globe. France, England. Everybody's paying attention to the Tupac trial.
Illegal. Rap star Tupac Shakur died last night after a brief...
It's one of America's most high-profile murder mysteries. Yet the killing of Tupac Shakur in 1996
was shot in this car in Las Vegas.
was a defining moment in the ascent of hip-hop. This week, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the former gang leader of the Southside Compton Crips, went on trial, accused of orchestrating
This is fake
Tupac's
news,
murder. And this was the alleged motive. At a Mike Tyson fight in Las Vegas, this is the nephew of Dwayne Davis being beaten by members of Tupac's Death Row Records, including the rapper himself. An act of revenge for an attack months earlier. This week, the court heard recordings from 2009 of detectives interviewing Dwayne Davis. He tells them he was in the white Cadillac that's pulled up alongside Shakur's car and passed a gun to his nephew, Orlando Anderson.
I thought he was gonna pull on my side. You know, that's my little nephew. I'm gonna look out for him, you know. And he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if we would have been on our side, I would have blasted.
Okay.
The former gang leader repeated these admissions 10 years later in a memoir he co-wrote about his involvement.
A constant thing that always goes through these statements is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass.
Yet despite his published confession, Davis has pleaded not guilty, and his defense lawyer has told jurors not to believe his client, saying he was known to talk rubbish and the state cannot prove his guilt.
Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap.
Yes, I don't know if this is... The defense is going to hold up with the jury, but it's an interesting development, to say the least. Now, I've maintained, as we've talked about this on a couple of occasions now, that I still think that this has something to do with Diddy. Not Diddy, did he do it, did he not do it? I'm talking about Diddy Puff Daddy at the time. I believe. It's hard to remember. He's changed his name so many times at this point, but I'm pretty sure at this point it was still Puff Daddy. Yes, indeed. Because there have been suggestions, even by Keefe himself, that Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puffy had something to do with this hit. But who's to say? We're just gonna have to... I mean, this is one of those things I feel like even a trial's not gonna solve. Just like with, like, I mean, not that there was, was there a trial? Actually, there was. Now that I think about it, there was a trial. Just like with JFK. It's not, like, we're gonna have questions about this for years. People are gonna continue to, it doesn't matter what actually, to some degree. I mean, it matters to Keefe. But I think a lot of us are going to continue to have questions. This is going to continue to be a JFK-like conspiracy theory, whatever you want to call it, historical event of great intrigue. that continues to be discussed into the future. Did he supply the gun oil? Could be, could be. Who's to say? It's all so long ago. That's one of the things about this that's so crazy. We're talking about a 30-year-old cold case, where at the time nobody was willing to say a single word. And so now we're 30 years out. We got very little actual information for people at the time. So honestly, I think it's very difficult to actually do a trial of this sort of thing. It's like, first off, I mean, no one's even accusing Keefe D of having pulled the trigger, which I think is the important thing to everyone. Honestly, to me, it almost feels like they just want to wrap it up. Like they want to be able to call, say, like somebody over there at the DA or their mayor's office or whoever thinks that this needs to get wrapped up for some reason. I don't know why. But like there would be like, you know, some kind, it could be like, I think it could be something as simple as like, it'll look good, you know, oh, we did it. We solved the case. Okay. Now let's move on from that to other notable deaths. This one, much more recent, I'm afraid, happening in New Orleans. A civil rights icon, Jerome Smith, passing people in Louisiana. Remembering his legacy this week, here's WWL-TV from yesterday.
Tonight, the city of New Orleans is mourning the loss of civil rights icon Jerome Big Duck Smith. Here's a look back at his life.
Jerome Smith took a stand over and over again during the civil rights movement, making him a hero to many across the nation.
So one day I was coming from Plain and going up in the 7th Ward. So when I got on that streetcar, I just sat down, and the white folks on there, they went crazy. Conductor started cussing me. 2 or 3 folks said I needed my behind beaten and this, that, and other. This black woman came up to me, slapped me side my neck, grabbed me by my shirt, made me go by that back door, and said, I'm gonna fix him, I'm gonna make him get a beating for disrespecting y'all. When she grabbed me, slapped me, I said, oh, mean woman beating on me, you know? And when she got that, she just grabbed me and she said something like a prayer, and she was crying. She said, God wants you to do this. I ain't stopped yet.
He was part of a historic sit-in at the old Woolworth's department store on Canal Street, getting involved with the Congress of Racial Equality, or CORE. And in 1961, Smith rode across the country with Dr. Martin Luther King and the Freedom Riders, who protested segregated bus stations across the South. He was beaten, some of the buses were torched, but he persisted.
People can get hurt, innocent people that don't have anything to do with this.
Smith was part of a historic meeting with Bobby Kennedy in 1963.
You know, I told him it didn't mean nothing for me to be there. It was nothing I would clap for to meet with him or his brothers. And that you will not understand me until you understand that madness is colorblind.
After playing a big role in the passage of the Civil Rights Act, Smith settled in Treme, creating the Tambourine and Fan Club to teach future generations of kids about Black history and culture.
And there you have it. An unfortunate loss for the Louisiana community. Although I'm pretty sure this guy was real old. Still, I'm sure many in the community are mourning this man's passing. who clearly left a legacy behind. Not just in his own community, but across the nation. Yeah. Unfortunately, not everybody can be as good as a Jerome Smith. Tupac Shakur. Some people are horrible, despicable people that are making society much, much worse. And unfortunately, people like the Tate brothers continue to be celebrated by the worst in our society, continuing to shitify our communities. Those same losers are fighting for the freedom of the Tate brothers, who are facing extradition back to Europe to face, charges.
Right to jail, right away.
Here's the Bituation Room with Francesca Fiorentini to talk about this situation.
I'm going to treat you to this.
Okay.
Here we go. And when I say treat, it won't be.
It's not going to be a treat.
23, 24, 25, 26, 23 top team, 3 top team, 3 top team, 3 top team.
Andrew Tate is not, as far as I'm aware, he hasn't been proven guilty of anything. He has not been convicted. So I'm here to defend a man who defends men all around the world.
And that is what the UK...
Now look, I was like, hold on, I don't know if I should make this comparison actually, for multiple reasons. Okay, let me try and do this without making any comparisons. Look, I can understand this sort of thinking, defending someone. We have a system that says innocent until proven guilty. In most circumstances, this is reasonable. However, Andrew Tate, you can't sit here and tell me that Andrew is innocent. I mean, he's innocent till proven fucking guilty. You have to be a fucking moron. The guy has literally publicly, basically bragged about his crimes on like a myriad occasions, like literally has like courses on how to do those crimes. And this guy's out here like my guy Andrew has never done anything wrong.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
It's like, dude, you're living in an alternate universe right now, buddy.
So I'm here to defend a man who defends men all around the world.
And that is what the UK looks like now. It is a fallen regime. It is a despotic state. It is a state that hates men, that hates Christianity, that hates masculinity, and that hates Andrew and Tristan Tate. If we lose, and if this judge says, look, despite...
Oh my god, this guy right here, like this argument is one of the funniest ones of all of these, because I mean, he's literally standing in the state of Florida right now, run by Ron DeSantis, a guy who's putting Bibles in classrooms, in a government, in a country run by a man who's literally ushering in white Christian nationalism. And dude's like, America hates Christians and men. Are you kidding me, buddy? Are you kidding me? You're losing your fucking... You're losing it, okay? You're in Florida. They're putting Bibles in schools. What are you talking about? You're a lunatic.
Compelling arguments, despite what you presented in front of me today, I'm still going to rule against you. Then we...
Oh, I gotta say, I do love that Andrew and Tristan's lawyer looks like a chudfluencer. Like, that's perfect. That's a perfect vibe.
We'll go straight to President Trump's office. We will go straight to Marco Rubio, because Andrew and Tristan Tate or any other American citizen cannot get extradited without the Secretary of State's signature.
46, 47, 48.
Dude,
Don't worry
what
about
is
it, little Marco.
Trump adjacent people where they can't actually put their mouth around a full consonant. Like enunciate, my guy. We gotta make sure you say go. yeah, we're gonna go right to Marco Rubio. Like, come on, my friend. Like, and that, by the way, is lawyer. Yes, I guess.
Oh,
He's
that's
got
an attorney.
That is an attorney named Joseph D. McBride, who represents Andrew and Tristan Tate in this case against the UK. They're facing 42 charges, including rape, controlling prostitution for gain, distributing indecent images of a child, making indecent images of a child, and possession of extreme pornography. Joseph McBride also represents Jan Sixers. So that's his claim to fame. And those were supporters of the Top G doing push-ups outside, just the smallest wiener convention, just like
Also, here's the question. How does doing push-ups outside the courthouse help Andrew get released? What do you think you're intimidating the judge or something? Oh, look, if we do enough push-ups outside right now, this judge won't have the balls, won't be able to fend off our great masculinity and send our beloved Andrew and Tristan. Like, I mean, what kind of, it really is just such like Neanderthal brain thinking. It's like, look, if we do enough push-ups outside the courthouse, maybe Andrew will be released. If we could just intimidate the district attorney into being afraid of our great virility, then they will have no other option but to give the freedom of our great leader back to him. Oh, it's perfect plan. Cannot fail. Cannot fail. Perfect plan. Everybody saying it. Ay. Good God. Some real despicable people. Just getting, getting protection from all of these places. It's crazy how Andrew and Tristan have monetized hate and misogyny and all these other sorts of incredibly toxic worldviews into this cultish following of weirdos with issues with their ego. It's just a strange world we live in. It feels like everything's turned upside down. I could have sworn it was just a few years ago. You had QAnoners and Pizza Gators, the MAGA, where we go one, we go all types. These guys. I remember these sorts of guys saying we had to protect the kids. Oh, that was number one.
You're hurting the kids.
It was the cabal of, you know what kind of cabal it was. They were, oh God, they were feasting on the blood of the children and doing horrible, despicable things. We were going to get the Epstein files. Remember that? Oh, that was number one. Now these same people are turning against their own, it feels like.
Why? Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite clips of the week. It's been a crazy freaking week. Just lunacy left to right. From Sunday to Sunday, basically, here has been lunacy. But I just loved this clip. You got a guy wearing this shirt, yelling at the president. This is literally this sort of vigilante justice that all these people have been screaming for over all sorts of different issues, including the one clearly laid out on this t-shirt this man is wearing. These are the same people that were screaming for the Epstein files, now yelling at a dude wearing this shirt. You know what I mean? Like that's where we're at now. Like the cult has left behind so many of its ascribed. Like Trump has just been sort of whittling down the actual views of like MAGA, like the sort of tenets, if you will, just like whittling them down to just pure loyalty at this point. Like any and all sort of like Republican, like conservative things, aside from like the purest forms of bigotry and just purest form of like love and loyalty of the president. Like those are the only things that are left now. Like they don't have any like policy prescriptions. They don't care about the war. They don't care about gas prices. They don't care about any of these things they pretended to care about. It's just in a cult. They just love their cult leader and they love their hatred. It's a mob, right? It's like a mob of hate-fueled bigots who have a cult leader leading. It's basically the Nazi party, right? I mean, that's what it is. Bunch of hate-fueled people who feel left behind, following a cult leader that have that have been sold a bill of goods that if we just embrace bigotry hard enough and the cult leader hard enough, then we will succeed. We'll make America great again.
That's all right. That person's going home to mom, gonna get scolded.
I point out that there's clearly a couple that's being walked out. It's this woman and this guy. I assume they're together, and you can see clearly she's carrying a Make America Great Again sign. If you just look there,
that's all right.
It says Make America Great Again. She's carrying a Make America Great Again hat. It's incredible. They are eating their own now. Yes, indeed. And while MAGA Trump-loving cultists here continue to protect the president from any criticisms, of course, at the White House and at all times, Donald Trump is surrounded by people who are protecting him from criticisms, questions from reporters, and things like that. We've been talking about them all week. People like Natalie Harp.
Did you see the letter from Natalie to President Trump?
I did not see the letter from Natalie to President Trump.
Daily Beast has the letter here.
Oh, beautiful.
Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one left behind last night and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked and I should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I'm sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland.
Oh my God.
The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day I was specifically asked by, I forget who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same to spare the course any more carts. If there is anything else I have done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. Man, she's down bad.
Girl.
I know that some people have said I haven't been texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane, too. So
my God.
I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past, capitalized, and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me.
I couldn't help myself. I mean, this story is just Sunday Funday written all over it. I mean, it's not my fault that this is hilarious, okay? It's Natalie's fault. If it's anyone's fault, if anyone's making me do this, it's Natalie, okay? She's the one who wrote this ridiculous, ludicrous, insane letter to the president, which is apparently one of many. And then went around chasing golf carts. Went around chasing golf carts at Trump International Scotland or whatever it's called.
You see like men down bad online because they're maybe a little bit more public about it.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Except it's the most powerful man in the entire world.
Yes, and he's 80 years old.
And a fascist psycho.
I did everything
Dave
right,
from Callan,
and they
the
indicted
footage of Natalie
me.
running after the golf cart is just sad but hysterically funny. There's footage. Okay,
Footage
okay.
of what? I wasn't
Mac, you
listening.
can't go to the bathroom now. Get it. Get that footage, and then you'll go.
Get that
All
footage,
right.
goddammit.
No bathroom breaks without my permission.
What is this?
David
look like?
Cameron, very famously former Prime Minister of England, said he didn't go to the bathroom intentionally ahead of meetings so that they would stay on task. That's where I'm at now. All right, Natalie Harp runs after cart. Is that the search term?
Natalie, there's footage, I guess. Natalie runs after car. We'll read some IMs. Lesbian Laura Ingram says her brother is a leftist. We're everywhere. Natalie Stoner's brother was on the news and it was hilarious. Hope you can find those clips.
I'm seeing a photo. I don't see a video. If people have a video, you should tag me with it. But Emma's lost. Yeah, I think we do have audio though, and if you could get Emma on screen when I play this audio, we do have audio.
She's literally crying, dude.
And we have audio here.
I love how Emma just skipped past like normal human laughter. Like I know she's capable of laughing like a normal human, but this picture broke her so bad that she just started. She just like started weeping. She just started like. Look at her. Look at her. She looks like she's like deeply upset. Look at her. She's like ready. She almost she looks like somebody just stole her phone or something. I don't know. Worse than that, actually. It looks worse. I'm trying to think.
I think
really?
like that. It's
and we have audio here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, she's you can tell from far away that she's smiling as she runs.
Oh god.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
It's terrifying.
Unbelievable.
It's like Smile 3.
Meanwhile, Trump's like, what do you think, 5-iron or 6-iron?
Oh my
Think
god,
about
that's
it,
real
AI.
tears coming out of my eyes.
Here at Augusta.
I need a tissue. Oh my god. All right, go.
Here at Augusta. Underdog. Natalie Harp. Running down the 4th fairway. Looks like she's got about a 3-iron. Oh, she got all of that one. "51% sad, 49% funny." Honestly, I think it's the opposite. I think it's at least 51% funny, 49% sad. If she wasn't such a terrible person, it would be sad. But she is horrible. Like, she is she is the person who's been tweeting out everything the president says, or at least been deeply involved in all of those things, and has over and over, like, overwhelmingly been like, yeah, Mr. President, tweet that shit. Like, I mean, if she wasn't a complete deranged lunatic who had been indoctrinated with white supremacy her whole life, like, she's had ample opportunity to break out of that. I know she looks young, but she's in her 30s. She's a 30-year-old woman. She's had ample time as an adult to break out of this strange mindset that she has. She has not done that. She has plenty of energy. I think she needs to dedicate that to thinking about, like unpacking some of her, some of her shit. If she was like, I don't know, if she was like 18, 19 or something, I'd be like, yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. What is happening? But she's a 30-year-old woman chasing around the president at a golf course. The other thing is she clearly knew that it looked fucking weird. She wrote a whole letter about it. She wrote a whole goddamn letter to the president about it. And what's even more fascinating to me is that the president continues to keep her around. He likes it. He likes the desperation. The just utter cultish devotion that she exudes. Okay, let's see. Yes, now, in other things, White House, Natalie seems to be sticking around, but one woman's leaving, Caroline Levitt. Donald Trump had this to say on, was it Friday? I think it was Friday. Vis-a-vis her replacement impending in 1 week.
Maybe you. Maybe
Scott
you.
Jennings, sir.
Scott Jennings is good. That one right there. My friend from Iowa. But I don't know, maybe she doesn't want it. I don't know, maybe Margot. What do you think of Margot? Maybe Margot. Let's see, who do we have in this group? I will tell you this, and Caroline will tell you this. I have never had so many job applications in my life.
It's not clear if honestly, a lot of times it's difficult to tell where the origins of the president's riffing is coming from, or what kind of thinking is behind any of it. But I just found it a little fascinating that he just starts like spitballing replacements for Caroline here, like off the cuff, like as if he hasn't thought about it at all. I couldn't tell whether or not he was just riffing or if he genuinely hasn't thought about this shit. He's like, I got tons of applications, but it doesn't sound like he's gone through any of them. Oh, that's probably because his number one assistant, Natalie, is dealing with a bunch of shit this week. I feel like she would be the one that would be going through these applications, and she's probably dealing with all sorts of things right now. It's probably causing him all sorts of backups over at the White House. But who will it be? Scott Jennings? Margot? Martin? I don't know. Honestly, I'd never heard Margot's name until Trump said it. She's apparently been working there for 1.5 years as White House communications. I literally have not heard that woman's name one time. But she may be the replacement for Caroline. Scott Jennings from CNN might be. It might be one of the random reporters that were standing in front of Trump. That's literally how much information that we have. Literally anybody at the time of President Trump's decision making could be the next press secretary. That's how I interpreted that. It was like, literally anybody could get this job. They just have to be in the proximity of the president. And you know who figured that out? Natalie Harp. You just have to be around him, and you'll get he doesn't have time to research. If you're close enough to be able to talk to him, that's probably good. Okay, yeah, get you in there. You'll be great. No, you'll be perfect. People seem to think it's going to be a woman. I mean, to be fair, most of Trump's press secretaries have been women, aside from who? Sean Spicer? Was there another one? I'm trying to remember. Otherwise, it's what? Kayleigh McEnany, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Caroline, and then who am I forgetting? Am I forgetting? Is there a fifth? I can't remember. Anyway, speaking of press narratives, you know, the press sort of originated with flyers, you know, single sheet pieces, leaflets could be easily handed out with the latest information. Unfortunately, scumbags can also make flyers, not just journalists and others. People advertising their latest DJ show or whatever. No, unfortunately, bigots also have access to printers, FedEx, Kinko's, things like that. They can make prints, they can make copies. And strangely enough, the appearance of Jake Lang last week in Dearborn, Michigan, brought with it some fascinating flyers littering people's yards. Here's Fox 2 Detroit from 4 days ago on this terrible story.
And tonight, a mystery surrounding racist flyers that were found littering a neighborhood in Dearborn Heights. Fox 2's Amy Lang is live in studio with the details. And Amy, it's sad to say that we're just seeing this over and over again.
Yeah, Rupen, this is sort of just down the street from where the rally was yesterday. These are flyers advertising for the KKK, complete with a QR code saying things like neighborhood watch, no need for flock when we're on the block. We saw dozens of them in the street and on the sidewalks in a neighborhood near Outer Drive and Pelham, perhaps thrown from a car by some white nationalist on their way to or from yesterday's protest in Dearborn. They advertised for the Trinity White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan with a post office box in Aberdeen, Ohio. But the neighborhood they targeted is incredibly diverse in terms of race and religion, and the people we spoke with say the KKK came to the wrong place to recruit.
This is ridiculous. I don't know where this is coming from, but I think this needs to be addressed. We don't need these in the neighborhood for kids to see and people who live here. This is unnecessary.
I don't like what's going on. I don't believe we should be fighting like this, but now it's getting a little out of hand. Okay, I can see us disagreeing on religions and stuff like that, but it's being taken a little too far now. I don't like that they're even littering.
Even this, what sounds like maybe an Islamophobic old white lady, she's like, this one goes a little too far for me. Yes, even her. Yeah, it's disgusting. But apparently Jake Lang's been on something of a tour of the middle of America lately, bringing with him hate wherever he goes. Not just Michigan. I don't know about KKK flyers, but Jake Lang brought his own very, 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 very racist signs with him to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where he held another hate rally. I think I have to actually, I should actually technically skip over this. It's just so fucking despicable. Just the sign that he carried was disgusting. Okay, it read. Hold on, let me get this image in front of me. It read that Jake Lang loves black people but hates N-words. Huge, bold letters on the thing while he was standing in the back of a fucking pickup truck. It's a real piece of shit. And in fact, I take it back. You're probably going to wind up... Like, it's probably very difficult to actually avoid completely seeing any piece of this sign, but I'm just trying to avoid actually having people to have to read that word. It's despicable. He's a real garbage human. Okay, hold on. I think the camera person got maced. Okay, they readjusted. Yeah, it would appear that the camera person got maced and they were just running to... Apparently, one of the people with Jake Lang was wantonly spraying mace into the crowd of counter-protesters who are here. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. It's a real piece of shit. Oh, but actually, yeah, we're going to have to watch. We're just going to have to deal with this. Trigger warning, everybody. Disgusting language on this sign that Jake Lang is holding afloat. But in order to see the wrath of Spidey, we're going to also have to see the despicable language that Jake has decided to use on this goddamn sign. So just brace yourselves for that fact. One thing I want people to notice here is that there are two... You notice that these guys here, right, in blue, police on their vests behind them. This guy over here, and multiple others in this crowd, from what I can tell, not police, dressed like ICE agents, pretending essentially to be ICE agents. I believe they were wearing like things that said like enforcement and other things like that, like little badges that I think were intended to give off the suggestion that they were in fact ICE. But they were not ICE. They were hired, supposedly. Jake Lang hired fucking armed security guards who dressed up looking like ICE agents, trying to... Effectively, I mean, in my opinion, this is a crime, right? That they were doing. Like, they were intentionally obscuring or obfuscating, I guess you might say, facts. Like, they were trying to look like ICE. whether or not they actually identified themselves as anyone to ICE verbally, like the things that they were doing were intended to make them look and appear to be immigration's enforcement, which is, in my mind, a federal offense, impersonating a federal officer. Hold on. I could have sworn, did I leave the wrong clip in here? As you can see, the crowd is furious. The crowd is absolutely furious. They are throwing water and whatever else at these guys. Silly spray. Everybody's screaming and all that. But here's more images of Spiderman fighting back. You can see this despicable sign again. Spiderman on top of the car. Attempting to punch Jake Lang. Spider-Man bringing the justice in spades, or should I say webs. Now, what you can also hear is that they've like equipped these freaking trucks that they're driving around with, like, what are they called? Like air horns? Like truck air horns. They are loud as shit. I assume anybody near this is like going deaf right now, like this police officer standing right next to the car. Now, one thing that was strange to me is the police here protecting these racists who came to start problems rather than just arresting them. Why protect them? Their literal espoused goal is to come and cause problems. And you have dozens of police here protecting these guys. Where's the moment that the cars actually drive away? I think it's around here.
You, Jake!
Now, you look at this looks like blood. Am I the only person that's seeing that? That looks like blood on the side of this car here. It could be paint, but it looks very smudgy. They just arrested a guy for hitting them with a t-shirt, like a pansy. These police officers are a bunch of crybabies. Oh no, I got hit with a t-shirt. You're under arrest. Oh God, my safety was under threat from a t-shirt. Oh, you're going to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Speaking of going to jail, Jake Lang and 10 others were apparently arrested after all of this chaos in the streets of Minneapolis. First on the story, WUSA.
Tonight, far-right provocateur and pardoned January 6 insurrectionist Jake Lang has been arrested in Minneapolis today. Lang's group crashed an anti-Trump protest after driving their trucks on sidewalks next to protesters near the city hall. The trucks were then surrounded, causing police to step in to get them out. Everyone inside the trucks were arrested for inciting a riot. Minneapolis mayor did not hold back on his thoughts on Lang.
Far-right extremist and known racist Jake Lang arrived near Minneapolis City Hall. Both vehicles then drove onto the sidewalk in front of City Hall toward a crowd of people that were gathered there. All individuals that were in the two vehicles have been arrested by the Minneapolis Police Department, including the racist Jake Lang.
Well,
Yes, nearly a dozen people arrested over this hate rally in Minneapolis. What's the next video I got here? Yeah, KSTP5 News up next for more on this situation.
We start tonight with breaking news. We've just learned far-right activist Jake Lang, pictured here, was arrested today following a planned rally outside of Minneapolis City Hall. 6 others who were with him were also arrested, all on riot charges. Chopper 5 flew over the scene around noon today as Lang and his group arrived, driving on the sidewalk. You can see here tensions were high as protesters opposing Lang were also gathered in the area. Last month, Lang announced he was organizing a rally to be held today. In response, counter-protesters announced their own demonstration, calling it a protest to defend our neighbors. MPD Interim Police Chief Bill Peterson talked about the city's preparations during a news conference this afternoon.
Look at Spiderman. You can see him from here. Honestly, though, the internet's gone crazy with these memes. Look at this one. This is from 4 hours ago on Threads. Like these Jake Lang... These Jake Lang memes are popping up all over the place. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. There's more of these. Hold on. Like this one. You're not welcomed anywhere. Like some of these are so good. Where's the other one? So yeah, this one honestly is maybe the best one though. Where is just the actual photo? It's just the actual photo taken, turned into a comic book cover. Love that. Love that. Love the creativity of the internet. Great job, people. Keep it up. The great Minnesota Spiderman, protecting us from the fascists. All right, for more on this situation, we should go to local Minnesota media, Mercado Media. From yesterday. I forgot how long this thing is.
Their whole shit because they were out there dressed like ICE agents. Welcome, guys. My shit is burning, dude. Like it is. My shit is. I am on fire. Like I'm just gonna have to talk through it to get through it. But I did wash it all off. I did. I tried to, but that shit is sticking to it, guys. But yeah, they came out and Jake Lang had his little event. I'm looking for this press conference that's supposed to start. Mayor Fry is going to be talking about it. Witness. I don't know who would be live at the thing, but there's going to be at the city hall. I don't feel like sticking down there forever. News 2 Shares previewing the video right now. News 2 Shares premiering the video on their channel right now. Yeah, Jake Lang came and got the same treatment he got the first time. I mean, I don't know why anyone expected anything different. You actually don't have the freedom of speech to come and drive your vehicles up on federal property. You actually don't have the freedom to do that. And so when he weaponized his vehicle, multiple vehicles, I mean, that's what happens. Also, shout out to the Sam Raimi Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire Spider-Man was out there today and gave Jake Lang a mean, was up there fucking doing the Lord's work. Okay, Jake Lang. And then this is the problem I had too. I thought there were ICE agents with them. There was a combination of getting hit with the pepper spray, which again, this shit is some strong. I don't know what.
Yes, indeed. Mercado Media was on the scene. Apparently getting the footage. Everything that was happening down there. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit past this press conference situation. He was talking about this for a while. Like hours. We're not going to get that in depth here tonight.
There you go. See, Anarchy Princess is on it. We're also getting posts up, but there's Jake Lang in jail. Let's go. Oh, wrong one. That's the one. That sus sound is because he's Israel op. But boy, you come to Minnesota, you get prison.
Prison time. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they're claiming that he weaponized the vehicle in a way that also not only endangered protesters, but officers, apparently. One more clip from local media, KSTP5 Eyewitness News.
We're tracking new developments tonight. Minneapolis police just released new details within the last 15 minutes after the arrest of far-right activist Jake Lang earlier today. 6 others who were also with him were arrested. In total, 11 people were taken into custody, including at least one person who appeared to be a counter-protester. We now have the names of all of those individuals from the police department. This all happened during a planned rally outside of Minneapolis City Hall. Chopper 5 flew over that scene earlier this afternoon. Let's get right to Maria Bray, joins us live outside the Hennepin County Jail, where Lang is being held behind bars tonight. Maria.
Hey, Kirsten, well, earlier we heard from Minneapolis police as well as Mayor Jacob Fry. And Fry said that Lang incited a riot as well as put the lives of people at risk. Now, prosecutors will make the final say in those charges, but we could find that out by next week. Chaos outside Minneapolis City Hall ended with 11 arrests after right-wing activist Jake Lang arrived for his free speech rally. All this for one guy! Drawing counter-protesters and clashes. Minneapolis police say Lang and 6 others were arrested for probable cause rioting after 2 vehicles in his group drove onto the City Hall sidewalk.
Then drove onto the sidewalk in front of City Hall toward a crowd of people.
Frustration grew as officers staged inside City Hall ran out to clear the vehicles off the sidewalk, the city says. Adding 1 officer was injured when a vehicle rode over an ankle or foot.
It was not safe for us to make any sort of arrests on those individuals in that large crowd. The best thing from my perspective was for what did occur and to let those vehicles to leave the area, which essentially de-escalated things. And then from there, our public safety partners helped us make arrests.
Both vehicles were later impounded. Lang.
Look at this moron. Doesn't even know how to kick. Almost falls over. Lame. Jake Lame.
Safety partners helped us make arrests.
Both vehicles later.
Oh, God. So sad. So sad for Jake. This little truck's got impounded. Now he's in jail. I think they should throw the book at him. Maximum sentence for all charges. All right. One more clip before we move on from this topic. People are really, really loving this. So much so, people are taking to drawing their own fan art of the Minnesota Spider-Man. Yes, everybody's doing it. I like the addition of the Temu tag. I don't know if that's... I haven't looked at the picture up close to know for sure if it says Temu on the back. Temu Lang. All right, let's move on from Jake Lang, person worsening communities across the nation, to somebody who's trying to make at least one community better. An athlete who the right was begging to be their sort of hate-filled spokesperson, but has unfortunately for them declined. I am talking about women's basketball star Caitlin Clark and her foundation, which is bringing book vending machines to children's hospitals.
Hospital stays can be long and stressful for kids, but a new program is helping pass the time at Blaine Children's Hospital in Des Moines. The Caitlin Clark Foundation partnered with Scholastic to donate this book vending machine. Kids can pick out brand new books for free starting next week. Blaine is one of 3 children's hospitals to get a book.
Yes, indeed. Oh, the right wing is not going to love this one. If you don't know who Caitlin Clark is, I mean, this is Caitlin. She's become very famous for her basketball prowess from Des Moines, Iowa, and now giving back to her community in Des Moines here. Books for the children. Rather than becoming, you know, a spokesperson for right-wingers, she's just helping the kids. It's got to make them furious. That's why I put this here, because it's got to make them furious that Caitlin Clark won't play into their sort of hateful rhetoric. She never buys into their bullshit, no matter how many times they try. They claim like that the league is like racist against Caitlyn or whatever else. She hasn't yet bit that stupid bait. Is that helping the community? Helping the kids? That's what we should hope for from all of our athletes and heroes. Books do have words in them. That's true. All right, down to more people trying to make a difference. Let's go here to this fascinating story about one man who's attempting to run 50K in 50 states in 50 consecutive days for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
One man is running a 50K in 50 states in 50 consecutive days.
This morning, he checked Nebraska off the list. KETV Newswatch 7's Samantha Pastorino caught up with him.
1,553 miles. That's how far Brady McDonald will have run once he completes this mission of a 50K in every state in only 50 days.
And we're doing this to raise $1 million for Make-A-Wish.
Brady and his family were up before the sun Friday at Flanagan Lake Park.
Today is day number 28, and so we still have 22 left after Nebraska today. I was actually feeling pretty good up until like 2 days ago. I started getting a cold.
But he's pushing through with his wife and daughters right alongside him.
Yes, indeed. Now, I'm torn on this story. It's heartwarming. This guy's doing this thing here and trying to save people's lives. You know, but it's a little frustrating to me that we live in a society where people have to put on, you know, record-breaking feats of strength just so that we can get health care.
Wife and daughters right alongside him.
How much fun are we having?
The family travels in donated RVs from Camping World that take them state to state.
As soon as he takes off, I'm making sure that everything's set up for the next locations and the next parts of the day.
Brady's wife, Christy, lost her arm at 15 after being run over by a boat. The Make-A-Wish Foundation granted her a wish back then. And now the McDonald family is hoping to return it times 100.
Yeah, I just don't think we should. I just hate the fact that we have a world where philanthropy is the only way to solve our healthcare problems. Like, how is that? It's dumb. We could just tax billionaires properly. You know, we could just tax the ultra wealthy, the 1% properly, and then we can start actually just not worrying like this. Like, I mean, I think it's incredible and genuinely impressive that this guy is doing this, he's clearly doing it for all the right reasons, but the very heart, the issue, the reason why we continue to have people just doing more and more crazy things to raise money for, you know, basic medical needs for people is because you have a society that just refuses to tax the right people so that we can just pay for it. You know, we don't need Olympic feats of strength for, you know, for healthcare. But we continue to do these things. Like here in LA. Where a brawl at the Santa Monica Pier is benefiting cancer nonprofits. Here's NBCLA from 22 hours ago.
Tonight, hundreds of people came out to the Santa Monica Pier to watch a boxing match and to support an important cause. The Butterfly Brawl brought together fighters to raise money for those affected by cancer.
NBC4 and Telemundo 52 are proud to be streaming partners for this year's event. Our Tracy Leong joins us live now from Santa Monica, where the brawl ended about an hour ago. And Tracy, what an event it was.
Oh, it certainly was, Jonathan and Kathy. And for some of the fighters, the cause was personal. They say participating allowed them to give back, raise awareness, and support those impacted by this disease.
Yeah. Local fighters fighting for a cause this weekend. At the Santa Monica Pier for the same reason, because we don't have health care. Now, one man who's one of the reasons why we don't have health care was also trying to show off his athletic prowess. I'm, of course, talking about the Vice President, J.D. Vance. One of the main reasons why we don't have health care and we have to do ludicrous things to try and fund it. Because people like him, Republicans, refuse to just give in to the fact that this is not a free market and that people who are dying, you know, don't have a choice when it comes to paying for things. But here we go. J.D. Vance trying to prove his masculinity at the Marine Corps obstacle course.
This is the Vice President trying to run the Marine Corps obstacle course. Been trying not to bust my ass or break any bone.
Now you'll notice that it was heavily edited, and that was the only clip that you can find on the internet. It's fascinating. It's like it's not even 11 seconds. It's like 6 seconds of physical exertion for J.D. Vance. How long does this go?
Bust my ass or break any
4,
bone.
5, 1. Where are we at? Okay. That's not even J.D. First off, hold
Bust
on.
my ass or break any
Hold on. Neither of those guys. One of that was J.D. Vance. I don't even think those other guys are J.D.
Any bone.
Like, is that J.D. Vance? Maybe that's J.D. But those guys, is that J.D. Vance? He's not. It's not. He's wearing shorts. Yeah, that guy's wearing fatigues. So they edited in footage of actual Marines doing the obstacle course. Like, this is such a stupid video, dude. Oh my god. He's trying to prove his masculinity. This is like the lamest thing I've ever fucking seen. You fucking edit in footage of actual troops, try to pretend like it's you, and then post it to your Instagram? What a loser.
Bust my ass or break any bone.
The obstacle course.
Yeah, and then New York Post immediately switches. It's literally 13-second clip, and then the rest is just New York Post just sort of hamstrings this in here at the end. Like here's actual troops doing the obstacle course for 7 minutes.
Over the hand.
Thanks, guys. Great job. There you go. There's the vice president failing, from what I can tell, the Marine obstacle course. Not even man enough to show us a real video of him doing it. It's probably embarrassing, that's why. Probably embarrassing. He still wants to be president in 2028, so long as the emperor allows the election to go ahead. Yes, and his kid is in there. It makes him seem more relatable. Speaking of the kids, Let's go here for some more sporting activities of the future. Utah 2034, adding support for Youth Sports Giving Day. Did you know that Utah is going to be the host of the Olympics in like 8 years? Yep.
Well, Utah's Olympic organizers are putting money behind an effort to get more kids involved in sports. KSL News Specialist Tyrese Boone shows us how the program is looking to keep young athletes from being left on the sidelines. Tyrese.
Good afternoon, Dan, and that's right. I mean, the Utah 2034 announced its support today for Youth Sports Giving Day. And now that campaign will help nonprofits expand their access to youth sports all across this state. And so this initiative starts on September the 12th, and it runs through September 26th. It gives Utah youth sports organizations a chance to raise additional money through donations and matching funds. Utah 2034 is contributing to that effort as
Yes, indeed, getting those kids out there doing physical activities, make their bodies stronger for the future. All right, from Utah all the way up to Alaska for the northernmost not just America, but the world's most northernmost football game. Yes. All of planet Earth. Pay attention.
Well, the stadium has cleared, but the fog has rolled in here as the 907 Sports Tailgate Tour Week 2 wraps up. From the top of the world, Charlie, we just witnessed the northernmost football game in the United States take place on this iconic blue turf here in Utqiagvik, home of the Barrow Whalers. It was just a memorable night for multiple reasons.
Yeah, big one, of course, Friday night, under those Friday night lights. Not something that Barrow sees too often, although, of course, this field doesn't really need them, given the fact that it's almost 10:30, and despite this ethereal mist that's blown in, we still have plenty of daylight, but...
Friday night lights, it's like full daytime. Now, this is not actually happening in the daytime. This is a normal football playing time, but in Alaska, of course, at this time, it's still sunny and bright out for most of the day. I think it's like 80% of the day is bright out, just like this.
You know, the season opener, home opener for the Whalers, and it was a slow going early on as both teams were stuck in a defensive struggle trying to find the upper hand.
Yeah, and we also faced all types of weather. If you saw us in the 5 and 6 o'clock broadcast, it was raining sideways. It made the ball very slippery out there. But as the skies cleared, so did the final score and who would determine who would win this one. Barrow Whalers running away with a 40-22 victory.
Well, there you go, people. Youth sports, Alaska, the northernmost football game on the planet. That's the coolest thing about that whole thing is it's one of these phenomenons most of us don't experience. This is just like the fact that Alaska's so far up here. Everything's just weird.
We just had to, we made some adjustments what we needed to do to pull this victory off.
And we'll have a lot more coverage from here at the top of the world. We'll bring back to Anchorage as well. Just an amazing performance from the Barrow Whalers kicking off the season week 1. And, a lot of traditions we saw here. And there's another...
The traditions, yes. Great Alaskan tradition of football. Great job, Alaska. With the footballing. All right, now to other student activities. All the way over in North Carolina, at North Carolina State, students turned out for Packapalooza, taking over the streets with their youthful celebrations. Yes, indeed. Apparently here in, where is this, Raleigh? I think it's Raleigh. Whatever this is, in North Carolina State. Whatever city this is in, this neighborhood near the college just shuts down, turns into a block party, and the kids come out for a little preschool fun for studies and whatever else takes over their lives.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It is back to school season, of course, folks. It's that time. You know what else? You know what other time of year it is? It's the end of August. We got 1 week left. We have massive galactic deficit we still need to solve. $400. Over $400. It's really starting to weigh heavy on my mind how it is we're going to solve the situation. Now, of course, you could help out. Donations on Cash App and PayPal and Patreon. We need to raise how many dollars a day now? It's like Jesus Christ, it's like $50 a day or something between now, the end of September. One of those three places. But of course, we also need to start a galactic content goal for the night. Make sure that we keep the stream alive. Whoops. What did I just do? Okay, Sunday Funday goal starting there. And starting a goal on Twitch. As well. But of course, super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. All these things go towards the goals. Well, the goal, the content goal. But Cash App, PayPal donations, Patreon memberships count to both goals. 2 goals, 1 dono. Think about that for a second. Okay. School starts tomorrow. See, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. It is upon us. Back to school. It's here. Now, at the end of the summer comes the Little League World Series. Here's CBS New York from 3 days ago on the efforts of New Jersey Little League team winning its first ever World Series game.
Bayonne is still riding the high from last night's Little League World Series game and their walk-off home run win. Christy Kalisian spoke with the team as they now prepare for tomorrow's game.
Center field, the game is over!
Into over the fence, and I was like, we just won our first World Series game. I can't describe it, but it was just joy.
Pure adrenaline for these boys from Bayonne over in South Williamsport, Pennsylvania, surely making their home city proud. Rich Ravazzos is a lifelong Bayonne dweller.
My daughters played, my stepchildren played, and no team's ever got that far.
Yes, indeed, this young group of lads making Bayonne, New Jersey proud. Perhaps winning the first ever World Series game for the city. Great job, guys. Great job. Well, immediately getting a donation over here on Cash App, 10 bones, going straight to the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal. Do you see how that's done, people? 2 goals, 1 dono. There we go, getting ourselves a little bit closer on both. All right, let's keep talking about baseball for a second. With a more perfect union from 2 days ago regarding the threat to the enjoyment of professional baseball. Place where maybe some of those young baseball players hoping to go one day.
If you're a fan of Major League Baseball, when you wake up on opening day, you might not be exactly optimistic about your team's chances.
Bob, not sell the team, please. There are some teams no matter what they can do, they're never going to be World Series contenders. It's capitalism, right? It kind of stinks for the smaller market teams.
The league even acknowledges this idea on their website. Ultimately, the game is about hope and competition. Too many fans and markets across the game have too little hope that their team has a fair chance to win. Hope and competition are words that the league throws around a lot. But for baseball fans, it often feels like those principles aren't really what's motivating most team owners.
How would you grade your owner?
I think he's horrible. He don't care about the city. He cares about how much money he's putting in his back pocket.
There's a narrative that this competitive balance issue is the fault of a few big spenders, like the LA Dodgers, who have a payroll that exceeds the 6 lowest teams combined. But that's not the whole story. There are also a number of owners who are quietly banking their share of the league's money instead of spending it. Why? Because of the one word at the heart of the real MLB agenda. Not hope or competition, but profit.
They're lining their pockets instead of investing in players. Why can't they invest in their team?
These owners need to put...
Yes, indeed, all of these Major League sports team owners are focusing on profits rather than people, rather than the fans. They're focused on their bottom lines now that they can more better enrich themselves, not the communities that they serve. The fans that love the game and the teams that they own. It's despicable. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit in this clip. Stay on this topic. I need more hydration, though, so I'll be right back.
Different. But don't just take my word for it. Here's Colin McHugh, an 11-year MLB veteran with the World Series ring.
It hurts like preemptively to hear them saying that the owners are going to lock players out if we can't come to an agreement.
And the reason why is because the business model of Major League Baseball is fundamentally different than it used to be. For most of baseball history, teams needed to win to make a profit. Winning sold more tickets, food, and beer. For example, let's take a look at the history of the New York Yankees and their iconoclastic owner, George Steinbrenner.
The Steinbrenners are actually a great example because George Steinbrenner, made his money in shipbuilding, bought the team, and turned it into $1 billion team by the time he was done. But the way that they made money involved putting an attractive product on the field. And when they won more, they made more money.
The only thing I care about is Yankee fans. I could care less what the other people or the detractors say. It really doesn't bother me.
To put it lightly, other teams and fans didn't like this win-at-all-cost attitude. They didn't call them the evil empire for nothing. According to owners, under this old model, it was nearly impossible for so-called small market teams to compete with the financial might of the New York Yankees and LA Dodgers. So the business of owning a baseball team changed at the same time that the entire economy started changing.
The biggest change in American economics in my lifetime is that every company thinks it's a bank now. It's all financialization. Toys R Us makes its money by selling toys. And once the people who own Toys R Us start making their money by borrowing money against the assets of Toys R Us, those people get rich, Toys R Us goes out of business. And most baseball teams are run the same way.
When Bauman says it's all financialization, he's talking about the growing disparity between the revenue drivers MLB used to rely on, like selling tickets, hot dogs, and beer, and the revenue drivers they rely on now. This gap is particularly egregious for small market teams, who rely very little on the money they earn by selling tickets to their stadium.
Yep, I'm afraid The what was once called America's favorite pastime, it's now under threat from corporate overlords doing their very best to just enrich themselves through things that don't improve the game at all, improve their teams at all, improve the experience of the fans at all. And it's making people really upset. They took the concept of Moneyball and said, where else can we reduce costs and get the same and or better outcome business-wise? Because, of course, Moneyball was really a way to originally, stretch an undersized budget of the Oakland A's to go further than they had in a long time. But now they're like, well, winning is great and all, but what other kind of goals could we perhaps put instead of winning with this same philosophy? That has effectively shitified everything in the MLB watching experience.
Decades. And the reason is pretty simple. MLB owners would like to know the exact amount of money they are liable to have to pay players year over year. For owners, this certainty around payroll would free them from the economic anxiety that comes with owning one of the, we'll call it, lower revenue ball clubs.
The story of Moneyball, it's the story of figuring out how to pay your employees less than they're worth. And that is sort of the name of the game in professional sports, certainly in the sports that have a salary cap.
Now, what is this whole small market playbook actually in service of? The market, specifically a team sale price, a number that players, employees, and fans don't stand to benefit from.
It is important to talk about franchise values. Where are we? Why are we where we are? And what can we do to fix our situation? We think we have a plan that, ultimately could produce real change and unlock significant franchise value.
I think that where we're at in a free market system has worked and has made baseball better. I think players have been able to stay in one place longer than any other sport. We have the ability, if a guy wants to keep a guy at home for $500 million, you can go out and pay that. In the NFL, you still get all of these Patriots Super Bowls. You still get 4 Chiefs Super Bowls. If this really was the magic bullet, then you would have seen it play out that way.
Franchise values are not a piece of the puzzle. They are the final picture. All those mechanisms aren't in place for making teams more competitive. It's to make them more valuable. Here are the last 5 MLB teams to sell and the appreciation of the franchise since the last time they were on the market. The Padres went from $800 million in 2012 to $3.9 billion this year. The Mets went from $391 million in 2002 to $2.4 billion in 2020. The Marlins went from $159 million in 2002 to $1.2 billion in 2017. The Orioles went from $173 million in 1994 to $1.7 billion in 2024. And finally, the Royals went from $96 million in 2000 to $1 billion in 2019. Only one of those 5 teams has won a World Series in the last 20 years, the Royals. With these paydays, it's no wonder billionaires line up every single time a team is for sale.
Oh, God. The capitalization of everything, the obsession with unlocking value out of every tiny bit of joy that we have in life is what's ruining, society and our enjoyment of life. It's like this obsession is just making everything just a little more profitable for the guy who owns it, and making it a little bit more enjoyable for the guy and or gal who's watching and or participating in these sorts of things. Ugh, gross. In fact, I grew up loving baseball. You know, my dad kind of forced me into a lot of, well, not forced, I enjoyed sports, I would say. But, like, I played, like, a ton of sports, including baseball growing up, although I switched as I got older from baseball. But I really liked playing baseball. I was pretty good at it, honestly. And, like, some of my great, like, young childhood memories was, like, going to the stadium, right? And being just, like, I remember, like, the first time I walked into a baseball stadium and just being like, oh, my God. You know? And it's just, like, you know, it's just little experiences. I feel like we are just slowly taking away from people, because those same people, one of the ways that they're driving up profits and team values are by charging people more and more money for seats, more and more money for concessions, and giving them less and less of an enjoyable experience. Ay, ay, ay. They're ruining everything. But we can still try. And one man in New York is trying to make a difference. Not for the kids. We've been talking about the kids. They're clearly having fun over here with their sports and their activities. What about the parents? What do the parents do with their time off? Well, Zohran Mamdani is giving them an opportunity.
Zohran Mamdani.
To have a little bit of that sweet, sweet time off.
New York City is offering parents a free night out.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani says that he wants New York City parents who haven't had a date night in a while to put something on their calendar.
While you're out enjoying yourself, the kids will go to their local recreation center for an evening of full supervision and structured fun.
We'll be good.
Leave me alone.
What do you think your mom's gonna do today?
Clean up our house for my.
I love that reaction from that mom. Like she's like, all right, take her. I'm leaving. She's like, great, I'm done. Take her. And then she immediately switches it back to love when she realizes that her daughter is chasing behind her. She's like, all right, I love you, but I'm leaving. Okay, look, I love you, but I'm leaving. Here's a kiss. Goodbye.
What do you think your mom's gonna do today?
Clean up our house for my pet's birthday party.
It's true. It's a cleaning day.
What do you guys think your parents do for fun?
Work. We're going out for Jim's birthday. We're gonna go have tapas, and the kids are excited to play some games.
Thank you. This guy's face. Thank you. Honestly. Oh God, someone's got to teach these kids work is not for fun. They're too busy. These two are clearly too busy working. Someone else has to explain to them. Jesus Christ.
We go have tapas, and the kids are excited to play some games.
Thank you very much. We'll be back in time.
Maybe like sleeping at home.
Her birthday is tomorrow, so I'm actually gonna go pick up last minute stuff for her birthday.
Oh,
Yeah, and she was pretty close.
Look at how excited
I
again.
probably would try to get a massage. Oh, I'm so happy for this initiative, and I hope that all the parents and kids have a wonderful time. Thank you.
It's beautiful. Zohran Mamdani. Making fun for the parents. Accessible. Because they don't work for fun. Because they don't work for fun. Unlike some kids seem to think. I know it is shocking. But parents need a break too. Good to see Zohran Mamdani trying to give adults some recreation time. As we get older, responsibilities of work and kids take it over. But the elders have interests and other things. And that's how more kids get made. Yeah, mommy, daddy, date night, number 4. Here comes number 4. Okay. Let's talk about... the kids seem confused about what the adults do for fun. Let's take a look at some of the things adults do for fun. Starting in LA.
New this morning at 6 a.m., a centuries-old game is getting a modern-day comeback, and it's bringing people together across generations. The growing Mahjong movement is helping players connect, learn, and build community across L.A. Mahjong. It's not just your grandma's and auntie's game anymore. The centuries-old Chinese tile game is seeing a surge in popularity on social media with millennials like Lena Wu.
I've always wanted to learn how to play Mahjong, but I never got a chance to learn as a child because in our family it was known as a gambling game, so that's why they never wanted to teach us. Growing up, you see like the aunties and they're all playing and everything. You want to get into it, but they never allowed me to, so this was definitely a great way to connect to my culture and really learn to play a game that I've always wanted to learn since I was a child. And it's been about 30 years, 40 years since I've been waiting.
I have to have my China.
So are you folks looking to learn how to play?
Yeah. This Mahjong meetup movement is all thanks to Jay Chow, the founder of Common Ground Mahjong, who believes community starts at the table.
I'm an only child, for context. I grew up pretty lonely in the sense that I found it hard to get out of my comfort zone and interact with folks. So once I got hooked on the game, I thought, I can't wait to play this at events. I need to play this all the time. I started driving around in my car with a set, a table, and 4 chairs, so I could basically bring it out anytime. Eventually we had one night where we had 10 tables that were all full, 40 people in the parking lot playing, and I thought, this could be something. So I started an Instagram page, and then from here on out, about a year later, we've gone from 40 followers that were all my friends to 10,000 people following Common Ground Mahjong on Instagram.
Well, there you go. One LA resident using their love of ancient Chinese game to bring the community together and have some fun while they're at it. All sorts of reasons for people getting into Mahjong these days. There's a fun adult activity. Now, it was associated with gambling for a long time, but you don't have to gamble. Just play for the glory. The love of the game. Now, for other things of great competition, we're going to have to go across part of the Pacific Ocean to Hawaii for the Waikiki Legend Contest. Apparently, Hawaii News Now, one of our favorite news sources from Hawaii, apparently was competing in this legendary surfing competition.
The Hawaii News Now surf team finished 9th out of 19 in the Legend Surf Contest in Waikiki today, led by our legend, Moses Christopher. The Olukai team with legend Kalani Vieira finished first. The Ocean Fest continues this weekend with the 1-mile swim, volleyball, menehune contest, surf.
Well, there you go, people. That's right, even news anchors have hobbies. Hawaii News Now. Getting above 50th percentile. Well done. Well done, HNN, with your surfing prowess. Great job. Now, as adults, we don't have to compete to have fun. We can just enjoy each other's company, activities, and things of that nature. People in Philadelphia were certainly embracing that concept here this weekend with Philadelphia's annual naked bike ride. Damn, that's a lot of space police out there. Jesus, it's moving.
Today, thousands of cyclists will be bearing it all in West Fairmount Park for the Philly Naked Bike Ride. The 12-mile ride kicks off at the Dragon Boat Dock on MLK Drive. There will be plenty of pre-ride festivities along with body painting. This all runs from 2 until 4:30 today.
Now, unfortunately, I don't have any footage for this. I think you all probably know why. But you can imagine. At least pretty just the, you know, like the concept. You at least now grasp the concept of what's happened here. I'm afraid I just can't provide you any footage. Like I said, for fairly obvious reasons, I think. All right. Now it's not just naked bike rides happening in Philly. Apparently the Philly 10K happening in South Philadelphia. Thousands of runners taking to the streets. Here's CBS Philadelphia with another clip from 14 hours ago. Oh, damn.
Today, the 13th annual Philly 10K takes over parts of South Philadelphia. Thousands of runners have laced up for the big event, and our Chillicase Adele has been there live through it all. He joins us there at the finish line on South Street. Hey there, Chile.
Hey, Jan, forgive me. It's a little bit hard to hear right now. We got so much going on here. We're closing in on an hour since this 10K started. Take a look at the scene. These are runners finishing, getting here to the area of 5th and South Street. It's actually at 5th and Randolph is where this finishes. You see the runners coming through. They're waving. The Eagles drum line is there as well, cheering these people on. Now, I also saw another gentleman cheering some of these runners on here. This is Matt. You just finished.
Yes. First, I want to start off by thanking my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Without him, I wouldn't be here. I'm a former wrestler.
Okay, Matt, settle down. Settle down, Matt. It's not the Olympics, buddy. Anyway, thousands of people apparently participating in this race here in Philadelphia for the Philly 10K. Now to another situation involving racing. A new trend. Legislation aiming to protect the right to race. Here's PBS NewsHour from 3 days ago.
Part of Washington, D.C. is being transformed into a racetrack for this weekend's IndyCar race around the National Mall. The event has sparked plenty of controversy, but across the country, smaller local racetracks are at the center of a very different debate, one that's prompting some state legislatures to protect what supporters call the right to race. Digital reporter Tim McPhillips traveled to a track in Virginia to learn more.
It's race day at Shenandoah Speedway, like it is most Saturdays in the summer.
I'm thinking about getting back there myself, honestly. I love it.
It's a great way to bring people together, you know, people who enjoy racing, who enjoy cars.
I'll say it's definitely going to be one of the most scenic tracks I think you'll go to.
Shenandoah Speedway, opened in 2005, sits in the heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains, tucked behind a cornfield like something out of Field of Dreams. Chris Lilly grew up racing here and now manages the track. That means he does it all, from pre-race logistics coordinator,
answer every email, every phone call, every text,
to event day race director, to crash responder.
If you ain't first, you're last, okay? Everybody knows it. Now you might be asking yourself, what's the problem here? Why is there legislation needed? As it turns out, these racers have been facing something of a problem.
Specialty Equipment Market Association, or SEMA, a nonprofit that represents the automobile aftermarket and racing industry, says that in the past 25 years, the number of motorsports facilities like this one have decreased by nearly a quarter, from just about 2,000 to now 1,500.
Shake and bake.
That loss can be especially significant in a lot of these smaller towns or rural areas that have already lost other institutions. And the racetrack may be one of the pieces of social infrastructure that still gives people a reason to gather.
Joshua Vadabon-Kaur studies the racing industry at Gardner-Webb University. One major issue putting the brakes on racetracks, he says, the rise of noise complaints and nuisance lawsuits.
The track didn't necessarily move close to the neighborhood. The neighborhood gradually moved closer to the track.
And even frivolous lawsuits can leave speedways with heavy legal fees.
Yes, and you're going to be shocked to hear my take on this one. But I've been looking into what this is, like, what is going on here. And this is a little ridiculous. Like, these guys, I mean, these racetracks have been there for decades. And then developers are buying up land near the racetracks, building homes. And then people are complaining about the sound. And I am sorry, but you don't get to build your house next to a raceway and then complain about the sound. It would be only the reverse. You're gonna get my support, right? Like if somebody comes in and builds a racetrack next to your house, that's clearly a problem, right? But it's not. That's not what's happening here. It's people that are just coming and building homes, developers, guys trying to make a buck, building homes next, and then the people being like, wait a second. I live next to a racetrack. What is happening? Calling and complaining and or filing lawsuits and all these other. It's like you can't. No. I'm sorry. You don't get to build houses here and then file lawsuits against the already existing businesses in the local community. And in the cases of like some of these, like you look around. There's nothing else. Just look around. There's nothing else in most of these places where these exist. Like sort of in the middle America. A lot of these towns don't have shit. This is it. And of course, everybody knows that I have issues, with fossil fuels and all these other sorts of things. But like, in terms of like what they bring to the community, right? And like whether or not I feel like this is like a reasonable thing, like whether or not I think has honestly nothing to do with my feelings about climate change, right? Like I hate to say it, but like honestly, like let them race. Like you don't get to show up, build a house, and be like, hey, why is it so goddamn loud around here? Like no, I'm sorry. You should have looked around first a little bit. I don't believe you have the right to complain in this situation. All right. Now, let's talk about some other legal, or actually illegal, activity regarding operation of a motor vehicle. This week, some of you may have already seen this clip. We were treated to this fascinating video from Oklahoma, a parking lot of a McDonald's, where the Secretary of State of Oklahoma found himself speaking with officers of the law.
I came up, I just got McDonald's
767. You did have me on the missing shuttle call.
Be done.
I get that, but I'm asking how you got this to go.
Well, just by.
That was not a sentence.
Drove here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was not a sentence. That was not even close to being a sentence. I just gotta get that one more time. Explain that again.
767. You did have me on the missing shuttle call.
Be done.
I get that, but I'm asking how you got to this new Ghana.
Well, just by. I just drove here.
Drove here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Planning on driving back?
No. Look, guys. You want me to drive anywhere? I won't drive you.
Okay. You got an ID on you? Just say it real quick.
Yep.
What have you been doing today?
I went to church tonight.
Where's the church?
A lot of communion.
Oh, that officer deserves one of these, honestly. A lot of communion. A lot of communion. Just what a perfect. I went to church. I went to the church. A lot of communion there, buddy. Yeah. Look at his little shit-eating grin too. Anyway, that's the Republican Secretary of State of Oklahoma. Over that was August 14th. We watched this one earlier this week one time, but I had to do it again on Sunday Fun Day. I couldn't help it. We were talking about the operation of motor vehicles. Might as well pop this one in here for a good old rewatch. Now, in other... Before we get to this next one, are we not proving that adults know how to have fun too, kids? I mean, come on. I know you've got your football and your baseball, but as adults, we're out here... Well, not all of us are, doing a great job, but some of us, we're having fun. We have activities. Not all of them are as healthy as the other ones. When you get older, it gets difficult to have more healthy. This is partly your fault, I would point out, kids, from what I hear. But yeah. I know kids aren't listening to this goddamn show. I don't know why I'm talking to kids. Kids aren't here. But yeah, the fact is as we get older, we still gotta find things to do to have fun, to blow off some steam from all of the terrible things happening, from our jobs. We're out here working all the time. So much so that kids think that that's what fun is for adults. Well, this guy was driving his Uber and was suddenly a part of another legal situation.
Cool, drive that way. That way. Go.
Go. What do you mean? What do you mean, dude? What do you fucking mean? I haven't looked enough into this story, but I don't know how this was a thing. But that's right. That is a police officer. That is a police officer jumping into this man's vehicle, an Uber driver, and then saying, go. Like he's all of a sudden been like deputized over here. He's like, Deputy Uber, come on. Let's do this. Get in position.
Go.
It's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. He's just sitting here, just, and then you can see the cops. The slowest running cop I've ever seen. Oh my god. Oh no. She barely made it. I mean, oh god.
Yeah.
Hey, give me a ride over there, please.
They give me a ride over there, dude.
Cool.
They
That
can't
way.
be running.
That way.
Oh god.
Go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go. Get in position, man.
Go pick her up, pick her up.
Do you know what we're here for?
This is ridiculous.
Delian, get in! Delian! Go, go, go. I'm in here! Get in, bro!
Get in, bro!
Which way am I
Which way did he
Let's
go?
go.
Over
Which
here.
way am I
Go that
going,
way.
though? When a second officer came in here, that's when I knew things had really gone downhill for this. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the car stopped working or what, but these two were clearly not prepared tonight to chase down a suspect, and they both wind up in this car, this unsuspecting Uber driver's car, who suddenly just been deputized by the state to drive these two officers around this neighborhood. It's wild. I mean, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. I just thought it was just so comical. I could not understand what I was looking at.
Omega 5 Tar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Auntie Libfem.
Omega, thank you for the gifted sub. Also, Auntie Libfem, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, viewers. Hope you're all having a good night. By the way, I just want to say thank you to another person who just donated on, was it PayPal? I think it was PayPal. Yes, on PayPal. 40 bones, 40 US dollars. Or technically 58 Canadian. Ah. Ah. That makes me sad. It makes me happy, but it makes me sad to know that you, by exchange rate, have lost so much more than you should have. If only our exchange rates were closer. Anyway, thank you very much to the generous individual donating on PayPal, 40 bones. And as it turns out, that's enough. Wait, what did I just do? Yeah, that was right. Okay. Wait, no, that was wrong. That's right. There we go. As a result of that, I'm going to have to end the Galactic content goal on YouTube. Because, of course, Cash App and PayPal donos go further than our YouTube and Twitch donations. That's... There we go, people. Confetti party time. And a hype train. Okay. Perfect timing.
Praise God.
Yes, indeed, Space Fans, we complete another sweet Galactic content goal. Ensuring that we get the whole stream that I have planned for us tonight. And I've got a bunch of sweet content.
This is the very definition.
So much sweet content prepared for us tonight. You aren't ready for it. The valuetainment, it's coming. So buckle up, Space Fans.
This is ridiculous.
Is it? Is it ridiculous? Okay, goals ended on Twitch.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Goals ended on Twitch and YouTube. We still do have a galactic financing goal for the deficit. We have to complete that before the end of the month. So your dollars are going to go the furthest. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, as always. Okay, YouTube goal removed. Twitch goals removed. Galactic content. Gotta get back to that. We ended off with an Uber driver having a very strange encounter with local police in, actually don't know where this was. I have no idea where that was. But he wasn't the only one having strange incidents with their vehicles this weekend. No, all the way down in Miami. Boca Raton Beach was witness to a very strange sight.
7 was a sight to see for beachgoers in Boca Raton this morning when a small plane crashed right there into the ocean. Police say the pilot was the only person on board and was taken to the hospital. CBS News Miami Steve Majuri is your reporter in Boca Raton. He talked to witnesses that saw this plane land in the water.
Boca Raton police say one person was on this plane, and now the tip of the rudder is all that you can see sticking out of the water here after this plane crashed just feet away from the beach. This man started recording when he saw a plane in a steady descent along South Beach Pavilion Park around 10:30. Then, what the?
Yes, indeed. Somebody operating their plane suddenly going down at Boca Raton Beach, down in Florida. Florida man crashes plane, lives to tell story. That is all. Meanwhile, in other transportation stories, got big cuts coming to the TriMet bus system in Oregon. Here's KGW News for that.
Well, John, if you're someone who takes the Green Line to get into downtown Portland, tomorrow that will no longer be the case. You will have to come here to Gateway and transfer to the red or blue lines amidst these changes and those busing changes as well. That's all part of these TriMet cuts amid budget constraints.
It was a lifesaver for a lot of people.
Bus line 82 in South Gresham will cease to run starting Sunday, August 23rd. And one rider we spoke to isn't happy. How does losing 82 impact you?
A lot, because it's one of my many ways to get to work and home.
Yep. Unfortunately, due to budget cuts here, the state of Oregon, city of Portland, TriMet bus system is being impacted. Something that countless riders count on every day. Yeah, speaking of transit systems, let's go to North Carolina? I can't remember, is it South Carolina or North Carolina? One of the Carolinas, WRAL from one day ago. And talk about us. How do we? Let's talk about this. There, you may recall, was a story. I think it was South Carolina, but I cannot remember which one it was. Honestly, I'm always confusing you guys. Why did we need North and South Carolina? You guys should just pick a new name, one of you. But point is one of these states, there was a horrible attack on a young woman. It's been now a full year since then, since right-wingers grabbed hold of that and ran as fast as possible in the most racist directions that they could find. Legislation was apparently enacted in the wake of this young woman's murder. However, you will be shocked to hear that the legislation has not solved safety concerns for local riders. Here's WRAL from yesterday.
Effect on December 1st, 2025. It requires stricter scrutiny from judges when considering pretrial release. It bans one type of cashless bail, and it makes it easier for people with a history of mental health issues to be involuntarily committed to a mental hospital after an arrest. DeCarlos Brown, the man accused of stabbing and killing Irina Zarutska, had been released from jail without paying bail after an arrest in a prior case. In June, a judge ruled Brown incompetent to stand trial due to mental illness. I asked Willie Bunch, a longtime commuter at the downtown Go Raleigh bus station, his thoughts about the deadly case.
I can relate to that accident, and I said, oh my God, and she was only doing what, like I was saying, going to where she needed to go, not bothering the soul.
Bunch says he was immediately reminded of his own experiences after hearing the details of the murder and DeCarlos Brown's history of mental health issues.
It's people behavior. It's very outgoing, and it's not too safe. It's not too safe.
Monteo Evans, another veteran commuter who overcame his own struggles with drug abuse and the law, shared his experience.
I see mental illness, I see substance abuse, I see law enforcement just stand by and watch it happen.
Is it safe?
Not really. Not really. Because at any given moment, anything can happen.
A year later, I wanted to know if anything had changed, if the legal changes under Irina's law actually made riding public transportation in Raleigh feel safer for people.
No, to your point, nothing has changed. These people are turning loose out here in the streets.
Well, people still don't feel safer, even though the government put in this law that was supposed to make it easier to criminalize people with mental health problems, throw them in jail. Actually, I should make sure I get this state right, just because I want to be accurate about this, what I'm saying. So, where was this? Was it Charlotte? It was South Carolina, wasn't it? No, it was North Carolina. It was North Carolina. Okay, so yeah, I mean, here in North Carolina, I mean, even though they did these things, all these sort of draconian measures that they keep saying we need, we have to criminalize people with mental health issues. We have to, we can't give people bail. We just have to lock them up indefinitely. We have to do all these things. People still don't feel safe out here in North Carolina. It is shocking. Republican-led North Carolina, who implemented these measures, people still don't feel safe. It's almost like those laws didn't need to be enacted, and that all of this complaining they were doing, all this racist complaining they were doing, it had nothing to do with actually implementing anything to make anyone safer. Great job, North Carolina. Okay, let's go on now. More discussions around infrastructure. All the way up the coast from North Carolina to Atlantic City. Whoops, no sound. Yes, indeed, one of the oldest pieces of infrastructure in the state. Atlantic City's boardwalk. Now 156 years old.
I'm staying in a race.
Here's CBS Philadelphia from Wednesday.
This time of year, the shore swells with crowds and families soaking up the sun. And one of the most popular and iconic places, of course, the Atlantic City Boardwalk. New Jersey reporter Ryan Hughes has more on the history of the first boardwalk in the country.
This summer marks 156 years of the Atlantic City Boardwalk. What began as a simple wooden walkway has become one of the most recognizable landmarks on the East Coast. From souvenir shops to restaurants, casinos, and hotels, many consider the boardwalk the heart of Atlantic City. The first section of the boardwalk opened on June 26, 1870. Atlantic County historian Heather Perez says Atlantic City was becoming a popular summer resort, and the idea for the first wooden walkway all started as a way to keep sand out of railroad cars and hotel lobbies.
Well, there you go. A way to keep things less sandy in local businesses. It's now one of the most iconic pieces of infrastructure in New Jersey. I love how Philadelphia is like halfway claiming Atlantic City Boardwalk for themselves. Okay, CBS Philadelphia, I see you. Okay, now let's go all the way across the country. The Bay Area. Cron 3 days ago. Talk about the Walnut Creek neighborhood, which has apparently got a new nickname.
One of the biggest cities in the East Bay is going through a rebrand. Walnut Creek has gained a new nickname in the last few months, now being referred to as the Nut.
The Nut. I don't know if it's an official rebrand, but people who are calling it that are Rob Nesbitt hit the streets to see how much it's catching on.
I'm in Walnut Creek, and this city is known for nicknames. The Creek, Dub C, but most recently it's got a new one, the Nut. I'm gonna find out what people think about it. What do you think of this new nickname?
I love it. Honestly, I prefer it.
Definitely the Nut for sure.
Are you using it? Do you say it?
Yeah, I use it a lot.
It's easy, it's catchy, so I just say it.
And it's Walnut Creek. Why ruin the name? It's a beautiful name.
Jesus Christ. There's a Karen in every neighborhood. There's one. There's always one. I love how all the young people are like, totally, it's the Nut. Every single one of them. And then this lady is like, how dare you? How dare you? The Walnut Creek is a beautiful name. How dare you? How dare you say that?
I just say it.
And it's Walnut Creek. Why ruin the name? It's a beautiful name. Nut is not, I don't like that. No, I would never say it, but I live in the Nut.
What did you call it?
I'd say Walnut Creek or Dub C.
The Nut has caught on so much so that Mayor Kevin Wilk is even using it.
I am noticing a trend around town that I thought people were calling Walnut Creek the Creek for short, but I'm seeing more and more the Nut.
Look, just come and experience Walnut Creek. Whatever you want to call it, have a great time. We're happy if it brings them downtown.
There you go. Yeah, from Atlantic City's boardwalk to Walnut Creek, or should I call it, or should I say the Nut? The Atlantic Boardwalk to the Nut. Whatever you want to call it. It's a place where people live. They're going to call it things that make them happy. And apparently the Nut is titillating the younger Walnut Creek residents more than that boring old-fashioned name. All right, back to more fun for the adults. Let's go here to New Mexico. KOAT News from 3 days ago. Or at the time, tickets were still available for the 102nd burning of Zozobra.
Tickets to see Old Man Gloom burn to the ground are going fast. 3 chair seating sections are now sold out. So if you want to get the best seats to see Zozobra turn to a pile of embers, you need to act fast. General admission standing and some chair seating tickets are still up for grabs. And if you can't make it to the 102nd burning of Zozobra, you can watch it only live right here on.
I prefer Zozobra. Zozobra is clearly more fun than Zozobra. Zozo bra, as you can see here. It's a tradition. 100 years of tradition of burning this guy. Apparently it's some sort of local tradition here. It's very strange. Santa Fe, New Mexico. 4 p.m. September 4th. Tickets almost gone. Will you be one of the lucky ones to witness this historic celebration? The fact that I'm able to play all these splat sound effects proves calling it the nut is wrong. Does it? Big Zozo, exactly. What nightmare fuel is this? It's Zozo bra, of course. As I've just made fairly clear, I think. I think I've made it fairly clear who it is that you're looking at. It's Zozo bra. Now, some people don't like fun. Some people become old and they become cranky and cantankerous. They see younger people having a good time and they go, no, this shall not stand. And one man took it upon himself to ruin the fun for a whole group of children in an Upper East Side neighborhood in New York. Here's Fox 5 New York from 4 days ago.
Someone ripped down stalks of corn that were planted by kids right on the streets of the city.
And tonight, we may be one step closer to solving the mystery. Fox 6's Kelly Kennedy live on the Upper East Side with the story and a big clue tonight. Kelly.
Yeah, Natasha and Teresa, teachers and these kids are heartbroken. They don't understand why anyone would rip down this corn and then dump it, as you can see right behind me, in this garbage right here. Now, what's even more bizarre about this story is that the surveillance video actually shows a guy just ride up on a city bike. He then spends 5 minutes ripping this corn down with his bare hands. Corn on the curb of NYC became corn in the trash can within minutes once this guy got his hands on it. Fox 5 obtained exclusive surveillance video from a business across the street that shows the vandal in the act.
It's so upsetting. I mean, who would do something like that? I mean, this is a kid's project. It's fun. It's not hurting anyone.
Now, as you can see, the corn stalks are up at 2:52 Sunday afternoon. Then a man rides up on a city bike and starts tearing it down.
So it was truly a shock to come back on Monday morning, literally early in the morning, to see that our corn was in the trash can and not knowing who did it, why they did it.
The suspect also has...
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I know why. But, like, Fox 5 is so obsessed with, like, just, like, obsessing about, the suspect. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I think this is disgusting. But it's like, you don't even chase this guy down over this. That's what Fox 5 wants us to do. That's not what I'm here for, though. I'm here for the children.
Outside their school to teach their students about plants and about growing food. 5 years, they've been using the tree bed outside their school to teach their students about those Montessori Spanish language program. It's a small family-run program at 84th and York, and they tell me for the last 5 years, they've been using the tree bed outside their school to teach their students about plants and about growing food.
The kids were happy, they helped to watering, and we've been really enjoying.
Before the destruction of the corn on the curb, it had started to become famous on the Upper East Side.
We loved coming by and checking in on the corn, seeing where it was growing. It was kind of cool. It's not normal in the city.
I think it was really fun for the community, and I grew up in the Midwest, so it was really fun for me to see and reminded me of home as well.
The kids who helped grow the corn are between 3 and 5 years old.
Aww.
The corn was planted back in April, so the kids have been watching it grow for months. And it was
That's the part that makes me so sad. It's the kids. That's what this story is about. It's like, this is the point. It's like, why as adults must we do these stupid things? You know? Come on. It's just, it's sad. Makes me sad. You know, I went to a Montessori school for a number of years when I was a toddler of that age, getting early educational opportunities. I could have literally been one of those children who was counting on watching those corn stalks grow in front of my eyes and then having them ripped down. I can imagine being very sad about that. And that just made me even more sad. I was already sad. And I was like, oh, no. And for little 3-year-olds that were growing this corn, no, really. Now, Fox 5 wants to turn this into a goddamn capital crime. I'm not gonna go there. I just think it was dumb and petty fucking thing to do. I don't think that a real crime was committed here, but it was just stupid and salty. It was just stupid and salty. It's corn, exactly. It's corn. What do you have against the corn? You know who doesn't have anything against corn? Iowa. Iowa loves corn. And unfortunately, for the Iowa Cattlemen's Association, they're dealing with a serious disappointment as a result of the... Wait, this is in the reverse order. I got ahead of myself. I was talking Iowa and totally forgot about this one. First, I'm sorry. Very rude of me. This is very rude. First, we gotta go to Alaska for the last blast of summer. Some people still trying to have some fun out there. The Alaska State Fair kicking off its 90th year this weekend. Here's Alaska's news source.
The Alaska State Fair kicked off its first day today of their 2026 fair season. And of course, with fair season here, it also means you have dozens of food options to choose from. Georgina Fernandez took the tough assignment today and shows us what foodies can look forward to.
That crackle can only mean one thing.
Eat good food and have fun.
The Alaska State Fair is back in session with all the classic fan favorites.
Well, it seems to be a gotta have it. And people like to take it out on the way home, eat it on the way home.
Crowds hitting the fairgrounds early on Friday.
We call it the last blast of summer.
Okay, that's incredible. I know it's stilts. It's got to be stilts, but holy cow, that is awesome.
People flooded in as the Alaska State Fair kicked off its 90th anniversary.
I want the chocolate dip.
Like, it's sell. Like, I'm sold on that, right? Like, it totally passes.
We call it the last blast of summer.
Like, I look at that, like, when I first looked at that, I literally thought that was somebody riding a goddamn emu or an ostrich or something. Realized that I was being deceived, but that's the thing, is like, the illusion plays. The illusion absolutely plays. If I was a little kid and I saw that, I would have lost my fucking mind. That's crazy. Okay there, Teddy Roosevelt. CNN is never beating the Cornhusk allegations. Oh, God. Oh, God, terrible. Auntie Lib Fam, good to have you in the chat. Thank you for the raid again. Omega Star, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Cali Cat. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a new thing. I don't know if anybody's heard of this, but you have to subscribe at tier 2 to get this new feature. But on every channel that you subscribe tier 2 at, you can now use GIFs in the chat on Twitch. It's crazy. It's ludicrous. Alright, let's move on from Alaska State Fair, where I'm sure there was a lot of delicious food to be had, down to Iowa, where Iowa farmers are furious after the president has decided to import a massive amount of foreign ground beef to lower prices. Here is KCCI from yesterday.
President Trump announced a new plan to import 300,000 tons of ground beef into the U.S. with lower tariffs. It's a decision that he and Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins says will help lower prices.
But the Iowa capital.
Yeah, and in case that's hard to grasp, because we don't buy our beef in tons, that's 300 million pounds of ground beef that the president is importing. Or beef, I don't know if it's ground, pre-ground, but it's a fuck ton of beef. And just a reminder, the people that were counting on to import all this stuff, right? Like the governmental apparatuses, you know, to inspect the beef for safeness and such, don't work anymore. So I'm sure this won't have any negative downsides.
Association says it's going to hurt more than it will help. KCCI's Abigail Curtin spoke with both of them to learn what's at stake for purchasers and producers.
Ground beef. It's a protein staple in millions of American households. But since January 2025, the price has jumped 24%. President Trump is hoping to change this. Friday morning, he announced he'd allow 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported with lower tariffs over the next 90 days. In a visit to the Iowa.
Wow. Trump's a real piece of shit. He really doesn't care about America, even a little bit. Wow. What I find fascinating about this is that, you know, Trump didn't do the thing that he normally does to solve these things. Tariffs. Because he, I think, must know now that that raises prices. So instead, he punishes American farmers by importing hundreds of millions of pounds of ground beef into the country. Wow. Real spit in the face. Real spit in the face. I wonder if any of these Iowa farmers voted for President Trump. I wonder who they're blaming this on now. Probably Brooke Rollins, I guess. It's probably Brooke Rollins' fault. When will these cultists wake up to the fact that they've been fleeced, duped, made a fool by the president? Yep, might lower prices for Americans, but it's absolutely gonna harm those farmers. And this is a moment for them to technically make more money, and now they're being harmed by the president. Good God. Hey, another dono on PayPal. 5 bones from Radiant Art. Cheers, dude. Cheers to you. Add that to the galactic deficit financing goal. Making slow progress. Slow but steady progress on that. Okay. Well, while we're talking about America's food supply and the effect of the Trump administration on it, let's go here to ABC News from last week to talk about America's favorite candies getting a Maha makeover. The labs, where they are attempting to take out artificial dyes replace them with natural ones.
The iconic candies getting a makeover. M&M's, Skittles, and Starbursts are available without artificial food dyes.
What is the biggest challenge of changing the colors?
I think it's twofold. I think it's the vibrancy and I think it's the scale.
Candy maker Mars giving GMA an exclusive look inside their labs and factories across the country to see how the new recipes, incorporating colors found in nature, like beet juice for red, turmeric for yellow, and a combination of those plus spirulina for green.
Yeah. You know, I find this to be one of these, like, really annoying stories that, like, while I technically, like, I'm fine with this. Like, I don't not support this. Like, the fact that the government has spent so much time on this is what pisses me off. Or that, you know, it's not... These fucking companies are trying to find ways to make things more affordable for us. Because, like, here's the thing. Like, the government still allows, like, all of these goddamn forever chemicals to be... In fact, the Trump administration has been rolling back regulations on forever chemicals. Something that has serious implications for cancer, right? With just like a fairly small amount of exposure to them can greatly increase your risk for cancer. Whereas when it comes to this, having a few fucking, you know, having a few Skittles, having a few M&Ms with, you know, artificial food dye is not going to give you cancer in the same way that drinking water from a source filled with fucking forever chemicals is going to do to you, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Yes, the science shows they impact cancer rates. It's been proven. Studies on rats and humans at this point, I think, too. And it's just that, like, we have so many cancer-causing things, and the government that we have right now is more focused on candy than they are on, like, AI data centers or forever chemicals or like any of these other things that are posing genuine risks to us. But there's like, oh, they got time for this. They got time for this one. They're not going to spend time on making sure we all get health care, but they will make sure we get red food dye, artificial food dye out of your M&Ms. There you go. Don't you feel better, America? Don't you feel a little healthier? You know, like in principle, like I support it. I'm like, yeah, get these cancer-causing things out of our food. But we have things that cause cancer way worse. Like way clearly, very obviously cause cancer at much higher rates. That the government's like, actually, that's fine. Leave that in the water. And it's just the hypocrisy and the paradox of the situation that really frustrates me, I think. Really, it just sort of gets me going. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're making us healthier? Great. Oh, good. I'm going to feel so healthy when I eat my M&Ms and Skittles now. Not that I'm eating them anyway, but you get what I'm saying. So dumb. Like, priorities. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. Priorities. Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to get a little political tonight. You know, we can't just do all fun day Sunday. I suppose we've gotten a little political already, but one other thing that we enjoy, aside from food and festivals and sporting activities and things like that, is, of course, entertainment. Things like TV, movies, podcasts. Apparently, the Paramount Warner Brothers merger is causing a great divide in California. Let's go here to PBS from 2 days ago on the story.
The proposed $111 billion merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery has hit a major roadblock after California's Attorney General Rob Bonta and 11 other states sued to stop it, citing antitrust concerns. That move was followed by Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison threatening to take his operations out of California if the deal isn't approved. William Brangham has more on a conflict that's rattling the industry.
If Paramount did leave California, and that is a big if, it could mean thousands of jobs and billions of dollars leaving with it, dealing a serious blow to the state's already struggling entertainment industry. But a new report commissioned by LA County indicates that a successful merger, with its consolidation and elimination of overlapping positions, would also cost jobs, nearly 4,500 of them.
4,300 of them. Yes. The claims being made by these oligarchs are shockingly empty. You look at the facts. They're just hoping to enrich themselves further and to continue to consolidate our media. Yeah, it's very disturbing. People are quite upset about this. However, some people are suggesting that if it's not Paramount, it's going to be somebody else. So we might as well just might as well just let this go through. It could be somebody worse than Larry Ellison. And to my response to it would be, who? Who's worse than Larry Ellison? And the fact is, it doesn't have to be sold. That's also, I would like to point something else out. Is it doesn't have to be sold, right? That is a presupposition that assumes that all mergers are lawful, right? That is the sort of mindset that the capitalist overlords want you to have, is that all mergers are inevitable. They're not. That's why we have the laws, right? That's why we have antitrust laws. We can just say this, in the benefit of society, this merger shall not go through, full stop, no mergers. In fact, you could literally say the United States government is just going to stop allowing these mergers to go forward. Full stop. We believe it's in the benefit of society. Of course, the president was promising a revitalization of Hollywood. Even, just less than a little over a year ago. And I find it fascinating that Larry Ellison is threatening to remove jobs from the region that the president is promising to make better. Remember this one?
Beautiful couple, great people. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. The Hulkster. One thing, it's not hard to find him. All he has to do is stand up and you say, there he is. But he's great. And Kid Rock, wow. Kid Rock is a friend of mine. He's a friend of mine for a long, long time. He did that thing on Budweiser. Budweiser will never be the same, when he did the gun with a MAGA hat. That was the commercial that everybody saw. Also with us tonight is a great actor, tremendously talented guy, Jon Voight, who's great, and a friend of mine. And Sylvester Stallone is here. Great. Adrian! And I got Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and Jon Voight to become ambassadors to Hollywood, California, to put it back on track.
Yes, he was going to send Sylvester Stallone, Hulk Hogan, and John Voight to fix Hollywood. And now he's got his basically puppet media minister, Larry Elliston, threatening to take jobs away from Hollywood. Threatening if the merger doesn't go through, that he'll take all of Paramount Studios somewhere else. It's weird. Okay. Let's see. All right. Now, I know that's not that fun, but I'm still trying to stay in the realm of fun. I'm afraid this next story is not any more fun. In fact, it's worse. It's less fun. This next story is less fun, but it's about a family who is trying to have fun. Enjoy a celebration. Minding their own business in the state of Colorado, who are suddenly and viciously had their lives upturned. But the behavior of the government, one officer and one canine, that led to hundreds of thousands in medical debt and serious trauma for one family.
A family was in their backyard when they were attacked by County Sheriff's police dog. We first brought you this story a year ago. The handler was found not guilty of criminal charges. Your reporter, Michael Abeda, is live in Jefferson County. Michael, why are they sharing their story after all this time?
Well, it's been 2 years since that family's life was turned upside down, and they're telling their story now to warn others and try to get some help getting their life back on track.
It was a perfect day, just celebrating our babies.
August 11th of 2024 was a special day for the Dean family, at least at first.
It was the twins' birthday party in our fenced backyard.
The party was just beginning to wind down in Castle Rock when
the canine began to jump over the fence. I noticed immediately and yelled at the dog.
That dog was Ragnar, a Jefferson County Sheriff's Department police canine who lived with his handler, Deputy Zachary Oliver.
I was up here on our upper porch, and I sprinted down the stairs and essentially met the dog after the dog had attacked my daughter Lily, and he dragged her across the grass in the backyard. And from there was 3 men, myself and 2 others, that jumped on the dog.
The fight didn't go well for the men.
We were losing.
Nick's daughter Lily was being attacked.
When I was wrestling the dog, I could hear the cracking of her femur bone.
Nick and Lily were taken to the hospital with severe injuries. 1 year later, in August of 2025, a 6-person jury in Douglas County found Deputy Oliver not guilty of misdemeanor charges.
Oh, that's what makes me real mad. That's what makes me real mad. So not only was this guy found not guilty of any sort of unlawful handling of this dog, which he allowed to get away from him, jump this fence and attack this fucking family, break the leg of a child, severely injure the father. Not only that, but the sheriff's department is refusing to help in any way financially for the family, who are now, like I said, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. I just, like, it's disgusting. It is disgusting. The county, the sheriff's office are not even kind of trying to chip in. It's insane. It is insane. It is fucking insane. It pissed me off so much. I couldn't help myself. I was so furious about this story. I just we had to watch it today because this family was celebrating a birthday party. It was supposed to be a Sunday fun day for them, whatever day it actually was. The point is that they were just minding their own goddamn business, and then they're brutalized by a fucking police dog, and now the state and the county, and nobody's chipping in. Fuck you. Hey, fuck you. Seriously. What the hell? It's despicable. I can't imagine. Now, one thing I'm going to say here, which I don't know if is going to have any influence on the future for this family, getting any sort of restitution, but part of this county is technically in Colorado District 1. Not the whole thing. I don't know if it's where they live. All these counties, none of them are in one district or another, and most times. So, I can't say for sure, but they might possibly live in Milat Kiros's district. So I guess we could try and get this to her. See if as a future congresswoman she could get some stuff done for that family. Because Jesus Christ, how can you just let them suffer like this? It's clearly the fault, whether or not even this jury. I think it's ridiculous that this jury ruled in favor of this officer, but it's clearly the right thing to do, the common sense thing to do for the state would to at least just accept responsibility and cover all of their bills. If I were them, I would be suing. Unfortunately, no local lawyers have taken up their case yet, apparently, which I find fascinating. They can sue, but literally no one has taken up their case yet. I find it shocking. I don't understand. Wow. Anyway, while that one family faces serious medical debt, another family is dealing with serious medical neglect as a result of the refusal of United Healthcare. Who's deemed the traumatic brain injury of someone who they insured medically unnecessary to receive treatment. Here's WYFF News 4 on this horrible story.
FF News 4 investigates. An upstate mother is pushing back against United Healthcare and PSA Airlines after her son was denied coverage for treatment connected to a traumatic brain injury he suffered in April.
The family is now seeking out-of-pocket options for his care because the insurance company says his requested rehab and long-term care is medically unnecessary. Our Caitlin Ashbaugh has the story. It's all new tonight at 6 o'clock.
On April the 28th, I was getting ready to leave work and my phone rang. We have your son Peyton and he's been in a motorcycle accident. And I was like, oh my gosh, your worst fear.
Peyton Alvarez was riding a bike he rebuilt from mere pieces. He veered off the road and hit a tree, wearing a helmet, but the impact was detrimental. Peyton had suffered a traumatic brain injury at 25.
They told me that there was a very good chance that he may never regain consciousness.
A few weeks went by and Peyton's eyes opened. He moved his arms.
Can you move this arm again?
He tried to speak.
I just started crying. When I was talking to him, I knew he could hear me.
Doctors recommended rehabilitation at the Shepherd Center in Atlanta.
When she called me the next day and said, yes, we will take him. They sent it through the insurance company, and immediately the next morning we had a denial that it was not medically necessary.
Hospital staff appealed, but insurance upheld their decision to not cover his long-term acute care or rehabilitation.
Shepherd won't take out-of-pocket funds for their disorder of consciousness. They said years back they used to take out-of-pocket funds and people would spend thousands and thousands of dollars and their loved one wouldn't wake up.
One denial letter quotes benefits descriptions, including, quote, the fact that a physician has recommended, ordered, or approved a facility does not in itself make the utilization medically necessary, end quote.
Who is in a better position to say what is or is not medically necessary than the treating physician?
According to the International Brain Injury Association, 1 million Americans are treated and released from hospitalization for traumatic brain injury every year.
But so many people fall through the cracks and they're never heard of, and they just accept this, it's not medically necessary, or sorry, that's not covered.
A spokesperson with United Healthcare shared the following statement with us. Quote, we empathize with the Alvarez family.
Bullshit. We empathize? Fuck off. United Healthcare doesn't empathize with anybody but fucking bank account. Bullshit. Oh, God. This is so disgusting. Like, this is one of those things that we've been talking about for so long now. Is this ridiculous health insurance industry that we have that puts these middlemen between doctors and patients that we pay out to and then decides on a whim whether or not we deserve treatment. People who have not necessarily any medical treatment making these decisions. Oftentimes it's just a fucking AI algorithm that's making these choices. And this is why people are so pissed off. I mean, this one just made me furious. I was so, just like the other one, I was like an equal amount furious, right? The people in power are just failing everybody. Like, United Healthcare is like just thinking about it, I was like, what if you didn't have a mom standing by your side? Like, I hate to even be like this, but like, this guy is almost lucky because he at least has somebody who's, you know, there for him. What if you were a person who, you know, like, you're fucked. If you got nobody there, like, you're done. You know, if you're brain dead, how are you? You're not going to be able to dispute that for your health care. Who's going to do it? Who's going to sit there and do that for you? It's a despicable system that we have.
End quote. The company adds they did suggest a skilled nursing facility for Alvarez, which they describe as a middle ground between the long-term acute care he is currently receiving and the rehab requested. The family declined that care option.
This is the rest of his life, and it's not right. They should not be able to make that kind of decision because I can't stop fighting for my son.
Oh, jeez. Heart-wrenching. We need a system that doesn't leave these massive cracks for people like that kid to fall through, or that family to fall through. Just common sense stuff. I wouldn't allow this kind of suffering to go on. Yeah, we could put people in office that could, I don't know, get us nationalized healthcare.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Stuff like that. A more humane and responsive law enforcement system. All sorts of things like that. Yeah, there's a debate right now in the Democratic Party over whether or not Democrats deserve the things that they want. Let's go here to CNN for this fascinating, and I mean fascinating, discussion here. I honestly thought this was very relevant. I think this is a very relevant story. Honestly, this focus group, this CNN focus group, is proving just how much how much things are changing as this election cycle draws on.
Right now, voters are excited by change.
Bring on the democratic socialism, please.
Welcome to All Over the Map. I'm John King. We learn by listening to voters from all across the country and all across the political spectrum.
If you're Chuck Schumer, damn right I'm dangerous.
If progressive means common sense, then I'm a progressive.
Today, the rise of the left and the fight for the Democratic Party. A big primary win in Michigan, but can Abdul El Sayed win a purple state in November?
And a lot of the things that he has done and said during the primary, we're going to come back to haunt.
During the primary, why can't John Fetterman say words? Okay, we're going to skip a little ahead, but yeah, like I said, I think this is a fascinating focus group CNN put together here for us.
I feel it's swinging away from authoritarian rule and Donald Trump's administration.
It's not radical to want everybody to have, food, water, shelter, education, healthcare.
Fantastic mix of all over the map voters today, all Democrats for this conversation, and all of you live on the front lines of this big, giant debate within the Democratic Party right now. As we explore it, I just want to tee up the conversation with a few yes or no questions. Are you excited in some congressional races? Now, this huge race in Michigan, elsewhere in the country, we're starting to see more progressive, anti-establishment, in some cases, Democratic socialist candidates win these primaries for the Democrats. Are you excited by that? Yes or no? All right, everyone's excited. That's good. Do you agree with more moderate voice?
Look at that. Across the board. I found this fascinating. Because here's the thing. I listened to this whole thing. These are not all the same. I mean, obviously, they're not all the same people. But I mean, like, of course, they're all 6 different people. But, like, they all have a variety of different sort of takes here that I think go from more of a center-left take to a more leftist, like, DSA kind of take. But every single one of them is excited about the upswelling of democratic socialism and progressivism in the primaries. I mean, look at it. It's unanimous. Look at John King. He's like, I don't think, look at him. He's like, what? Oh my God, all 6. Yeah, all 6, John. What about that other stupid thing you were asking?
All right, everyone's excited. That's good. Do you agree with more moderate voices in the party who voice the concern that, maybe you can sell that in New York City, but there are places in the country, and some saying, we're going to find this out in Michigan, where you can't sell that. You can't win in certain districts, or you can't win statewide, and the Republicans are going to label us all socialist. Does that worry you?
So you'll notice that this guy is holding up 2 signs. So I think he's on I'm pretty sure he's a maybe. I'm pretty sure she's a maybe because she's holding up 2 signs. But then all 4 of these guys have 2. All have no. So it's 4 no. They're claiming these are yes, but this guy is holding up 2 fucking signs equidistant apart in front of his face. That to me doesn't feel like a yes. That feels like a maybe. And so it's basically, to my opinion, it's like 4 of 5. It's like 80%. Since this dude's maybe on the fence. But 80% of people not worried about what this means for electability. So 100%, everybody's excited about this. 80% of people don't think this is a problem. At least 80%.
Let's take the big Michigan result as an example. Abdul El-Sayed won the Democratic nomination for Senate out there. He's for Medicare for all. He wants the billionaires to pay more. He wants the United States to stop arms sales to Israel right now. Do you believe a candidate with that agenda could win statewide where you live?
Yes. Oh.
So let's start the conversation there. As you know, you're all part.
That's 5 of 6 people, which is what? It's like 80, I think it's like 85% or something like that. $83, something like that.
What I'll call the Democratic family. Your family's having a debate right now about whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. The Speaker of the House, a Republican, trying to protect his fragile majority, says that they are going to go national with this message that the country faces the choice between common sense and communism. Jade, I was just out to see you before the primary in Michigan. You're from the rural northern part of Michigan, that the idea that this is too liberal, too progressive, too socialist, too much government. Can they sell that? Can Republicans sell that?
I'm not as worried about it because it's not about what Republicans are selling as much as what voters are excited by. And right now, voters are excited by change and voters are excited by a progressive candidate in Abdul Al-Sayed. Republicans are going to rail against our nominees regardless of who they are.
Why is this happening? Why are we seeing anti-establishment forces have success, not just in blue New York City? What Mayor Mamdani did was a remarkable achievement, but not just there, and against, in many cases, against strong Democratic candidates who are well-funded. Some of them have the power of incumbency. Why is this happening?
I think part of this is happening because the Democrats and the Democratic establishment has not sort of apologized for the original sin, which is we had one job in the 2024 presidential election, and that was to make sure that Donald Trump did not come back to the White House. And the Democratic establishment and President Joe Biden decided that Joe Biden was the one to do it, even though he was older, seemingly out of touch.
Everybody's nodding along
with everyday people.
Everybody in the focus group is just nodding along with this. And I honestly, I agree too. I mean, that's one of the huge reasons is that they try to do some, rather undemocratic stuff in the last election, prevent a primary, essentially, letting Joe Biden stay in the race, and then hand us Kamala. No democracy there. I think that one made people furious. I think that's one of the things that has really made people the most angry, is just like, is that undemocratic decision within the Democratic Party. And it shouldn't be, this should, like, look at John. He looks like enthralled. He's like, I've never heard this before. And I honestly wouldn't be shocked if John hadn't heard this before. But like, this is ridiculous. It's insane. It's insane that anybody can be going around thinking that was an acceptable process that they put us through. We were complaining about it at the time, but, not like I had any sort of say in the matter. But that, in fact, is the problem, isn't it? All of us technically are supposed to have a say in the matter of who is the president, right? But it was literally taken away from us by the Democratic Party in 2024. It's disgusting.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Seemingly out of touch with everyday people, and no one's apologized for it. And there is a new generation that is anxious, and they want new things for their generation. And I don't think the establishment, Democrats and the party have reckoned with that yet.
That's exactly right. She's absolutely right. They have not reckoned with the fact that they were deeply unpopular and that they lost because they tried to push forward deeply unpopular stuff down the throats of the voters, right? Specifically, that is the genocide in Gaza, in my opinion. That is, in my opinion, the biggest thing. And I see somebody saying even when they hold primaries, they rig them, and that if they had held primaries, they would have lost. Now, assuming that there wasn't a rigged primary, and I know we're all traumatized from 2016, but I think it would have been really hard to rig the primaries in 2024. They may have tried. But, like, you saw how bad things went at the ballot box, right? You saw how bad things went at the ballot box. I think we can assume if they had held a primary that, like, the voting numbers would have been insane in the direction of any candidate that was offering the opposite of what they had been offering regards Palestine and Israel. Right, like, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, and we're playing, Monday morning quarterback here after the fact, but in my opinion, they had a primary happened, voters never ever would have voted for Kamala had she not actually pivoted in a significant way from the Biden administration, which she was proving that she could not do. Right? She proved that she wasn't going to, she lost, right? I think primary voters would have absolutely voted for somebody else. And I don't think that person would have lost to Trump. I guess that's what I'm saying. Is like literally like we wouldn't have Trump right now if they had just bit the bullet and accepted that they were not leading the party anymore. In fact, they were sort of shepherding the party, but like in the worst way possible, right? Like they were like shepherding the party towards a cliff. Now we're a bunch of freaking, paralyzed lemmings at the bottom of the ravine at this point. Although a lot of us decided not to be, decided not to be lemmings. And that also has us where we're at too. It's real clusterfuck, our democracy. But I haven't completely given up hope in us solving this thing.
Money, the corporate money in politics, everybody is on the corporate dole.
I think it also just comes down to people want concrete change in their lives, right? Like most everyday people don't really care about what the policies are. What they care about is being able to afford groceries, being able to afford gas, right? And the Democratic Socialists are the ones making those changes, for those of us whose student loans are under the, SAVE Act that are now going to come into repayment and we have no idea how we're going to pay those loans, especially when we've already paid more than what we've taken out. We want a candidate who's going to take some of that burden away from us.
I want to hold up a picture, and everybody, can you see this? It's a pendulum. And so we have
before this guy tries to make his little pendulum point, didn't really appreciate his little graph, little picture there. But I just found this interesting, like this woman complaining about student loan debt, because she's, clearly approaching middle age. Like I would have to, if I had to guess, and hopefully she never has to hear this, but I'm assuming she's at least 40, if not older. And this is the thing, is that, we are having a huge shift in our politics generationally right now. All those millennials used to be complaining about, their student loans. Oh, those stupid kids, they've never worked a day in their lives. We paid our loans, no problem. Like that sort of dynamic is now shifted where millennials are like in their middle ages now. Like the eldest of the millennials are in their 40s and are still not paying off their goddamn student loans, right? They're still struggling to pay them off. And now they are entering the ages of being the most, what is often the most politically active voter ages.
Away from us.
I want to hold up a picture, and everybody, can you see this? It's a pendulum. And so we have political extremes on the right and on the left. And things have gone way too far in the, I won't say the right direction, but actually far right. And so we have momentum to swing back the opposite direction in a natural ebb and flow. We've got momentum and we need to capitalize on that.
Do you worry that you'll overdo it? Overshoot the whatever the sweet spot is?
I feel the momentum.
Yeah. What do they fucking mean when they say overshoot? Like overshoot into what? Into too much healthcare? Too much healthcare and too much transportation? Too much green energy and like childcare and things like that? What are you talking about? Too much what? Too much what, John? Overshoot into what? A utopia?
Momentum in my state, in my community, and I'm going to roll with that. I feel pretty confident.
I guess one of the questions is, is this a healthy debate for the party? I want you to listen. This is John Fetterman here, who's the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, who was a hero for progressives when he won. And now they're kind of trying to say, what happened to you, Senator?
I have a great relationship with vast majority of Democrats. We have really great candidates across the map. In Ohio, Georgia,
with who? What Democrat?
in Texas.
Look at everybody.
You know.
Everybody's shaking their head around here. Oh my God. He's got a great relationship with the majority of Democrats. Bull fucking shit, pal. This guy's living in an alternate reality. I know he had a stroke, but Jesus Christ. Democrats hate this dude. When he comes up for office, if he runs again, he will lose. John Fetterman will not win another election. I'm saying it now. Put it down. Put it down on fucking Kalshi or whatever. I'm standing by that claim. If John Fetterman ever runs for another term, he will lose in the Democratic primary, hands down, by 2-1, if not larger margins. He has the gall to attempt such a thing.
We have great ones, but I have a real problem with people that are proud to campaign people that loved Hamas or that they love communist kinds of regime and under those kinds of policies overall. And that's why I'm saying objectively as a Democrat in the Senate saying that puts that seat in danger.
Senator Fetterman says puts that seat in danger.
He's not right. And it shouldn't be surprising to anybody that he's trying to rip on Abdul al-Sayed when he's funded by the people who were actively working against Abdul al-Sayed's entire campaign. And I think that we as Democrats need to trust the voters here. I mean, it says a lot that Abdul won in a state where the entire Democratic establishment was against him, and he was outspent over 10-1. And he won in rural areas, like the rural area I'm from. And I mean, his progressive message is remarkably simple. Medicare for all, money out of politics, money in your pocket. And I think that people are looking for someone with a simple message who wants to fight for them, the people, not big corporations.
Him even, bringing up Hamas in that interview to me, right? Like, I feel like that's that one thing that they are not understanding about, the uprising of voters and where we want and the type of candidates that we want. When people like Mamdani win, that is going to give a lot of people permission, right? And like it just kind of validates what the voters wanted, that like we can put these types of people in office.
3 Democratic.
Okay. We're not going to watch this whole CNN clip. Although, honestly, this is one of the most important clips of the night, in my opinion. Just since we are heading into the midterms right now, it is quite clear that, to me, that the Democratic Party is, and by Democratic Party I mean the voters, not the actual DNC. We all know how they feel about it, but the Democratic voters are genuinely embracing people like the DSA-backed candidates, and just progressive values openly, in a way that perhaps previous election cycles they were more hesitant to do so on. And honestly, some of the responses from these people, I was just like, yeah, this is it. This is CNN. This is CNN focus group, and that is really interesting to me. We're going to skip the Israel talk just for time's sake. Let's talk about the word socialism.
Problem while you work on reaching Everest, right? I'm glad to hear that he is taking that pragmatic approach. It's yes and.
And I don't think he'll be alone in taking that approach. I think that's going to be a standard approach for progressives across the board.
So part of this conversation is, and again, we'll see the Republicans throughout the fall campaign say, socialist, communist, and so on and so forth. Part of the question is, how do individual Democratic candidates in their individual races deal with that? And does it sync through with voters? Some politicians get timid sometimes. I want you to listen to the mayor of New York, who knows, that people are going to throw this at him, and he says, go for it. Listen.
I know there are many who use socialist as a dirty word, something to be ashamed of. They can try all they want, but we will not be ashamed of using government to fight for the many, not simply the few. We will not be ashamed of adding more heat pumps to NYCHA buildings in the Rockaways, or building more supportive housing in Harlem, or standing steadfast alongside our trans neighbors.
So, Ed, the question is, again, that's New York City, an overwhelmingly blue area. Can you use that word in rural North Carolina? Is there a different way?
I think people are ready for, strength in communities and legislation that continues to strengthen our communities and our neighbors and our relationships, as opposed to funding, taking our tax dollars and sending it overseas. I think that's really what the people of this state want. And when you use the term progressive, I think people are going to catch on to that term and start looking at it more positively, almost like as a third-party alternative to the establishment. I think that's really where we're heading.
I just hope that everybody understands and looks at that when the president came out and said, we don't have money for health care, we don't have money for child care, but then all of a sudden spent hundreds of billions of dollars dropping bombs in Iran, but we didn't have money for this, but we have money for this.
I also think, we're limited to pretty much two parties, right? And like Ed, like kind of what you were pointing to is that there are socialists, communists, progressives, and if we want to be, effective, we have to just, register as a Democrat. But I think what we are seeing is people are finally realizing that, just a capitalist centered, nation is not for the people, right? Every time they do this, they always say that it's not going to affect our gas or whatever, and it absolutely does. And so I think we're just done believing what they're saying at this.
Absolutely. And I think the guy who says it best in all of this is Walter. He lays it out here. Is this the right spot?
We have to take,
Almost.
we're going to do it.
Oopsies.
Because we don't want any more of the current situation.
Voters are dumb, getting wealthier while they're struggling to meet the basic needs of their families.
Rising tides lift all ships, right? When we are helping everyone, it benefits everyone. We know that trickle-down economics don't work, right? We see crime going down in New York City right now because people don't want to be committing crime. And when we're meeting their basic needs, crime goes down. It benefits everyone. And so I think, bring on the democratic socialism, please.
It's even a sad idea that we have to put those type of labels on common sense. I mean, it shouldn't be a progressive thing to say that people should be able to have clean water. Okay, so if progressive means common sense, then I'm a progressive.
That was these words of Walter, these wise words of this man. I was like, yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to start framing these as just common sense shit. This is not scary socialism, okay? This is, nobody does, that family shouldn't be having to sit there and beg United Healthcare for medically recommended treatment by their doctor. That's common sense. That's not socialism, okay? Nobody should be having to, do, you know, like work like 4 jobs to just keep their family fed. You know, like they should have time to feed their family and spend time with their actual family. You know, it should be like ships passing in the night just so we can get the bills paid. You know, like that's common sense. That's not socialism. Okay. And I think he's absolutely fucking right. Like, like that's how we have to be framing this stuff from here forward. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. Do you like the system that just sort of casts aside people when they, you know, no longer can profit? The ultra wealthy capitalist corporate owners. Like when you stop being a cog in their machine making profits for them, you think it's good? Is it good that society just sort of just like lets you you think society should just let you like go by the wayside and die on the side of a road? Or maybe we should just, you know, have a little bit of a social safety net that prevents those sorts of things. It prefers social benefit rather than social deprecation and destruction, right? Because that's what they're doing. They're just leeching off of society. They're literally just leeching off of society. And the only way that these billionaires are billionaires is as a result of the labor that people are, you know, giving to these corporations, trading for money and health benefits or whatever else, right? And the structure of the system allows them to just continue to take advantage of us and make billions of dollars while people are literally struggling to survive. And it just doesn't make any fucking sense. There's no common sense in that. In the wealthiest nation on the planet, that we are continuing to enrich people who literally don't have the ability to spend all the money that they have. They could buy all the houses in your neighborhood, all of, you know, all of the cars in your neighborhood, literally everything that you own, everything your neighbor owns, and still have a bunch of money left over, you know? They could fill a pool with cash, go swimming, and still buy DoorDash from their phone. Still have enough money in the bank, you know? Not just to buy DoorDash, but literally buy the company DoorDash, right? Like, that's the world we shouldn't be in. It's ludicrous. Now, one man who's been speaking out for these sorts of systemic changes in our system is, of course, the great Hasan Piker.
Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker?
Yes, indeed.
The communist.
And one woman went on to his pod, the Piker broadcast, to make an apology. Madeline Somerville.
This baby knew my heart was hurting and came to sit with me.
Yeah. We will carry on with this story with my next guest. We have a special guest in the building. Her name is Madeline Somerville. You might recognize her from the Will Kane interview that she conducted, where she talked to Will Kane and even defended me, but then she turned around and apologized for it. So we brought her in the building, and we're gonna have a hopefully productive and interesting conversation. Hello, you can come right in.
Okay. Serious discussion here between Hasan and Madeline. Let's get to it. The Will Kane Show incident.
He knocked on doors and he said, "What do you care about? Because I care about what you care about. And I just want to make sure that we're on the same page." That's what he did.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So you went on the Will Kane show.
Yes.
And I love Will Kane. I
love that you said he accidentally defends.
He's the number one defender of
hysterical
the American socialist movement that's growing in large part due to Will Kane's promotion of it. So you went on Will Kane and you defended me, and he was just as shocked as Batya was when you said you endorse Abdullah Syed.
Yeah.
But then the next day you went on the timeline because we were just watching it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I never expect someone to defend me on mainstream outlets, so it's always a welcomed, a welcomed, refreshing perspective.
Yeah, and it was before even Abdul came out and said like the same thing I did. It was before a lot of people got asked about it because it was a Friday. I remember.
So, but then you apologized for it. So what happened in between?
So first of all,
also the Groypers were the Nazis. Were very mad because they were like, how come nobody ever defends Nick Fuentes? It's like, well, because I'm not
he's a fucktard, right? Like
because I'm not like an insane Holocaust denier,
Right.
but that's besides the point. But so what happened in that process? Because I feel like it could be very informative for people.
Yeah, and so I'm so grateful that you're giving me the opportunity to talk about this, because I don't work for anyone. I'm literally just a lady that lives in Atlanta that cares about this. And like, that's how I got on TV doing this. I don't get paid a single dollar for doing any of this. I pay for my own travel. I go all these places myself. And what happened here, right? Which I immediately got death threats after I got off Fox, which happens all the time anyways.
Immediately, if
and
not
so that's
sooner.
not the reason I did this.
You're a woman on Fox.
Right.
That's,
And it happens all the time. That's not the reason that I issued an apology. Here's why. And I want to say this to you. Like, I know but I want to say this to you. So I have spent the last year and a half, 2 years, like desperately trying to reach people who I think got totally bamboozled, like, and in such a way that I believe that people who work for Trump have studied politicians throughout history, like back to Cicero, to figure out how to linguistically manipulate people. And I'm constantly studying how to try to bring them around, because yes, there are some truly evil people, right? But after being on Newsmax for a year and a half, almost every single day, like 1 out of 4 of them is still really, they've been propagandized since the day they were born, right? Like since Jerry Falwell sent syllabuses, plural of syllabus, down from the White House to churches in exchange for tax exempt status. From day one, they were told, if you don't conform to what we believe is a good Christian, a good person, then it's actually a lack of discipline on your part, right? You can show humanity to other people, and actually that means that you have a lack of discipline, not that you're like, deny who you are. And that fits with so much of it. But the thing is, when I realized that, I went, okay, so actually my goal isn't to mic drop in all of these things. My goal is actually to bring people around to my side. And I know they're not going to do that in one conversation. I know it's going to take a relationship and time. And so when people do reach out to me, it's usually once they've seen me a couple of times, and then they get so incensed and they don't know why. And like, it's because it's usually elder Republicans that are like, you seem like such a nice young lady.
Yeah. So I don't know a ton about Miss Somerville here. Madeline. She doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. But it seems that she's at least like worked in TV. I think it sounds like she worked at Newsmax for a little while. Was a lawyer, may still be a lawyer, it sounds like. I think has a fairly, thousands of followers. In fact, she has similar numbers to me, actually. But the point is, she's here because of this appearance and on Newsnight, where she first supported, or Fox News, whatever it is, where she first supported Hasan and Abdullah Syed and backed them up, and then later on seemingly walked back some of what she said And this is her explanation for it right now. And I think I understand where she's coming from with this. She sees it as her job to try and bring over Trump supporters who aren't inherently just racist, bigoted, like misogynists or whatever, and just have been propagandized by either Trump or whomever, Jerry Falwell, or maybe she's going all the way down the list here. But anyway, I'll let her finish. I'm not gonna sit here
and I am extraordinarily careful with how I present these difficult issues. I do not compromise the truth, though. I don't do that. I will focus on a piece that is still true in order to relate to the person. And I had to spend like a solid 3 months just like writing in a journal before I started doing all this, because I was really scared I would people please and just start giving into what other people said. Like I just writing down what I believed in so I would never let it go, because I knew in the moment I was going to have to pull them and I was going to have to start from a smaller place, and I didn't want to lean that direction. So the thing that I wanted to be able to say to you humbly, because you invited me here and I'm very grateful for that, is that I also want to change people to our side. And every piece of me wants to get a megaphone and stand on the top of a building and scream how I feel, but I knew that wasn't going to work. No! And I know that when you said, I don't care about and it wasn't even that phrase specifically, about the Israeli women who were raped.
It doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic of genocide for me.
Exactly. So
it doesn't justify genocide.
The thing is, I want everyone to see the genocide that's happening. I want them to not reject the facts that I know are coming into their brain. And I'm trying to feed its breadcrumb into them slowly. And this is the first time I'm telling people that I'm doing that, because I've been quietly doing it. Nobody knows who I am. I'm not like a household name by any stretch. But I was like, all right, well, maybe in 10 years from now, if I do the work starting today, like I'm a housewife. Like I have 2 dogs that I take care of, like I dedicate all my time and love and energy to this, because even as a jury consultant, I saw these manipulative language techniques. I was like, why are the bad guys winning? And then I saw Trump doing it and I was like, that's why. So I was like, I need to be able to bring people to my side and not just mic drop. How do I do that? And that's why when I thought, okay, the goal for Abdul Al-Sayed, the goal for Francesca Hong, the goal for these people who are DSA candidates who believe in a lot, like 90% of what I believe in. I want us to heal. I want the people who are on my side that are yelling at the other side, right? To start figuring out how to bring them over, because we gotta heal. I'm done. Like I'm done with the mic dropping. I'm done with, unless someone's not disingenuous. Like if you're Tucker Carlson, I will mic drop right in your face. But we need to heal. And I know that the goal is to win. The goal is to win the seat, and you only need a certain amount of people to be able to do that. But I didn't come for them. I came for the ones who got bamboozled. I came for the ones who Trump took their religion and twisted it and made it something ugly and evil.
Yeah, I find this to be an interesting take from her. And like, honestly, I do agree with this, like a lot. Like absolutely, propaganda plays a huge part of this. And yeah, we should mic drop on all of the disingenuous propagandists all over the media, the president, all these other fuckwits, but she is making a strong point on trying to pull over the voters themselves. Don't bear hug the Republicans who are bringing about all of this horrible shit, that are fleecing all these people. But, don't be jank and go hug Charlie Kirk right after Trump wins. But there is some group of people who are voting for the president that are absolutely just propagandized sheep. To some degree, that just have not been given like a reasonable alternative by anybody around them. And it's an interesting flag that she's raised on this.
Manipulate, like I came for them. And so You have a different role. Like, you are an avatar. You are somebody who puts words.
Like, for instance, like, just let me give you one example of what I kind of mean by this, right? Because, like, I believe there are people, like, not just propagandized, but people who have either, because, like, there's a bunch of, for instance, like, a bunch of young people who have been propagandized their whole lives. Like, there's also old people who've been propagandized their whole lives, too, to some degree. And, like, I know old people that, like, for like decades and decades, like, refused to vote for Democrats because Democrats redlined their families, right? And did, you know, like the Dixiecrats, right? Like, back then, you know, it was a completely different party. And it took like decades for some people to even realize that the Democrats were no longer the party of racism and hatred and segregation, right? That's not a result of propaganda. I'm just saying, like, that there are people out there who are either have been, like, lied to or are so checked out or so stuck in a particular way of thinking that they don't realize that they're supporting the thing that's hurting them, right?
People feel, and now 30,000 people every day watch you say that, and then their hearts feel better because somebody has said it. I mean, people in my family feel that way about you, and that is a role that is necessary. Mine is to try to bring people over who got the wool pulled over their eyes. And so for me, I want people to come over who I knew if I said the truth straight out, right? The way that I wanted to, not hiding the truth, but if I said it the flat out, that their brains would shut off, their minds would shut off, they would stop listening to me.
So you didn't get calls? Like, that's what I was trying to get at, where it was like,
no.
How could you say this about
No, I
this
didn't want people to stop listening to these politicians, and I didn't want people to stop listening to you because of the way that you were saying things, because I want them to hear what you have to say. Like, when I started listening to you and when I started talking to your followers, I mean, obviously I knew enough to be able to talk about it when I was on with Will Kane, but I mean, people pay me for a living to tell whether people are lying. I know how genuine your heart is. Like, I could see it and I knew it. And I was like, well, now I think it's my fucking job to tell people this because I know he's getting a bad rap. And you didn't ask me to. Nobody's going to ask me to. Like, you're perpetuating the truthful narrative, and I don't want people to shut that out. And the more you use that language to describe it, the more people are going to shut their minds and their ears off. And I just know that from practice. So that my apology was not related to anybody calling me. It was related to the fact that I feel like sometimes the language that you're using causes people to shut their minds off and their ears off.
For sure. Well, one of the things.
So I'm sorry that I took back the defense too.
I don't care.
Sorry, just one more. Just since then, I have delved very deeply into your work, and I've seen a tremendous amount, and I've collected quotes. I send it to your team. Like, I've collected quotes that I will be able to use next time. Next time somebody says something to me, I'll be able to be like, oh, well, actually, he said this exact opposite thing. So the point is that I'm sorry that I took it back. What I really should have said is I have a nuanced answer to this. I have a nuanced answer that I didn't deliver in the moment because I was so upset about the Islamophobia. But that's really, I didn't mean to retract my entire defense of you. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, there you go. My difficult but important conversation here being had between Hasan and Madeline Somerville regarding this this incident. Honestly, I think that's a fair. Hasan seemed perfectly fine with it. So I'm not going to sit here. Like, honestly, anybody who's a Hasan fan that's like going after Madeline, I think it's weird because Hasan is literally fine with it. Like, he had her on the podcast for an hour and a half or something like that. Like an hour long discussion. Most of it was not about that. And they had a perfectly, and he did not seem upset. Like, at all at her. So I don't think any of us should be holding any grudges against her for this decision. It was, honestly, it seems like a innocent misstep in a political. We're living in like a political minefield right now. I can't forget. everyone is like setting mines all over the place, just hoping somebody runs into one of them, so that they can, run a new narrative on Hasan or whoever else, right? And these sort of little things. You shouldn't be, getting upset at anybody over this. Like, she clearly is on our side, essentially, right? Like, she's trying to do what she thinks is the best strategy, and honestly, not everybody is gonna watch this stream or Hasan's stream, and we need a multifaceted effort to defeat fascism and to bring about the changes that we want to see both here and abroad.
Do you know what we're here for?
Do I know what we're here for? I don't know. What are we here for? Cosmopolitics with a Ray. Thank you very much. Welcome in, cosmopoliticians. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome in. We're like halfway into the stream right now. We're like 4 hours into this puppy. Sunday fun day content, extra valuetainment, little less news, but still the same galacticness as always around here. Hope your stream went well over there. Already talked about a bunch of stuff, from Tupac to Spiderman v. Jake Lang in Minneapolis. Now we've been talking about democratic socialism in America. That was Madeline Somerville talking with Hasan. We're not done with the Hasan tent, however. We're not yet done with the Hasan tent. The question is, do we take a break now, or do we do this and then take a break? I think we do this first. Yeah, because I'm moving slow as shit, aren't I? Hold on. How far are we exactly? 20. No, I just lost it. 20. 40. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep pushing forward. It would normally take a galactic intermission right now, but I'm moving hella slow over here, and that's a problem. We're less than halfway through the clips, so we're gonna have to postpone the galactic break, everybody. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to hold your bladders for a second. Actually, don't hold them. You get... Don't hold them, actually. Probably not good for your body. But especially we're going to have to keep it on going with the content. You might have to bring your phone into the bathroom. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody. Let's go here. Staying with the Piker broadcast. Moving from the Madeline situation now to the people that have been going after Hasan lately. And there's a long list, of course. I mean, boy, oh boy.
Hasan Parker.
Oh, yeah. So many people. But the latest person to go after Hasan is, of course, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, a.k.a. Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
She gave him a lot of money, and he recently campaigned with a communist fanatic who says that America deserved 9/11. We deserved it, right?
I never, in 2019, on that faithful afternoon when I was reacting to Dan Crenshaw saying all that dumb shit on the Joe Rogan Experience, I never thought that 7 years later, the President of the United States of America would refer to it exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, that is kind of wild. You're a small streamer. I mean, Hasan wasn't 7 years ago. He wasn't that. I mean, he was big, but he wasn't as big as he is now by any stretch of the imagination. And to have that, like back then, I'm sure he was not at all expecting 7 years later for the president to repeat it. That's where we are. All right, I'll be right back. I actually have to use the bathroom. Well, so you watch Hasan, and I'll be right back.
South Carolina with Darlene Graham, up in Alaska with Dan Sullivan. The election is going to be between who's going to run the Senate, John Thune or Hasan Piker. The Democrats have become the party of Hasan Piker. He's a violence rhetoric-driven, Islamist apologist, Jew-hating bigot. And I think that the Democratic Party are trying to walk past Hasan Piker and pretend that he wasn't, in fact, the guy who pushed Abdul Tayed over the top and represents young Democrats in the DSA. So the DSA has taken over the Democratic Party. Poor Chuck Schumer. I felt bad for Ed Markey. Ed Markey didn't even know what AI was last night in that debate. He was so clueless in that debate.
Yeah, I'm the. You can close it.
It'll warm up in here.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'm the new Senate leader, chat.
Polls are so bad in Texas. So I think Democrats are scared that they're talking a good game. They don't have much money. They got terrible candidates, and they got the burden of Hasan Piker. And I can't stop talking about him because El Sayed put on this Hasan Piker suit, had him come in the night before, stuck around the day after. Now he's stuck with him for the whole election, and most of Michigan is saying, that's not us.
Yeah, they even had.
Yeah, fantasy land. Yeah, bro. I control the media. That's right. They got me. You're the new Soros. I'm the new George Soros. They moved on. They moved on from George Soros. It's me now. The whole show was about you, according to ASIN. There were already about 6 to 7 Hasan Piker mentions in the first segment, and now they're opening a new segment with another mention.
System, but the Democrats are certainly getting in their own way. I do want to ask you how you can explain to us tonight your Democratic colleagues in the United States Senate, particularly those who are Jewish, allowing people like Hasan Piker and Abdul El Sayed into the party to say what they're saying about Israel. System.
Dude, what the fuck kind of timeline are we in right now where mainstream news is going after you?
Everybody in chat, 6'7". 6'7". Oh my god, this is 6'7". Nice. Nice. 6'7". Okay, I gotta pause this. Not to comment on the video, I'm afraid, but to comment on a comment. Oh god, I've been slayed. Where did it go? You're all chatting so furiously. I was roasted by one of the chatters. Where is it? I've lost the chat. But one of you just slayed me, just utterly decimated me. I think it was Boku. I can't find the chat now, but one of you claimed that I had projected my need to pee. Yes, here it is. I found it. GSL projected. Yeah, you were correct. You were correct. I didn't even realize it at the time. Then I saw this message and it broke me inside because you're absolutely right. I was the one who needed to pee, not everybody else. Very rude of me to project my need to pee onto everybody else. That's pretty rude.
How rude.
Maybe a little gross.
Don't be creepy.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you for that. I got a real chuckle out of that. You nailed it. You correctly identified what happened. I'm over here, I'm saying, hey, look, you might have to go pee. And then I realized I was in fact the one who needed to pee. I was the one.
That's it. That's the only reason why that's called the Frank Sinatra room. Austin is one of a kind. He really is. He really is. He really is. Incredible stuff.
Not to diss Hasan, I think you would probably agree with me generally that like they don't know who he is. And I think it speaks to the fact that a lot of moderates in our party don't have an actual vision that they are fighting for other than the center, because they're constantly repositioning themselves on the political spectrum to say, you know, I'm going to be in the middle, but the middle is always changing. And instead, what people are looking for is somebody that actually offers a new vision.
I'm an interior designer for offices, and 90% of my job is matching different grades with each other, and I want to kill myself. Yeah, you and Cutie clocking his house. concern is affordability, and that man's answer was he saw a video on social media of Hasan Piker celebrating the death of that podcaster. I mean, isn't this one of the accounts that fucking hates me, though? I feel like even they're coming to my side a little bit. Yeah. The Butt Hasan has allowed slop tubers to unironically get away with like pedophilia allegations, right? The Butt Hasan derangement syndrome has been such a powerful force on YouTube that has anchored a lot of this resentment, that has been a deflection method, quite successful deflection method at times. And it's kind of wild that we're now seeing it with, you know, prominent American politicians, prominent commentators in mainstream media. They'll be like, hey, this is a murder trial. You're gonna go to prison for life. You murdered your wife and your children, and you'll have the defendant get up there and be like, well, Your Honor, but Hasan. That's where we're at. That's literally where we're at. I did not realize that this is where we were gonna get to, but we are there. We're there. All right, here's Donald Trump doing the Abdul Al-Sayed is a terrorist shtick.
Michigan, the Democrat nominee for Senate, Abdul El-Sayed, admitted openly that he wants to pack the Supreme Court with 23 far-left justices to shred the Constitution of the United States. His sister, very close relationship, celebrated the terrorist slaughter of babies on October 7th. His mother worked for an organization that gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to a gentleman named Osama bin Laden. Have you heard of him?
Jesus Christ.
Knocked down the World
This
Trade
is so
Center.
racist.
She gave him a lot
This
of
is
money,
so
and he
deeply
recently
racist.
campaigned with a communist fanatic who says that America deserved 9/11. We deserved it, right?
I never. In 2019, on that faithful afternoon when I was reacting to Dan Crenshaw saying all that dumb shit on the Joe Rogan Experience, I never thought that 7 years later, the president of the United States of America would refer to it exactly 7 years after the fact. 7 years to the day. Now, of course.
7 years to the day. Was it really one to the day? Because that's wild. Almost, that is just like, almost, that feels like fate. That's fate. Hasan has to accept this, honestly. I don't think this was done on purpose. That's fate. Okay, that's fate speaking. That's the universe. That's Gary, right? That's the great universal being Gary speaking to you, Hasan, saying, hey, buddy, here's a sign. You're going great places. You're going great places, my friend. This is just one of those universal signs that let you know that you're on the right track. It's the same day. Oh, God, that's hilarious. It was like Tuesdays. It's close enough. It's close enough. I'm not gonna count it. I'm gonna count it. No, we're not gonna do that. 2 days. That's close enough. Are you counting leap years? Have you factored in leap years? Because that's 7 years, so there's probably, I think, at least 2 leap years in there. Have you factored in the leap years? Because that's why that's one of the main reasons why I think that you're wrong and I'm right, and that this is in fact a universal sign. Until you can tell me for certain that you factored in the leap years, I'm just going to assume it was exactly 7 years to the day. It just makes me feel a certain way inside that, you know, I think is worth it. It's not going to hurt anybody if I'm wrong. Speaking of hurting people when you're wrong, the president, of course, all of his decisions have serious implications for the planet, for the country, and everyone living here. And lately, he's been spending money, taxpayer money, supposedly great patriot money, on the Epstein ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Here he was on the tarmac reacting to the Supreme Court green-lighting his illegal build on U.S. taxpayer property.
Are you reacting to that ballroom, sir? Yeah. Do you guarantee that no tax money will be used in the construction of the ballroom?
Yeah, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars from the ballroom, and it's all from people like me and great companies that are putting it up. It's going to be close to $400 million, and it's all paid for by patriots and patriotic companies, big companies. I'll name the companies probably over the next couple of weeks, but I want to ask if they mind. And really, most of them have said you could use my name gladly. So that's all money, no taxpayer money for the ballroom at all.
None at all.
Did you direct Secretary Besson to intervene in the bond market?
No taxpayer money at all. Don't worry. Even though everybody knows that we were spending $600 million of taxpayer money. No taxpayer money, don't worry. You know, he just continues to lie. Because I think one thing Donald Trump does understand, to some degree, is like very basic psychology stuff. Like, it's like a media personality. Like a ratings guy, if you will. I think he understands certain things like narrative. Like very basic shit. So if he just keeps saying stuff, even if it's like untrue, even if he knows it's untrue, like as long as he keeps saying it, there's some number of people who will just believe it. He understands that he's got a massive cult following, and if he just says things, no matter how untrue they are, those idiots, some portion of those idiots will just accept that. Yeah, and unfortunately, Trump has been continuing to, well, beautify is the wrong word. Shame, bring great shame to the White House with his continued renovation projects. This one appearing over the last couple of days.
Instead of adding new roses, President Donald Trump's White House rose garden is growing statues. After replacing the plush lawn with a white stone patio.
I missed that. Honestly, I missed that joke from the AP the other day. Well played, AP. Well played. Instead of growing new roses, the White House rose garden is growing statues. Oh, God. Oh, the AP hit that one right on the head. It's growing these ridiculous statues. The rose garden no longer has roses. It's just a patio. It's just a patio with these stupid statues, which, as I said yesterday, will abso-fucking-lutely, before Trump leaves office, have a golden Trump statue in this place. Look, I make a lot of predictions around here, okay? Most of them are right, I would point out. I'm not even trying to, like, I don't even care about those. This one is the one that I'm standing by right now. All right, maybe not golden. All right, I'm gonna pull it back slightly because I'm getting too specific. There will be a Trump statue. Whether it's golden or not, I can't speak. I have a strong sense it will be golden, but I could be wrong about that particular element of it. But before Trump leaves office, there will be a Trump statue here. They're going to that's the whole point of this. The only reason they put these statues here is as a predicate for putting up a Trump statue. It's like, oh, we're just putting up presidential statues. Totally normal. What? No Barack Obama statue? Look, it's only so big. We're just putting the best. We're just putting the best up, okay?
Trump installed sculptures of some of America's founders in the garden just off the Oval Office. The latest addition, a bronze depiction of a seated Thomas Jefferson signing the Declaration of Independence, was a gift from George Lundeen, a sculptor from Loveland, Colorado. It joins statues already displayed there of George Washington.
Yeah, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I guarantee you there's a Trump statue in the works. This guy knows no bounds on self-dealing, self-aggrandizement, self-enrichment. All of the self-adjectives.
President Trump came into Washington on the promise of cleaning up the swamp. Cleaning up the swamp. Well, the American people say he is failing at doing so, and increasingly so. Look at these numbers right here.
Holy Toledo!
Disapprove of Trump on corruption. You obviously want that number to be south of 50%. It was south of 50% at the beginning of Trump's second term. Look at that, 43%. But now, up like a rocket. We're talking nearly 3 in 5 Americans, 59% disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing on corruption.
Whew. Yep, 2 in 3 Americans think Donald Trump is making things more swampy, not less. And I think that's just the fact that the evidence is really difficult to surmount. Even with, like, what do you call it? The foregoing of, there's a word for this. Why can't I think of the fucking phrase for this? Foregoing of disbelief. What is the fucking word? Why can't it? Suspension. Like, even with the, you know, the ability of the human mind for suspension of disbelief and other things like that, and other sorts, you know, sorts of fantastical thinking. There's just too much evidence at this point for America, you know, like on a broad basis. 200, like 60, at least 60% of people are just like, nah, this guy's fucked. I can't. Like, even like the most ludicrous people are just like, yeah, it's not going great. He didn't drain the swamp, he stole the water. Well, yeah, he just moved the swamp water, to the memorial reflecting pool, of course. CD Young, good to see you. Honestly, CD Young, you got the best clips, I gotta say. I really do. It's good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in the chat lately. But it's good to have you around. Because, you know, we need more good clippers around here. Some people clip ridiculous things. Like Looney, one of our mods who clips his own bit donations like a lunatic.
This is ridiculous!
That doesn't help the channel, Looney. You got the fire clips, pal. I've noticed this. I've been trying to look through them. I haven't had a chance to look through all of them, but I've noticed that you do have the better the clips that are actually relevant to the broadcast. Umbrella Corps balloon ballroom. Oh, the Umbrella Corps ballroom. Yeah, Umbrella Corps. Trump media is basically Umbrella Corp. Let's be real. Him and all of his son's dealings combined. Pretty disturbing. Speaking of the business dealings of the president and the boys, Don Jr. and Eric. Let's talk about this little thing. It's a Sunday fun day. Might as well go down this path. You guys remember Trump Mobile? I know it's been a while since we talked about this one. But do you guys remember the Trump phone? The made in USA phone that never really came to fruition? Well, BBC News has done a little digging into the ever-changing details of Trump Mobile. Let's do it.
So this guy's still waiting for his Trump phones.
Hey, Trump supporter here. This goes out to Don Jr. and Eric. Where the my phone?
Where the fuck's
More
my
than
phone?
a year after pre-ordering from the Trump...
Where's my phone? You know he's a Trump supporter by the glasses. Wow. Those are the most divorced dad glasses I've ever seen. It's just like a single piece, just a single piece of plastic. It's shiny, just completely shiny. They're so shiny you definitely can't see how sad this man's eyes are.
Mobile company launched by the president's sons, his phones haven't arrived. And the phones that have been released, they look very different to the ones that were advertised a year ago. I've been tracking how Trump Mobile's claims and promotion around the phone's design, specs, manufacture and delivery date have changed over and over again. A phone that is named after Trump, but it's not being sold by the president or the Trump organization. The company has a license to use his name, but the president's made no income from that license. So let's start all of this off on the 16th of June.
This thing is wild. This is a wild ride. This thing is a wild freaking ride. I swear to God. Like I didn't do too much. I was just like, oh, Trump bamboozled another group of his followers. Shock of shocks. These people will buy golden shoes. They will buy NFTs. They will buy literally anything. It's no shock to me that they were willing to pony up $2,000 or however much it was for one of these things. The reserves were less. It was like hundreds of dollars to reserve a phone or something like that. But like, you know, people are pony up the money to get a golden Trump phone. That makes perfect sense. And so I didn't spend too much time looking into just how crazy this launch really was. And I mean, you can see by this guy. Where was he? We lost him. Go back. You can see from this guy that the Trump supporters are pretty upset about the failed launch here.
Last year, when Trump Mobile was launched.
When my father announced his candidacy for president, he transformed American politics forever. Now, Eric and I are changing the cell phone industry with Trump Mobile.
Alongside an all-American mobile phone service, a Trump Mobile statement also announced a T1 phone to be released in August 2025. It would be a sleek gold smartphone, proudly designed and built in the United States. That day, this man, Stephen Reed Jr., a software developer in Delaware, says he got a call from his father, Stephen Reed Sr., an oil worker and Trump supporter. And you saw his video earlier on.
This goes out to Don Jr. and Eric.
So he calls me. He's like, they're coming out with these Trump phones. There was a spur of the moment. Like, literally, I didn't know about them one day. And then the next day, I'm buying 4. You know what I mean? Like, because he called me and he was so adamant. And so when I looked at it, I was like, all right, cool. I was like, let's buy one. He was like, no, we got to buy more than one.
So they...
Oh, God. God, these people. It's crazy. No. We gotta buy more than one? What are you talking about, you fucking lunatic? If I was just gonna be like, Dad, you sound insane. What do you mean we need to buy more than one? Dude thinks it's like a PS5 or something. Oh, we gotta get our hands on these things. It's a collector's item. We gotta sell it. We gotta resell it. We're gonna make millions. We make millions of the Trump phone. We're gonna buy them all up and we're gonna resell them. Perfect plan. Now apparently there's like a bunch of shell companies involved in this. But like, it's weird. Like, Trump hasn't directly made money from licensing his name, but it seems that the boys have. Like, Eric and Don Jr. seem to have like taken the reins on this thing. And they've completely, like, a few phones made it out apparently, but like everybody, like basically no one has gotten their phones. Like, a few people got them, but like most people did not get their phones, and it did not wind up being what they claimed it was. It wasn't made in America because you can't make them in America. So like, it went from being made in America and promised a whole year ago to some of them starting to arrive, from what I understand, some people, but no longer made in America. And like, just a bunch of like just very, very, very angry Trump fans who spent a bunch of money on these things sat there waiting while they played with their money because they didn't actually have phones to sell. Like, it was like with NFTs and with the crypto, they thought they could just pre-sell these phones and like almost like never have to deliver. That's kind of the vibe that I got from the whole situation. And they were thinking, maybe like a few thousand people will want to buy one of these things. We'll rake in like a few $100,000 and we'll be able to just sort of sweep this under the rug. But no, like, a fuck ton of people went and reserved these phones. They got all these like liabilities technically. They were sitting on all this cash and they didn't actually build a phone. They just had AI like come up with like an ad deck and a website, and a way to donate or like pre-purchase one of these things. They never thought through a single aspect of this freaking catastrophe. It's clusterfuck, and then lo and behold, they didn't deliver. So like, that's Nobody should be shocked by that. These guys are not geniuses. They are not rich because of their intelligence, their merit, competence, or otherwise skills. Ay. All right, let's watch a little bit more of this clip we watched the other day regarding the corruption of the Trump administration, of the president himself, and of Truth Social, Trump Media, that started selling early access to not all tweets, but just the tweets of the president.
As you say in the lawsuit, the scheme is profoundly corrupt. The president stands to gain financially by giving market-moving government information to those who are willing and able to pay his personal company, unquote. I want to go to a clip right now of Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt assuring reporters that anything on Trump's social media site is straight from the horse's mouth. This is Leavitt speaking about Truth Social during a news conference in February.
The post should be taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. That's the beauty of this president and his transparency and relaying this administration's policies to all of you and to the rest of the world.
So, Brendan Ballou, talk about the significance of what she's saying, that this is the mouthpiece of the administration, that President Trump personally will be profiting from.
Yeah, well, the White House did itself no favors by having Carolyn Leavitt say that, at least from a legal perspective. So, part of the case alleges that Truth Social is what you would call a public forum. A public forum is one where you have First Amendment rights to speak, First Amendment rights to access information. When the White House, when the press secretary says that this is the official place for finding information from the president, that makes it a public forum. And so the basic legal problem that you have here isn't just that it's profoundly corrupt, the scheme, but that's also unconstitutional. That by posting on the Truth Social platform in ways that people who pay more get earlier access, that actually interferes with people's First Amendment rights to public information. One of the things that
this is what I've been saying this whole time. About all of this stuff with regards to Truth Social. It's just this massively corrupt thing that should in fact be a public company based upon how it's being used by the president as the first place that he makes public announcements. Of course, the newest layer added on top of this is Truth API, where they're selling access to his tweets, which is just deeply ridiculous. The fact is I think Truth Social, I really want this lawsuit to wind up leading to Truth Social becoming a public utility. I'll make a fucking Truth Social tomorrow if they do that, right? Like if Truth Social goes is just taken from Donald Trump because it's deemed a public utility in the public forum, I'll live stream to Truth Social. I mean, I don't know if you can do that, but you know what I mean? I will start using Truth Social every goddamn day. That would make me so happy. If we could just seize this company and turn it into a public utility, of the place where the First Amendment exists, the real public forum. Oh my God! Please, can we do that? We need to do this. This is when I started thinking, when this guy said, I was like, oh my god, this is what we need. This is a public forum. This is not a private company. This cannot be a private company just by law, by the Constitution. Oh my God, do you know how much money that would take from Donald Trump? Billions of dollars. Oh my God, he would be seething. He would lose his shit. Oh, God. I pray for that day to come someday soon. Well, while the president commits crimes on Truth Social, I'm afraid we have even more heinous, horrifying financial crimes that we need to unpack. Thankfully, we have people like Charlie. You might know him as Penguinzo, Moist Charlie, the moistest of Charlie.
Attention all Georgia
Normie
residents.
Jesus.
I'm not trying to start a statewide panic, but this is a matter of life or death. So shut your blinds, lock your doors, and
Charlie,
hold your family very tight. Squeeze them.
Charlie, shut your mouth. I'm busy introducing you. God damn it. What was I saying? Yes. Charlie, Moist Charlie. The moistest of Charlies. Penguinzo. Normie Jesus. The wonderkind of YouTube. He has a crime situation that we must all pay attention to. Focus in.
Attention all Georgia residents. I'm not trying to start a statewide panic, but this is a matter of life or death. So shut your blinds, lock your doors, and hold your family very tight. Squeeze them as if it's the last time you may ever see them alive. Sleep with one eye open. There's a maniac on the loose, and right now, Albany, Georgia Police Department is all hands on deck trying to locate them. So I need to put this on your radar in order to keep you safe. A few days ago, they made this public post after failing to locate this demon. And they even say that even just his image is enough to curse you, where he crawls through your computer screen and steals $30 straight from your wallet. He is reportedly an elderly gentleman and a suspect in a very serious investigation at the Albany, Georgia Police Department. It occurred at a Walmart where an individual dropped $30 on the ground while shopping, and this heartless monster swooped in and moments later picked up the money, pocketed it, and didn't turn it in to the Walmart employees. So now they're doing a public blast, hoping that some good Samaritans, maybe even Batman out there, will chime in, chirp up, and reveal who this evil villain is so he can be brought to justice for taking that $30, a little finders keepers. And so far it's been radio silence. No one recognizes the man of mystery here, John Doe. But I have to imagine this wasn't his first rodeo, his first bout of crime, taking $30 that he found on the floor. Soulless, unthinkable, heinous, evil.
Violent crime.
Makes me sick to my stomach. And no one has piped.
Oh my god. Thank God for Charlie for bringing us this to our attention. What a horrifying crime. I am glad that the Troy, Georgia Police Department, the Albany, Georgia Police Department is so adamant in their crime solving. Oh my god. This is serious. This is a serious crime. $30. That might as well be $30 trillion. I can't imagine anything more egregious. By the way, turns out Albany's got a bunch of crimes. Not the safest place. So it's weird that they're this focused on this $30.
They could try and scrub through the surveillance camera footage to see who dropped it and try and locate that exact person, but there's an extremely good chance that that person's not in the store anymore, and that's, again, another big use of resources here. It's just a waste of time. It's so fucking silly. And it actually just gets downright insulting when you look at Albany, Georgia. So they have a population of roughly 70,000, and it is a place that is riddled with crime. It has a crime grade rating of D- according to crimegrade.org.
Jesus Christ.
And it is in the 8th percentile for safety, meaning 92% of cities are safer. And then you have their goober-ass police department here diverting resources that could be better spent on combating legitimate criminals in their community, which it seems they are struggling with. They have instead now been putting the crosshairs on an old guy who found $30 on the Walmart floor. And
this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
When you put it like that, Charlie, that sounds very stupid. It doesn't sound common sense at all to me. It sounds very, very, very dumb. What a misuse of resources. Oh, God. This is why we need vlog cameras. According to Darth Vader.
Thank you. Darth Vader?
The Emperor is a fan of Flock, and we must continue utilizing Flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground, from playground to pool, from pool to gymnasium, because we all know that the Flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend. Also, it should be known that the people of this town, the pools that want their storm drains cleared, they should not have their storm drains cleared. Because in order to do that, we will have to raise taxes. And how will the people trust this city council when this city council continues to vote for surveillance technology that imprisons them? Miss Campbell, you must work on your Jedi mind tricks. Do it like this. And when you do it, make sure that when you're double speaking them into telling them that police services have become more humanitarian, make sure that you don't emphasize the detail that you put a ban on camping. You put a ban. You made criminalizing homelessness illegal, and that is why there is no such thing as humanitarian policing for the homeless, because we have effectively criminalized homelessness, which is good. Now we can staff. Now we can fill our jails with free prison labor, especially like that of the Otay Mason Detention Center, where they are making $1 a day for working for 12 hours. And there have been multiple cases of tuberculosis. Yes, and this is good. This is what the Emperor needs. This technology will help us find the rebel scum and their hidden base on Hoth. This technology will help us find Luke Skywalker as he traverses the universe in his X-Wing.
Yes, indeed. Not shocking at all that Darth Vader is pro-flock camera. I didn't find that shocking at all. In fact, I found it confirming of my already pre-held beliefs that only evil people support this technology. Meanwhile, we have a new form of surveillance, taking to the sidewalks, in literally every room in every place in this goddamn planet. Because of the latest technological devices that our overlords want us to buy, we're now even less safe, even less private when minding our own business, thanks to things like Meta's AI glasses.
There are growing privacy concerns over Meta's AI glasses and people being recorded without consent. Anna Schechter has been following the trend.
Excuse me, are you waiting on your boyfriend to come sit with you?
It's videos like this getting pickup online, recorded covertly using body-worn tech like Meta AI glasses without the subject knowing.
Then my friends were sending it to me. And then people that I haven't spoken to in years would sending it to me saying, is this you? You know, people also
So this video went viral.
It went viral. Across all platforms, probably over 200,000 views.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
When you had no say in this.
I had no say in it.
Talua Omitowaju was the unsuspecting woman in that social media post, which has since been taken down.
And I've had other women reach out to me. It was a lot worse. It was to the point where they don't even know who filmed them. And yet it's being posted online under a burner account.
To prevent situations like those, Instagram head Adam Mosseri made this announcement last month.
If you're posting content that is taking advantage of people and harassing them, take the content down. We don't want people to be surreptitiously taking videos of other people.
Beyond.
If you don't want people taking surreptitious videos of other people, here's an idea. Don't put fucking cameras in glasses. You know what we would have called these before AI? We would have called them spy glasses. They're literally spy glasses, okay? And if you don't want people taking surreptitious photos or videos of other people, then don't make these products. Because they're literally spy glasses. The whole point of them is to take photos and videos without people knowing. So stop making them if that's not what you want. I mean, we don't want this. Nobody fucking wants this. Like, it's creepy. It's fucking creepy to think that somebody's taking photos of you while and you have no way of knowing that they're taking photos of you. And that's what this technology provides, is a way for people to take photos and videos of other people without anybody having any idea that it's happening. Because at least when you're holding a camera, right? At least when you're holding a phone, you can tell that somebody's directing a camera or a phone in your fucking direction. With these things, it's just somebody just vaguely looking in your direction for a second. They could be taking camera pictures. They could be taking a photo. They could be taking a video. You don't know. And that is why this technology is a problem. There's absolutely no way for anybody to prevent somebody from taking a photo with those glasses. It's just impossible. You can't know that somebody's doing it, so you can't like circumvent it. Like you can't put your hand up or say, "Hey, stop taking a photo of me," because you don't even know it's happening. Yeah, it's disturbing. Okay. Gotten through a bunch of stuff here. Enough stuff that I think I'm going to take a quick galactic intermission, but stick around, everybody. We still got another half. This is going to be a very long Sunday Funday show, I think, because I got a big old list for us tonight. Alright, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we're back. That's right, the break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, Space Fams, we are back. Back in action. First half over. Second half about to begin. Third topic on our list here to get into. OnlyClimate. What does this mean? Why is this strange grouping of words on the title? So many questions I'm sure you all have. I think best way to answer that is go here, or Channel 4 News, to a group of ladies working to make the topic of climate change a little sexier. Channel 4 News last Tuesday.
Lily Phillips is one of the biggest stars on OnlyFans, and she wants you to care about climate change.
As the world gets hotter, so do our takes.
These adult stars are using their millions of followers to talk carbon footprints and big oil.
We're sweating so much. I've never had a summer like this. You really want them to suffer because you decide to be selfish.
Is it enough to get people to care about the climate? Better yet, to make a difference.
Is this just a gimmick? But yeah, I mean, is it just a gimmick?
I'm asking you, is it? Sex sells, but will it work on the climate crisis?
Great question. I, as somebody who has been working for a long time to try and get people to care about the climate change and all of these other things, I would love for some help on this issue. Really? I mean, what we have to, I mean, at this point, I'm just like, I'll try anything. Let me just tell me what I gotta do to get people to care about this, for the love of God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Entertainment stars using their online platforms to promote the hottest content on the planet right now. The climate emergency, of course.
We're sweating so much. I've never had a summer like this. And I think it's just becoming so much more concerning. Like every single year, like just the wildfires, things like that. It's just wild.
As an adult content creator, Lily Phillips has been known to pull some pretty extreme publicity stunts in the past. But this one's a bit different.
Climate activists have been accused of being a bit like boring.
A bit boring, yeah.
Sometimes a bit boring. Yeah. And do you think that's why they're coming to you now to get people's attention?
Yeah, I think it's great to use my like wide reach and the fact that like maybe I do go more viral and obviously maybe a different audience, because I can't imagine that there are maybe like a lot of like men or younger men who are wanting to hear about climate change, and I think it's great to use me for that.
And she's not wrong. Studies show men have bigger carbon footprints. Modelled here, they use more petrol, recycle less, and litter more. The series...
God damn it, men. Do you hear those statistics? Ah, terrible. We need to care more, okay? We gotta stop making everything so much worse. Clearly, at least some of this is more our fault than everyone else's. Will this gimmick, this decision for a different, what do you want to call it? Messenger on climate change, will this be the thing to get people to care more about our planet? And what will be the thing to get my mouse to start working again? What the... No, this is unacceptable. What is happening? This is ridiculous. No, if these batteries are dead, I'm gonna be really mad. Oh, that's not good. Only got one light? Oh, that's bad. Might have to steal batteries from somewhere. Son of a bitch. Oh, terrible. Oh, it's a disaster. I'm gonna have to go steal some batteries from my keyboard over there. And yeah, I'll be right back. God damn it.
This is backed by Anchorman director and climate campaigner Adam McKay and co-founded by filmmaker and adult content creator Jessica Riches.
And so, Jess, what's the reaction been like so far online?
I can actually just show you my DMs.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So someone has slid into your DMs and said, climate change is genuinely one of the scariest things happening right now. That's a message from somebody on your OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Some people might say, is this just a gimmick? But
yeah, I mean, is it just a gimmick?
I'm asking you, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Like, I don't think it's a problem if it is. Like, I think that one thing that we've been able to do really well is get people to listen to like 90 seconds of climate science, which is a thing that I have worked for a really long time to try and get people to do, and made these videos that have cost so much money for different organizations that nobody has watched. And then we just were like, well, if we just get hot girls and boobs, is making things sexy. And that's the one thing that the climate movement has not really tried, or has not been able to try.
Former Skins actor turned director Megan Prescott is in charge of today's shoot. She says bleak stories can still be beautifully told.
We need to speak to people on OnlyFans about how serious the climate crisis is. And we noticed in Adam McKay's film, The Big Short, they've got Margot Robbie in the bathtub explaining subprime mortgages.
Basically, Louis Rainieri's mortgage bonds were amazingly profitable for the big banks.
I now understand subprime mortgages, but I never would if it wasn't for Margot Robbie explaining in a bathtub. So we were like, let's use that and apply it to the general public.
Yes, honestly, I like this idea. I mean, I've been trying what I've been doing over here for a while, and, you know, it works to some degree, but we got to get this message out to a broader audience because we need all of humanity, essentially. At least a tipping point amount of humanity to make the changes that we need here. Sorry for my being distracted through that last segment. The batteries situation has at least been solved for now. You have to go to work. It's Monday. That's very sad. I think we all feel for you. Hopefully, it's the sort of job where you can listen to the Galactic News Network. But I understand if you can't. That's the great thing about the show. Even if you miss part of it during the live broadcast, you can still watch it on the YouTube or the Twitch after the fact. Speaking of the climate, of course, things have been getting pretty crazy this year. Extreme storms, extreme fires, droughts, heat waves, and everything else in between. Hurricane Lala just got done ravaging the Hawaiian Islands. And right behind it is coming Tropical Storm Moke. approaching the Big Island as residents are struggling without power still. Thousands in the state still without power here. Here's Kayhan 2 news from 22 hours ago. Kayhan 2. There we go.
Communities across the southern Big Island are recovering after Hurricane Lala brought devastating rain and flooding. Nikki Schenfeld joins us live from Pahala, where residents are now preparing for another round of wet weather. Hi, Nikki.
Good evening, Gina. I'm right across from Ka'u Hospital. You have Highway 11 behind me, and I just have to say, wow, because we were just here 4 hours ago, and the trucks that you see behind me, that orange one, it was just laying down those huge boulders, and now look at all the progress that they have made. And the engineer working on this portion of Highway 11 across, again, from Ka'u Hospital just said these guys are going to be out here till 11 o'clock tonight, working, laying the concrete, doing as much work as they can before Moke arrives. And also something new, when you are driving down here into Pahala or to any of the heavily damaged areas, there is now a checkpoint area, and they are only allowing local traffic.
Yes, indeed. Local crews and people doing everything they can to get ready ahead of this next storm. It's pretty insane that Hawaii is getting hit by 2 different tropical storms back to back. Well, a hurricane and then a tropical storm, but they're both technically tropical storms of different ferocity.
1 week after Lala slammed southern Big Island, another system is approaching.
5, 10, maybe 15 inches of rain. So right now we're very rain sensitive, okay, after the flooding that just occurred from Lala. So we're kind of like all hands on deck, and we're preparing for that as you speak.
He says crews have been clearing canals and culverts.
So we had 25 inches of rain from the last storm, and now they're expecting 10, 15 more inches of rain coming again after what we just saw. Horrifying. Is power back in Gary, Indiana yet? No. We talked about this yesterday. Do I have a clip for this tonight? We might have another clip for it tonight. I got a ton of Sunday Funday environmental news to talk about because I'm trying to. I'm also trying to uplift our spirits a little bit, and I've got some happy stories in here somewhere. We'll get to those at some point. But no, thousands without power still in Hawaii. It was literally tens of thousands at one point. It's I think down to like 18,000 or something like that now. But Gary, same situation, less people technically without power there. Oh, yeah, everybody's having a bad time right now. Some worse than others.
While the county prepares for Moke, Hawaiian Electric crews are still working to restore power. But in Volcano and surrounding communities, the impacts of that long outage are still being felt. And hubs and other centers are offering charging stations and internet. But there are more needs.
There's a need here for food, water, and ice. Ice and water has been sporadic, but the food has been pretty steady. We've averaged about probably 150 to 200 cars coming through to pick up food and other items when they're available.
Some residents say they're throwing out spoiled food, taking cold showers, and struggling with little to no cell service. Daniel Morales has been without power and water for a week.
Yep, people in Hawaii have been without power for a week. People in Indiana have been without power for a week. The government has not helped the situation. FEMA should have already been on the ground ahead of time for all this stuff. Where's FEMA? Why is all these local organizations helping people? Where's the federal fucking government in these places, huh? They vote too blue, Gary, Indiana, and Hawaii vote too blue for Donald Trump to give a fuck about the people living here? Because that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like to me. Thousands and thousands of Americans across the country are without power right now, and like the people in Hawaii are facing even more potential problems in the very near future. I mean, Moke is supposed to be like making landfall in like the next 24 hours. Storm-weary residents in Hawaii are doing everything they can to prepare, but the help of the government would probably be welcomed.
For many local businesses, the Made in Hawaii Festival is more than just a weekend event for shoppers. It also makes a big difference in the bottom line for vendors. This year, Hurricane Lala forced some of those vendors to make a tough call. Our Raquel Kahlo reports.
Everywhere you look here at Made in Hawaii, there's a business trying to get its products in front of customers. But getting here wasn't easy for everyone.
It's been quite a challenge this entire past couple of months with all the storms kind of coming. It was kind of stressful just trying to get here and making sure we had what we needed.
The Young Brothers docked on Saturdays, but the dock was closed, so our company just couldn't pick it up at that time.
Tropical Storm Lala caused delays for some vendors, and for others, it meant missing this opportunity altogether.
Yeah, and this might sound like, really privileged problems here. The fact is I listened to this story, and apparently, all these small businesses that do this, it's like a yearly event. Right? This is a yearly event called Made in Hawaii. Right? It's a festival which celebrates people making, making local goods at home in Hawaii. Businesses like local small businesses. Not fucking Facebook or something. It's not Amazon. These are just local people, and they're small businesses. They're now struggling because of this storm. And, this is one of their big events, like one of the biggest events of the year. And a lot of these businesses get a huge portion of their revenue from this one festival, right? A lot of local people, the small businesses artisans and things like that depend on these kinds of little events.
We're blocked with tons of downed trees and down power lines. We personally didn't have power for 6 days.
Kailin Kim is from Kohala, one of the areas that Lala impacted last weekend.
Besides just the logistical things of the harbor shutting down and the barge not being able to go and our honey and products not making it to Made in Hawaii, we're also just dealing with trying to clean up here at home in our community.
And that disruption matters because for these small businesses, this weekend can make up a significant part of their yearly income.
Okay, there we have it. I'm trying to at least bring some Sunday Fun Day atmosphere to this discussion right now. I mean, people are still trying to have their weekend right now, right? People are still trying to do this festival over the weekend while this storm looms over them. But, unfortunately, the federal government is doing nothing to help right now.
On the east side of Hawaii Island, residents there say they should have been prepared more for Hurricane Lala. So that's what they've been doing now ahead of Moke. Our A'ali'i Duklo is in Pahoa.
Yeah, I'm here at the Leilani Community Center where folks have been giving out food, really looking out for their neighbors ahead of the upcoming storm.
It's a relief. It's a huge relief. I was here for the eruption, the same thing then. The community comes together.
About an hour west at Kilauea Lodge and Restaurant. A line outside the door for another food distribution site. Workers there passing out plates of pasta.
Yeah, as you can see, the community is pulling together. where is the federal government? Well, Governor Josh Green requested an emergency from the president. Here's Hawaii News Now from 18 hours ago. Last clip on the storm.
Governor Josh Green has signed a formal request asking the White House to issue a presidential emergency declaration for Hawaii after Hurricane Lala. The request would give immediate federal assistance and support to Hawaii County, Maui County, and the city and county of Honolulu. Hundreds of homes, roads, and bridges were damaged during Lala, and with a strong El Nino ongoing this hurricane season, officials are reminding everyone to stay prepared.
Yeah, but this is why completely like turning FEMA into like a puppet agency of DHS. I mean, it's always been part of DHS, but under President Trump, they completely defanged FEMA, made it so that they can't spend a single dollar without running it by Mark Wayne fucking Mullins.
Give me a joke.
And if they were actually doing their jobs and monitoring these things, Josh Green wouldn't be having to ask the president for an emergency declaration, right? Like, the FEMA would just already be there because there's an emergency expected, right? Like, it's just ridiculous. Oh, God. People are arsonists. They are just burning this country down, watching it burn, and gleefully smiling at the results, hoping that it hurts their political enemies. It's really disgusting. That's genuinely what I see happening in places all across the country right now. You thought the Super El Nino was happening right now? Technically, yes. Technically, the Super El Nino is happening right now. Oh, Winter Lindy has explained it pretty well. Yeah, it's happening right now, but it's going to be growing stronger and stronger throughout the rest of the year, going into 2020, like early 2027. Like, most of these events last at least 6 months, and so, you know, we're the early stages, like stages of this thing, but it's gonna last for at least until like December, it seems. That's what the scientists think, although it could change. But the effects of it are gonna be seen differently throughout the rest of the year. Like, what we've been seeing now is gonna dramatically shift over the coming weeks and months. Places like the West that have been seeing severe drought are going to suddenly be underwater, while the Northeast is going to be dry and warm. It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird, suffice to say. Before we leave Hawaii, let's talk about a different storm. A storm of fur and fiberglass. And the waves. The waves at Waikiki. To the surfer competition, where dog surfers are hitting the beach.
If you love dogs, surfing, or just a good Hawaii moment, this one is for you. Duke's Ocean Fest is bringing back Hawaii's only pet surfing competition, and the pups are ready to hit the waves. Joining us are organizer Kelly Hergert, competitive surfer Ty Quintel, and her 8-year-old border collie, Fancy. Good to see everybody.
Nice to see you.
I'm so fancy. See the vibes? Kelly, this is...
Okay, we don't need the interview. I want to go to the beach. I'm here for dogs surfing. Not for dogs on couches.
And surfing.
Oh, okay.
Really.
So
yeah.
literally just surfing, and then you just have the dog in front.
And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no special training for it.
Nah,
just
not
stand
too
still.
much. As long as they know commands. you know, like go forward or stay up or come here when they fall off. As long as they can follow direction, then, you know, you have fun practicing surfing, and the next thing you know, you're in a dog surfing competition.
And she's a local dog, so she has nothing to worry about.
Yeah, she's not worried.
Let's talk about what you look forward to the most when it comes to not just this competition, but the Duke's Ocean Fest. You know, Kelly and I were sharing about, you know, getting everybody excited to learn about Duke Kahanamoku for those who don't. So what are you looking forward to?
Yes, definitely. Supporting his legacy is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, sharing the aloha, what we have to do all day long is just like smile and laugh with each other and support each other. It's nothing but like the best day ever.
Yeah.
So I'm just really excited for it because, you know, it's what we look forward to every year. Just seeing our friends who do their own dog surfing, and then we all come together, or cat surfing, or pig surfing, all kinds of animals.
All the
you know
animals,
what I mean?
yeah, all of them.
So it's one of those fun days that we finally get to come together again, catch up, and enjoy Waikiki.
Oh, there you go, Space Fam's little dog surfing for you on this Sunday fun day.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained, Space Fams? Perhaps that's too cutesy for you. Maybe you need something with a bit more grit. Well, all we gotta do is go up to Alaska for a more gritty story involving a dog, a woman, and a dangerous wildlife encounter. Alaska's News Source, Thursday.
Well, a Kodiak woman describes the harrowing moments as she came face to face with a brown bear this week, surviving the ordeal with the help of her dog, all the while her father watching helplessly over FaceTime. Caitlin Lane was walking her dog Vesper along a salmon stream near Bell's Flats on Tuesday when a sow and her cubs charged out of the brush. Without bear spray or gun, she scrambled up a steep hillside to escape. Her dog Vesper distracted the cub, giving Lane a split second to turn and defend herself from the mother bear. Lane says reflexes kicked in when she slipped into a martial arts position as the bear bit her calf. She credits Vesper's quick actions as part of her rescue just one day after celebrating his birthday.
Thinking back on it now, I have done a small amount of jiu-jitsu training, actually. And that position that I was in is exactly how you would create space in jiu-jitsu, right? You use one leg to kind of block and you kick with the other leg. The moment I knew Vesper was helping me was when she turned back and try to go after him, which allowed me to turn around and face her. Yeah, those couple of seconds where she was distracted was what I would say saved me.
Yes, indeed. As a good dog, as a good girl. Oh, as a good dog, saving the life of her owner, giving her the split second needed to prevent a tragic situation happening out there in the Alaskan woods. Now, unfortunately, it's not just the woods that are dangerous in Alaska. Apparently, the rivers are too. As apparently, river otter attacks in Anchorage are escalating to the point that local government is giving warnings. Here's another Alaska's News Source video.
Tonight, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game warning people.
You didn't listen? She used jiu-jitsu and her dog to fight a bear. How could you not pay attention to that story? It was riveting. It was riveting. And what? Oh my God. It's like a literal kung fu movie. This lady and her dog fought a bear, a brown bear in the Alaskan woods. She should be dead. But she's not. It's crazy. All right, we're not done with Alaska yet.
Tonight, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game warning people to be on the lookout for aggressive river otters. As Lauren Maxwell reports, otters have attacked both people and pets in recent weeks in Anchorage, including an attack on Campbell Creek.
I'm trying to. Otter. We saw one otter pop its head up, and we were like, "Oh my goodness, there's an otter! So cute."
Jenny Jacoby says that was everyone's first reaction when they saw two otters on the other side of Campbell Creek.
Yeah, we were just right here on the riverbanks with the kids.
Jenny was at the creek Tuesday evening with her two sisters and 5 small children, delighted to see otters until one started getting closer.
My sister said, "Oh, it's swimming towards us. We need to get back." And so we started walking back, and then it came on land, and it just immediately started chasing after us.
She says the otter knocked down her 5-year-old daughter, then went for her sister, who was running, holding another child.
It was relentless, and it was fast. Like, I was running and screaming at the top of my lungs. It just kept biting and biting.
Jenny's sister, Sarah, is still recovering.
Oh, that's the big one.
Wow, wow, wow. Even the rivers of Alaska are dangerous. River otters defending their territory. Lashing out at humans nearby. This is why we should be extra careful when we're around nature. They just need to learn how to love one another. Wow. Wow, shameless otter jokes in chat.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Alright, let's make our way down the coast from Alaska to Seattle, where an apparent wildlife crossing is helping well, wildlife. Wildlife crossing is helping wildlife in Washington hit major milestones. And, yeah, we've been talking about these things. I'm a big fan of these projects that allow things like deer and other animals to traverse their normal territory over things like like highways and stuff like that.
Wildlife crossings on I-90 are hitting a major milestone. WashDOT says its Snoqualmie Pass overcrossing just recorded its 10,000th successful crossing. They also have 11 different underpasses for animals in that area. With all those combined, there have been nearly 40,000 wildlife crossings since 2014. WashDOT says roadkill in that stretch has dropped to nearly zero.
Yeah, it's incredible. All we have to do is a little bit of engineering. We can solve some of these things. Zero roadkill now. Like, no, people are not running into deer anymore. The deer are using these bridges. Deer bridges is literally what these things are. I mean, but it's not just deer that use them. It's moose and elk and bears and rabbits and any other kind of nature that's trying to avoid getting run over by a freaking car. It helps allow them to keep their territories intact, which is hugely important, you know, like on an environmental level. But it allows us to continue to use our roads, right? Like it's it's a give and take. It's a beautiful mix. It's a great compromise. All right, don't use great compromise. Let me think of a better. Let me think of a better. Yeah, whatever, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. And I've been talking about these sorts of things. I've been a big fan of those wildlife crossings for a while. I think that they're just brilliant. And clearly they're working. They're clearly working. Unfortunately, there are some wildlife species that are not just crossing roads, but crossing state lines. They're causing some serious problems in the state of Washington. And that species, the main problem species people are most concerned about right now, spreading from Oregon to Washington, is the invasive emerald ash borer, which has been devastating forests in Oregon and has now been turning its sights on the evergreen forests of Washington State. KGW News.
An invasive beetle has been discovered in Washington for the first time. The emerald ash borer was found earlier this month in Clark County. Devin Haskins joins us live from Hazeldale, where state officials say it was first discovered. Devin?
Yeah, Tim, it's not exactly sure where along Highway 99 in Hazeldale it was found out. State officials saying that it just was found on private property on the windshield of a car. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the ash borer was maybe laying its eggs in a tree near here, because they can fly up to 7 miles. But a couple found it, turned it into the state, confirming the state's first finding. It is a bug no states want, but it is now in more than 25 across the United States as well as Canada. The emerald ash borer now in Washington.
There is no ability to eradicate this pest.
And that's what Daria Goshla, an urban forestry planner with DNR, says makes managing this pest so hard to do. The bug is native to Asia, but has been in the United States since 2002.
Yup, and unfortunately they're devastating ash trees, but not, I think, I don't know if that's the only, I don't think that's the only species that they actually can affect. So this is devastating. They've been obliterating forests all over the place, and their appearance in Washington is not a good sign for the environment. And like that lady said, we have zero real weapons against these things. The best thing you can do is just try and cut down the affected trees and prevent the spread. But there's no chemical treatments that we have that work on them that I'm aware of, and so we gotta figure out how to get rid of these things. Sounds like it should be native. It's been there for a while. It's been making its way across the country for a while. So I think it supposedly made its way on a transported plant from Asia a long time ago, before there was a ton of regulations preventing that, or it may have actually, I don't know, it made its way into America and now it's too late. Yeah. Meanwhile, Washington is still fighting wildfires across the state, I'm afraid. A situation we've been monitoring all summer continues to be bad. Here's Fox 13 Seattle from 10 hours ago. On to multiple wildfires still spreading across the state.
Now to the new wildfires popping up across the state, including right here in our own backyard. Let's begin in Yakima County with the coal wash fire. These pictures coming in just last night. It's been burning since about 8 yesterday morning, and in just a day, the fire has grown to more than 34,000 acres with zero containment. Yesterday, Washington's deputy state fire marshal issued a state fire mobilization for that fire. Officials saying it's threatening homes, infrastructure, and some cultural sites in the area. Level 2 and Level 3 evacuations are currently in place across several areas south of State Route 22.
Oh, that one looks real close to homes. This is bad. Look how close the flames are to these homes. The quiet neighborhood in Yakima, whatever, I forget how they say it. I think it's Yakima. This is bad. This is just one of multiple fires currently burning. Woof, that's close. That's too close for comfort.
We are continuing to track the Little Giant fire, currently burning more than 142,000 acres in Chelan County with 15% containment. About 2,000 firefighters are working to establish fire lines and slow that fire's spread. Crews say calmer winds and high humidity yesterday helped keep the fire at bay.
Yeah, this Little Giant fire is huge now. 150,000 acres, only 15% containment. Anyway, so I say, Washington's still burning. Meanwhile, right next door, just a little south, Oregon also doing the same thing. However, there's some international support that has arrived in Oregon to help them in what has been Oregon's worst wildfire season on record. Firefighters from New Zealand and Australia arriving this week to help American firefighters put out these blazes.
Cloudy and cool morning, and then
Whoopsies,
a mild
this is the wrong
afternoon.
one. That's my bad. There we go.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, what's happening?
Welcome back. Crews fighting the Grasshopper and Austin fires near Mount Hood are getting some international help from crews down under. We're talking about 52 personnel from both Australia and New Zealand. This marks the first time those crews have sent engine teams to the U.S. They're here for a little over a month, helping their counterparts with things like planning, operations, and coordination. A lot going on needed to manage those constantly changing fires. All right, another wildfire season update for you, this time involving your contributions to help people recover. Together, KGW viewers have contributed nearly $25,000 to the Northwest Response Fund. Wow, those funds go straight to the Red Cross. That's on top of a combined $60,000 in donations that you made in person at U.S. bank branches across our area to all.
Yes, indeed. Community coming together to fight the fire since the federal government refuses to help. You got Australia, New Zealand, and Oregon helping more than FEMA's helping. It's fascinating. It's just fascinating. Oh, God. Well, it's Sunday Fun Day. Meanwhile, people are still trying to live their lives while Oregon burns. Here's KGW News from yesterday. No pool, no problem. Grand High water polo team taking to a different body of water for swim practice. Wait, no, yeah. There we go.
Finally tonight, look at them go. That's Grant High School's water polo club team. They took practice to the Willamette River this evening at Duckworth Dock, just south of the Steel Bridge. With so many swimming pools closed for maintenance this summer, they say finding places to train pre-season can be challenging. So they got creative.
It's so cool. Like, it's just really fun to get to like go out and do like new experiences, and just like swim in open water is always really fun.
As long as the water quality is good and safe for the the players, then we're all in.
There you go. Still warm enough. Oregon water polo team. Sorry, I called them the swim team. Very rude of me.
How rude.
Completely different sport. Practicing out in the middle of the Willamette. All right, now to California. Down to California, where Eaton fire survivors are trying to keep their Sundays fun with a pickleball festival specifically for them this weekend. KTLA 5, 22 hours ago.
Eaton fire survivors met in Arcadia today to rally for wildfire recovery and take part in a fun-filled pickleball festival.
Our photojournalist Phil Ige spoke with survivors about playing pickleball to raise fire awareness and to stand together in trying times.
Everything about it is so much fun.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any other sport that you can just have fun and play. All right, here we go. We're working together every day to help one another in our recovery. I'm Joy Chen. I'm an Eaton fire survivor and executive director of the Every Fire Survivors Network. There you go. We have our first ever pickleball festival of the Every Fire Survivors Network. Rather than to have a, gala serving rubber chicken in a hotel. We decided why not go back to our roots.
Our roots of pickleball, a sport that's existed for like 3 years. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. There you go, LA doing a very LA thing, using pickleball to raise funds for Eaton Fire survivors. Having fun, simultaneously trying to support each other. I'm into it. Pickleball looks boring. They made it look boring. It can be fun. I have played on one occasion. Somebody talked me into it. In a public court, I played some pickleball with some friends. They weren't taking it as seriously as we were. We were getting really into it. We were smashing that pickleball. Furiousness. Ferocity. So I think it can get exciting. I think it's more fun playing than it is as a spectator sport. I don't think it really has a whole lot of legs there, but I could be wrong on that too. Who knows? Maybe pickleball will take over our TVs any day now. But so Sunday fun day activity certainly, and helping on the recovery of that wildfire effort felt like a good story. Now, of course, it's not just the planet, it's the environment, right? It's all of the things.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Yes. Thank you, Jordan. It's all the creatures on the earth. The water, the air, the plants, the trees, the cats, the dogs. And while we may have different feelings about the aesthetic value of one or another of these things, they all make up a beautiful tapestry that we should all appreciate. In California, they were doing just that. Santa Rosa's World's Ugliest Dog Contest went down. Here's the AP archive. Oh, who's a good girl? Oh, I believe that's the winner. If I'm not mistaken. I believe that's Jenny. Is that Jenny Lou? Am I right? Hold on. Let me make sure I got this right. I wouldn't want to mistake that. That's an important detail. Yep, that's Jenny Lou. That's the winner. That right there is your Best in Show. Santa Rosa's Ugliest Dog Contest. Look at her. She's glorious. She's living in style. Look at the pearls. She's got bigger pearls than her own owner. I mean, good God. Good God, that's a fancy, but maybe a little ugly dog. I think she's cute. I think she's a cutie. But Ginny isn't the only one participating, so let's take a look at some of the other contestants in show.
We are at the World's Ugliest Dog Contest, and Otto won 3rd place.
Good job, Otto.
Oh, he's exhausted, so he doesn't care at this point.
Yes, indeed. All the dogs out there competing to be the best. But only one dog could be declared the what the fuck. Why? Why are we doing this? It's like you hate me. Why would you do this?
You'll see along here. In front of the backdrop, and you're going to get your picture.
All right, let's get to the judging. That's the important part of all these things, isn't it? Who wins? Just tell me already, for the love of God.
Shack in the mountains of South Korea where she was fattened up to be eaten. Ugh. Okay.
Because she goes nuts. Oh my gosh. Yes, she is. And just chilling out. Look at that. Let's give it for Jenny Lou, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Several. Yes, so she used to have a rat named Cutie Pie that she'd go out on field trips with. We hit up all the...
Okay, you know what? Pick up Bruce and let the judges get a good to everyone. His signature.
Well, there you have it. You get some serious, very serious stuff happening here. Santa Rosa's ugliest dog contest. Where do I know this guy from? Hold on. Where do I know this guy from? Does this guy work at KTLA 5? I think this guy works at KTLA 5. Why I know that, I don't know. I watch too much news. You know, like, news anchors are my celebrities, okay? But I think this guy works at local KTLA 5. I could swear I've seen that face before. It's either like KTLA 5 or like CBS LA or like something like that. Or like Cron 4. No, it wouldn't be Cron 4, would it? No, right? Santa Rosa's Southern California. Somebody help me here. All right, now to other California celebrities of a what's the word? Natural was the wildlife variety, I guess. I can't think of the right word for this. Let's talk about California, if not the world's most famous eagle, if not bird, couple on the planet. Jackie and Shadow. Now, we have, over the years, watched as Jackie and Shadow grew, raising multiple litters of her broods. What do you call them? Call them broods. Broods of birds. Over the years, from egg to leaving the nest, over and over again, until a horrifying thing happened 2 weeks ago. Oh, Jackie, the eagle, apparently had been found sick and injured. She was taken into intensive care. Medical treatment was administered. People thought she was getting better. But 13 days ago it was declared that Jackie had succumbed to her injuries. And after weeks of intensive care, died. Unfortunately, we didn't have a Sunday Fun Day 2 weekends ago to memorialize this, so we're going to talk about it today. We've gone 2 weeks without a Sunday Fun Day. It's been really our own galactic tragedy. Not to minimize the tragedy of Jackie. I know people have been really struggling with that as well. Here's NBC News 13 days ago to talk about our beloved bald eagle Jackie.
A final flight for Jackie, the famous bald eagle from Big Bear, California, who became part of thousands of people's lives through a 24/7 stream. Tonight, a heartbreaking goodbye after years under the watch of devoted fans.
Watching her gave people a connection to nature. It gave people an outlet.
The Ojai Raptor Center, which had been caring for her, says she died early this morning, adding, Her condition continued to deteriorate despite intensive treatment and the combined efforts of our veterinary team and consulting specialists. Last month, Jackie was seen fighting with other eagles and then struggling to wade through the water before being rescued.
Oh, jeez, that's a real galactic loss. It's quite upsetting. Just a reminder to people, let's not use the G word as a derogatory term in the chat. Okay? I think we're old enough to stop doing that. Anyway, I don't mean to detract from that story. Just want to make that point. But this is a real tragedy. I'm broken up about it. I mean, we would watch these Eagles on a number of occasions. We used to, you know, back before Trump, we had less to talk about. I mean, I remember us sitting around, you know, under Biden when we ran out of Gaza stories to talk about. We'd sit around talking about these two beautiful Eagles. Makes me sad. Jackie is now gone. And it made me sad thinking that Shadow was now alone without his trusted mate, Jackie, caring for young birds, although I guess a lot of the birds have already moved on this year, but you know what I mean? Like, who's going to continue the Eagle Cam lineage of these beautiful, winged, glorious creatures? I've been deeply distressed about it for over a week. However, it would seem as in the last few days that love might be in the air. KTLA 5, 3 days ago. A new lover interest for Shadow. What? That seems fast, Shadow. Good God. You sure she's not a rebound?
Love appears to be blooming in Big Bear. Beloved bald eagle Shadow has been spending more and more time with the eagle known as KD1. The new couple apparently spent hours together in that famous nest this week. This is all according to friends of Big Bear Valley. The Facebook page. Of course, Shadow's long-term partner, Jackie, died just last week after weeks of intensive care after a fight with other eagles. Now, experts are saying it is still just too early to know if the two, we're talking about KD1 and Shadow, will officially couple up.
Oh boy. Some avian intrigue. A little bird love happening, perhaps. I still say we leave, you know, this new eagle. KD1's fine for now, you know. We'll come up with a name later. Too soon, in my opinion. I mean, clearly, Shadows, he's thinking about the future here. He's got more eagles to raise, but, you know, we can still be mourning for Jackie. This new one, she's just, you know, you know, we're not going to be rushing to give these flings that Shadow's getting into. He's mourning right now, okay? I doubt that this is serious. You know, everybody's got their own ways of grieving, okay? So let's not rush to any sort of conclusions on this situation.
Local foot.
The G word. Yes, the G word. Do we not know what that is? I don't do I need to? I mean, I feel like we should all know what this means by now, right? Not Germans. Come on.
Come on!
All right, we're not leaving California yet. We got one more wildlife situation to talk about this week. As it's still been pretty hot out there, and the fall is around the corner. Bears in Southern California are looking for ways to A, cool off, and B, fatten up for hibernation time. Here's KTLA 5, 2 days ago. Talk about the increased bear sightings in Southern California.
Local foothill communities are reporting an increase in bear sightings across the area.
Some say their neighbors have been feeding the animals. KTLA's Corrine Winters live in Montrose with the details, the video. Corrine, have you seen any today in Montrose?
You know, Sam, this was the best assignment of the week. First of all, got to put that out there. So thanks, Jennifer Thang. And I thought, you know what, maybe we'll see one. We didn't, but that's all right. They're probably cooling off somewhere in the shade. But yes, an uptick, an increase in bear sightings this summer. But wildlife officials say it's really normal for this time of year. They're so exciting to see, but they do have some reminders for residents. The pool. Nah, maybe the jacuzzi.
Don't get in there.
If you live near the foothills,
no.
Bears, sometimes with their babies in tow, adorable little cubs looking for food, water, and shade in the summertime heat.
They just come in, take a swim in the pool, cool off, and go on about their way.
The frequent sightings this season, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife says it's typical this time of year as these animals leave their habitat close to the foothills and venture down to more populated communities.
Oh, that looks like a very comfy spot for a bear. Look at look at that. That's the bear dream right there. That's perfect. Oh. Yes, indeed. Increased bear sightings. It is that time of year. However, I do think there's going to... I've seen in some areas, I don't know about Southern California specific, and I can't remember which areas now because I watched so many of these stories, but some regions have been seeing increased bear sightings, like seasonally more than normal. And I do think some of this has something to do with possibly, like the ecosystem, like the decreased prey animals and the increased, food opportunities near humans. It's like, look, we could be fishing by the stream, but there's less fish and it smells real good by the humans. So let's go there. Speaking of going to humans for resources. Oh, wait. I'm way ahead of myself. I'm confused. I'm looking at a different bear thing. Hold on. I'm thinking of a completely different story. Good God. I take it back. I'm sorry. Forget that segue that I was just totally amping us up into. I forgot there's states between California and Colorado somehow. So sorry, Nevada and Utah. You matter. And Montana. You all matter. You all matter too, don't worry. I haven't forgotten you. I only temporarily forgot you. That's much better, right?
How rude.
Okay, Nevada first. KTVN 2 News 22 hours ago. A new fire. We had talked about the bug fire in recent weeks, which is on the border of California and in Nevada, affecting communities there. New fire. New week. Hawk fire continuing to grow to the North Valleys
is breaking
of northwestern Reno.
We continue to follow the hawk fire burning near the Verdi and Somerset areas. Just in the last couple of hours, Governor Joe Lombardo declared a state of emergency. Under the declaration, all state agencies are directed to work through the Nevada Emergency Operations Center to supplement local efforts. And the fire has grown quickly, already burning more than 10,000 acres. Evacuations have grown fast, with the fire now extending north, south, and east. The areas in red are the areas that need to evacuate immediately, and if they haven't already, those in yellow need to be ready to leave at a moment's notice.
Yeah, this fire is crazy close to Reno. Now the see-through red area, that's the evacuation area. This darker non-see-through area here in the middle of it, that's the fire. But this is so close to Reno, and all of these, like, see, like these northern, like, what do you call them? Like, sort of like suburbs or whatever you want to call it. Like, this is horrifying. The airport is literally right here. The airport is right here. There's a bunch of shit. It's hard to tell, but these are like, there's like roads and stuff that you can see here. There's all evacuation areas. People live in this region, and way more people live even over here. This is bad. This is so fucking close to Reno. Like, this is, like, this is just, like, I just, like, right before I started the stream, like, I found out, like, I found this clip. I was like, holy shit. Oh, no. We got ourselves a situation, people. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. This is giving me like LA fire type of vibes. Like, this could go real south real quick.
Alexander was expanding towards the North Valleys pretty quickly earlier this afternoon. It's now spreading more to the south and east as well. If you're either in the Somerset or Northwest Reno area, you're either under an evacuation order or an alert. You can check perimeter map to see which one. We're going to show you the live look at the fire here. You can see quite a bit of flames out here in the Somerset area. Currently, we're within the loop of one of the parkways out here. I forget the name of it, but we're out here in an evacuation warning zone, and you can see quite a bit of flames out there, a lot of smoke over the ridge here as well. And the fire has jumped 395 near Silver Lake Road at the Silver Lake Apartments. According to the latest perimeter we've seen, if that area rings a bell, hopefully you've already evacuated. And evacuations have reached as far north as Lear Boulevard, near Moya Boulevard, and warnings are now along I-80 near Verdi and Somerset in the area that we're currently in right now.
Yeah, this is bad. This fire is growing real fast. An emergency was declared earlier on Sunday. Here's ABC News from 15 hours ago. Supposedly, like, at least 15,000 people have now been evacuated as a result of this fire that is continuing to grow here in Nevada.
This morning, a state of emergency as a dangerous new wind-driven fire tears across Nevada. Homes in danger, evacuations underway. The Hawk Fire breaking out in the hills above the Somerset community in northwest Reno just before noon Saturday. It was a 40-acre brush fire at midday, but this morning, the fire burning more than 10,000 acres with no containment.
There are some structures involved. There's a traffic jam, and people are in their vehicles.
This is what we're talking about, people. When we talk about climate change, you know, it's about the perfect conditions for the worst possible natural disasters to happen. Starts off 40 acres. And then, within 12 hours, 10,500 burned. It's about the entire forest being tinder dry. The word tinder is an important word in this because, of course, tinder is the thing that you use to light fires. The driest possible wood and other sorts of bits to help to start a flame. Everything is just flammable, super duper flammable. You know, like, trees usually contain a lot of water, but since there's extreme drought, extreme heat, a lot of these trees are basically just standing practically dead. right? Just bone dry inside the trees. Like it's sapping, they're just like sapping like all the water that they can from their extremities to keep the trees alive. But like they're dying already because of the drought. So you just, you just have dry brush and dry trees just all through this area at an extreme level that makes it explosive. Any amount of fire. I mean, think about this. I'm trying to do the math right now. It's like from 40 to 10,500. That is an increase of, I think, 250 times. 25,000% in a half a day, if I'm doing the math right, is ridiculous. This is for somebody who has been watching fires for a really long time, talking about these things for years now. This is, I wouldn't quite call it unprecedented. We saw like similar behavior in some of the fire activity in California around the time of like the LA fire. But like these are just the sort of numbers that like genuinely disturb me. I'm like, oh, this is gonna get really bad really quick. There's nothing stopping. I mean, Nevada's in the fucking desert, right? It's already dry. You add in the current climate conditions that we got. It's a perfect storm. Oh my God, that is so much fire, like so much forest burned in such a short period of time. That is disturbing.
With no containment.
There are some structures involved. It's a traffic jam, and people are in their vehicles, and it's not looking good.
About 1,000 homes in the fire's path, some already burned.
The wind-driven fires move very rapidly into our residential areas, creating a lot of challenges for our firefighters to save homes and protect lives.
Evacuation orders rapidly underway. Whole neighborhoods on both sides of the US 395 told to leave for their own safety. Wind gusts hitting up to 40 miles per hour, spreading the blaze. Firefighters battling the flames from the ground and by air. Planes dropping retardant, while helicopters fly in buckets of water. More than 1,000 customers are without power this morning.
Yeah. Where's President Drill Baby Drill?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Federal government's doing nothing. Stop any of this stuff. For more on the Nevada wildfire, here's France 24, 13 hours ago.
The town of Reno sits just below a towering plume of smoke as the Hawk fire slowly rolls down the surrounding hills. Nearly 14,000 homes have been ordered to evacuate a so-called Go Now zone that reaches the edge of the University of Nevada campus. Governor Joe Lombardo has declared a state of emergency in Washoe County and mobilized the National Guard. Currently, 400 firefighters are working on the ground and in the air to help contain the blaze.
Oh, I think they're doing a great job. I mean, it's an inaccessible area. They're using a lot of aircraft, and that's what you have to do to fight this fire.
Jesus, this thing is moving fast. This brush is so flammable right now. It's all just like sagebrush and stuff. I'm just realizing this is definitely not a forest fire. It's a wildfire. It's a brush fire. It's all like all this arid Nevada desert type of vegetation. This shit is already just crazy flammable. Like I said before any of this started, we were going to have a bad wildfire season, but boy, oh boy, I have been proven way more right than I thought I was going to be, just by leaps and bounds. We're nowhere near done with this type of thing. If anything, it's just going to shift. I got more footage from these fires in Nevada. Look at this. Scene from the highway here. Jesus Christ. Looks like you're driving into the apocalypse. What is this nonsense?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Look at this. You're driving into the what are you doing? Why are we driving in this direction right now? It's clearly the wrong direction. 'Cause 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 '
95 down. Probably maybe due to visibility, but what you're looking at right now, everybody's under evacuation orders.
Meanwhile, you drive towards the flames. Explain yourself, sir. You seem to know of the evacuation orders, and yet you're driving towards the evacuation zone. Help me make sense of this. Well, I don't think you're going to manage to do that. So we'll just move on to other fire activity. Let's go here to Utah. One more state inland, where new fires are burning there as well. The Harley fire. Burning here, causing evacuations in this area.
Good evening. Just as it appeared to be dying down, a new fire in Box Elder County flaring up again, keeping people from their homes. Evacuation orders for the Harley fire have been in effect for several hours now. News specialist Garna Mejia live for us in Garland, where she just got an update now from fire crews. And Garna, any change to evacuations, and do we know a cause at this point?
Yeah, Mike, great questions. We did just speak with firefighters. They are going to keep those evacuation orders in place throughout the night. The fire, now suspected to be human-caused, it has ravaged through about 300 acres. Let me show you what we're seeing here. This is photojournalist Zachary Pope.
Yeah, and by the way, every time that you hear the term human-caused, I just want everybody to understand that sometimes human-caused isn't intentional, but it often is. However, doesn't mean that climate change isn't the reason for these fires to be as bad as they are, right? Like, and I oftentimes worry that that gets confused by people and is often used by, like climate denialist types, like, oh, look, it's just humans doing it. It's like, no. Humans couldn't cause these fires to be as big as they are, right? They could start a fire, but without the right conditions, you just put it out. But when we're living in the climate collapse period of the anthropomorphic, what's it called? I can't think of it now. Oh my God, my brain just broke. Anthropocene. There it is. I found it in my brain. I knew it was in there somewhere. In the Anthropocene here, in the climate collapse portion of the Anthropocene, we are. These, sort of things that could be very small, like that 40-acre fire in Nevada suddenly turning to 10,000 acres. Like, a human couldn't do that without napalm and a freaking plane, right? Like that's, important thing to be understanding.
Zooming in for us, and what you can see are those emergency lights. That's the southeastern flank of this fire, and it's where that flare-up happened just about 2 hours ago. Now, this fire runs along I-15 and Harley Drive. All homes along that street are now under evacuation orders. We're looking at about 10 homes. Now,
10 homes burned by this fire is what it sounds. Jesus Christ. We just got horrifying scenes across the West right now. Evacuations for thousands due to these different fires raging. Meanwhile, up in Montana, you guessed it, more fires. NBC Montana from yesterday. To a 120,000 acre burning. I'm sorry, to over 120,000 acres burning across the state. NBC Montana's wildfire coverage for the weekend. Everything's on fire.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Is this the Mordor News Network? No. This is Earth News, brought to you by the Galactic News Network. Not Mordor. Or any fictional place. This is real life.
Good evening, and thank you for watching NBC Montana. I'm Phil Howard. Those stories, but first, as we come on the air live at 5 o'clock, we're tracking several wildfires across western Montana. Kicking things off here, here's the latest on the major wildfires happening in the region. 12 wildfires are burning in Montana with over 121,000 acres burned. Of those fires, the two largest are in the Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest with a combined total of more than 41,000 acres burned. Other major fires include the Silvertip, Moose, and Skillet fires, with a new and fast-growing blaze near Columbus called the Windmill Fire burning just over 4,000 acres.
Yep, well over 100,000 acres actively burning in the state of Montana. I think hundreds of thousands of acres have burned in this state so far this year. It's disturbing how bad of a wildfire season we've been seeing. So I look away for 1 second from one state and their wildfires. I look back and there's just like complete, just an utter devastation. It's disturbing to me. It really is. Like, I'm just basically at the before I get done researching every show, almost every show, I make sure to Google BC wildfire, Washington wildfire, Oregon wildfire, Utah wildfire, Nevada wildfire, California wildfire, Colorado wildfire, Montana wildfire, just in case. Just in case. Just in case the West is still burning down. And oftentimes I'm met with more news about exactly that. Now, most of us don't live in the woods, but you know who does? Bears. But the Bears came to college this weekend for Colorado State's moving day. Students met with quite a sight. A bearific scene.
Well, talk about a very unexpected welcome for Colorado State University students. Look at that.
Yeah, you could say that. A bear making a surprise visit during college move-in day. The little campus invader was hanging around campus dorms Tuesday. An alert went out warning students to avoid certain areas where the bear was spotted. Some students say the visit made this day very special, a little bit more memorable and exciting.
I didn't expect to see a bear at all. We're really near the nature and stuff, which I love a lot.
Yeah, it's just a little bear cub. Nothing scary, smaller than a deck chair. But gave people quite a way to memorialize their moving into college. Meanwhile, while bears try to get an education in Colorado, down in Texas, ducks were being refused service at a local pharmacy in Texas. Here's KQ11 Houston from 6 days ago.
Only wild encounter for officers this week, Bree.
Police in Farmers Branch got a call about this customer who just wouldn't leave. Yeah, that's a duck.
We have a duck, D-U-C-K, a duck in front of a store.
I like that she had to spell it out. The store called police when the foul suspect, say what I did there, Marcelino.
I like it.
Just wouldn't leave. The suspect tried to waddle away from the law, but he couldn't get away fast enough. The officer caught him, and his new feathered friend got a one-way trip to the nearby creek. That duck clearly did not want to spend another minute in custody, so...
Well, there you have it. Ducks looking for back-to-school supplies, denied service at a Texas pharmacy, sent back to the local golf course stream, it looks like. Yes, it's duckiest profiling. You're right, chat. That's true. But some birds are fighting back against the law. In Texas, one bird made it clear how they feel about the antics of the police. Here's the New York Post from 13 hours ago. to a horrifying scene in one Texas parking lot outside of a police station. Come on, really though, man, really, just get in the car though. Just get in the car though, because it's a bird though. I mean, really though, come on, what is it, guys? What are we doing though? But why? But I must ask why. Why are we doing this? Really? The birds declared war. Is that right, sir? You gonna uphold the law? Are you gonna uphold the law, sir? Is that the plan? Not gonna let this bird. Every time he puts fists up for this bird, I die. Just a little. I just die a little bit. Oh my god. Anyways, the bird's making it clear they don't appreciate the antics of the Houston Police Department. I gotta say, though, to that officer, sir, be the literal bigger man. Just get in your car and go home. Why are you standing there fighting a bird? Can you explain to me why? You know, it's like, you don't have to uphold bird law. It's like, I expected Charlie Kirk to come out. Or not Charlie Kirk, what's his name? The other Charlie. That's the wrong Charlie. Charlie Kelly. Charlie Day. You know, guy from It's Always Sunny. Bird lawyer. You know, it was like it's just like, dude, what are you doing? How is this achieving anything? Why? Why do you want to fight the bird? Anyway, that sparrow wasn't having it. Moving it along. Other wildlife news. Up in Michigan, talk about the strange wildlife that exists in this state.
Well, tonight we're answering a question you probably wouldn't ask. Black squirrels like this one are super common here in the state of Michigan, but here's where things get weird. Black squirrels are pretty rare everywhere else in the country. Digital reporter Dane Kelly set out today to find out why.
An estimated 1 in 10,000 squirrels are black. So why does it feel like every other one you see is like ready for Halloween? Seriously though, over half of the squirrels in Michigan are black. That's nuts. They're so common here that they have broken into multiple coworkers' homes and sparked this viral video when they interrupted a Tigers game.
In the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members.
And
now here's my question: Is this squirrelist? You know, are black squirrels really the menace that they're being made out to be in the media? I'm just asking questions. Doesn't feel right.
Game.
In the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members.
And it's not a different species or anything. It's the eastern gray squirrel. It just has a mutation that causes it to be jet black. The mutation involves the MC1R gene, which causes the body to produce more pigment. And for some reason, that reverse albino mutation works really well for squirrels in Michigan. Scientists believe that dark fur makes it easier for them to absorb heat during our harsh winters. And it also helps to avoid predators at night. And because the dark squirrels stand out more during the day, they're more visible to drivers and are less likely to be hit by cars.
Fascinating. Apparently, the color of black squirrels in Michigan are an evolutionary adaptation to the climate. The cold, unhospitable climate of Michigan. Fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, moving it along now to another genetic anomaly. Let's go here. I actually don't know where this happened, so I figured I'd just put it here. We're talking about black squirrels. Let's talk about these strange pugs that were born. A litter of pug pups that look like tiny cows. WRAL from 4 days ago. I'm sorry. Did he what? What? Did he say? Did he say that? I don't know. I can't remember. Did he say that? I was not paying attention. I'll look into it. Oh my god, it is a thing. Yeah, I think he must have. May have been. That appears to be a real thing. Some sort of a brain protein receptor? Very strange.
An adorable mystery unfolded under a California homeowner's porch where a pug was discovered to have recently given birth to what looks like 2 teeny tiny cows. The Oakdale Tiny Paws Rescue welcomed in the trio and say the fam is doing fine, but as far as the mysterious markings on the pups, the rescue says without a DNA test, which they aren't budgeted for, they just don't know. However, they did add one to their Amazon wish list, so if you absolutely must have all the identity mystery tea,
Oh my god. This is crazy. Like, like when I saw this, like, oh my god, look at them. They're so cute. They look like little cows. They look like cute little cow-colored puppies. They're just adorable. They're like pug Dalmatians. Oh, they're so cute. They're so damn cute. I think pugs are cute, I'm not gonna lie. And so a cow-colored pug is just hitting all the cuteness things all at once. It's too much, I say. Too much. Yeah. Although I'm just gonna say, so I'm looking into this. I'm not an expert on this at all, but I'm just looking at what we're looking at. The NGR1 encoder is a GPI-anchored brain protein best known for inhibiting axon regeneration and serving as a neural entry receptor for viruses like mammalian reovirus. So I don't know how this all plays into it. I think this is a very strange accident or coincidence, I guess you might call it. I don't think that is an intentional naming. Okay, let's go to Indiana and get an update on what's been happening there. People, unfortunately, without power still. Tens of thousands. Here's ABC News from yesterday.
Some of the tens of thousands of people still without power in Northwest Indiana are now filing a class action lawsuit against the state's public service utility company. The suit claims that the company did not properly manage vegetation in and around power lines. Earlier this month, so many storms downed trees and knocked out power. More than 30,000 customers in Gary and other nearby cities have been without power for more than a week now, and they're not expected to get their power back until Tuesday. Gary, Indiana resident Timmy Shelton joins us now. Timmy, I understand that you've been without power now for a few days. How's it going out there?
Yes, it's been about 12 days to be exact. This was such a random, inevitable disaster. And, 12 days without power is insane. We've gone without for such a long time. We had to throw the food out of the refrigerator on about day 3. And you know, we just been having to maneuver.
Yeah, Timmy, I'd like to ask you, how are you getting the things you need, and what do you need to...
Yeah. Unfortunately, people going into this weekend, for a second weekend in a row, they have no power in Northwest Indiana. Happens to be a majority black region of the state. I'm sure that's just coincidence. I'm sure it's just coincidental that the delay in power restoration happened to be here. Meanwhile, on this Sunday fun day, I'm assuming this guy is still here at the grill. Hopefully keeping himself and his neighbors fed.
Flushing your toilet. Anything of that nature like that. So we really under siege, and I hope they just take care of the situation.
They say we probably won't have no power back on until about the 12th of September. And that is too long for anybody to be without power. And all the stores and everything is closed up around here with no, you know, food and stuff. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to go back again, in case everybody didn't hear that. Just one more time, ma'am, for everybody.
We really under siege, and I hope they just take care of the situation.
They say we probably won't have no power back on until about the 12th of September.
About the 12th of September is when that woman and her neighbors are expecting power from the authorities. The 12th of September. Today's August 24th. Let's just... Take a quick look at the calendar. Make sure I'm not losing my frickin' mind here. Yeah, there's... the 24th. Today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That's Rosh Hashanah. 26 days from now, or whatever that number I just said, is ridiculous. Unacceptable. I can't remember, what did I say it was again? 7, 14, 20, some unacceptable number of days until they get power back. It's ridiculous. Unbelievable. How could you even tell somebody that? You might as well just tell them never. I'll get to it like a month from now. Three weeks without power, and they've already been without power for weeks. It's just unfathomable. Donald Trump and, Indiana Republicans do not give a shit about those people. Not even slightly. Okay. Well, while people grill in their backyards with what they have left in Indiana, your food, New York, are helping to restore the city's reefs. Specifically, your oyster shells. Yes, indeed, Space Fams. Did you know that the oyster shells from the restaurants of New York are going to help an environmental project?
They prevent shoreline erosion and can really slow wave surge energy. This is incredibly significant as New York will be getting more intense weather events throughout the years, given that climate change is accelerating. So oyster reef structures can really help protect us on the shoreline. Second is that oysters are what we call a keystone species, meaning when oysters thrive in an environment, all other biodiversity thrives in that environment.
Today's preparation is important because you have shells from all over New York City, from over 70 different restaurants, all coming here to Governor's Island, to the southern point of Governor's Island where they're cured. But these shells need a little bit of time and love from volunteers to be processed before they're ready to come back into the harbor in a variety of ways.
Well, we've talked about this project in the past, and it's apparently making great strides. And apparently they've been repurposing the shells. They've gotten so many of them. They've come up with an interesting way. You notice back here they're grinding the shells. Where was it?
Second is that oysters are what we call a keystone species, meaning when oysters thrive in an environment.
So you can see how they're grinding the shells. This is turning into this. Right? You go back. This thing that she's standing in front of, this is made out of oyster shells and is being used to help replenish and build better the reefs around New York. I mean, this is a great project. I love it. I love this latest. Because they weren't doing this the last time we talked about it. I think it might have been a couple of years ago that we talked about this. But yeah, I mean, I love that. That's a great plan. You know, create actual structures out of the shells to create something resilient, sort of like a oyster concrete, if you will. All right. Now to the beaches that are benefiting from these sorts of projects. CBS New York 2 days ago. Unfortunately, this beach that we have to talk about is, well, it's seen better days, not a result of erosion of the reef, but as a result of the latest storms to hit Long Island. And Long Island's Beach and Surf Club, where a tornado struck.
We begin here at 11 with some new information on the tornado that touched down on Long Island. The National Weather Service officially confirming it was an EF1 tornado that tore through Atlantic Beach. The twister lasted just 3 minutes, but that was enough time to cause significant beach damage at the Sun and Surf Beach Club. Lonnie Quinn is in our immersive studio now with more on that and also the possibility of some storms this weekend. Lonnie?
Okay, KJ, I'll tell you, for a long time, this was a water spout, and it just sort of traveled right along, parallel to the South Shore. But then it came onshore. So let's talk about that. I'll give you all the details as the National Weather Service have now released them. All right, let's get me back a little bit farther, right here. All right. It's an EF1. Winds were maxed out at 97 miles per hour. It was 100 yards wide. It was on the ground for about 0.4 of a mile, so a little less than half a mile. And sometime between the time of 6:47 p.m. yesterday.
Yes, indeed. It's crazy. Long Island tornado. Hit an Atlantic Beach. Oh, God, the poor cabana. Poor cabana people. It's very sad. Ruined Sunday Fun Day action.
Sunday. So sit tight on that. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, will do. Thank you, Lonnie. The destruction at the Sun and Surf Beach Club is significant. Take a look, with about 50 cabanas sustaining some sort of damage. While there were no serious injuries, it will take some time to rebuild. Addie Guajardo has more now on the cleanup efforts.
Oh my God. No, this is real.
A tornado tore through Sun and Surf Beach Club with force and set members scrambling for cover.
Somebody screamed, "It's a tornado, get under the tables."
Mary DiNapoli says she was in the dining room on Thursday just before 7 p.m. when this spitting fury touched down.
Umbrellas and tables were flying outside the dining room. Yep, that's my cabana right there.
She says the powerful storm severely damaged her cabana.
So what do you feel?
Oh, God. Oh, God, not her cabana. Oh, that's devastating. I'm sorry. I'm struggling with this. Look, it is horrible. Don't get me wrong. And people's Sunday fun days are absolutely getting ruined by this. But these people absolutely have money for more fun in other places, so it's going to be fine. Okay? Just to be clear. Just to be clear, they will be continuing to have fun. If you can afford a cabana at this place, you can afford anything. All right, not anything. But it's basically like, it's like a country club for beaches, you know? Like, there's a few of these things. There's a few of these things in the area. And it's like, you know, I think it's like $10,000 or more for these. Like, for like the rent, you rent a cabana for like the summer. Like, you got to pay like up front. And you like, it's like, it's yours. And you can spend like ludicrous money on these things. But it is fun, and I can understand and appreciate that, and it does suck, and it's of course a result of the ridiculous climate collapse that we are all experiencing. But it's not just us humans who are being affected. Wildlife too. Down here in Springfield, New Jersey. A strange sight of a deer family wading through flooded waters in a New Jersey park.
Look at the deer. Oh my God. They're swimming.
Well, we moved from horses fleeing fires to deers fleeing floods. That's 2026 for you, baby. We're all just refugees, animals and humans alike, fleeing the increasingly collapsing climate. You wonder if Jerry Falwell's Cabana Boys survived. Wow, there's an old school reference. Okay, let's go here to Dover, Delaware, where little league teams are trying to practice after that tornado that tore through the region. Ruined their field. I'll be right back.
And motel residents terrified after strong storms tossed the roof off the building. But they weren't the only ones impacted by yesterday's tornadoes. Good evening, I'm Don Bell. Yuki Washington is off tonight. Not far from that motel, a Little League baseball field in Dover, Delaware was also slammed by a tornado on Thursday night. Winds over 100 miles an hour knocked down light posts, tore the roof off a dugout, and nearly split a scoreboard in half. As the league tells Al Ross DiMattei, they're not sure if they can afford to repair it.
I pulled around the corner here and tears just started streaming down my face.
The damage is impossible to miss at Dover Little League. Mangled scoreboards, snapped light poles, destroyed batting cages, and debris.
Oh, God. That's depressing. Sunday fun day ruined by the collapsing climate. Like I've said before, I think we should shoot for as much enjoyment in life as possible, but I'm afraid we don't really deserve it since we continue to not treat this planet very nicely. Okay. Now... okay, that's it for the U.S. environmental news. Now let's move across the pond, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the United Kingdom. Start us off, BBC News from 2 days ago.
The Met Office, that's the UK's National Weather Service, has issued a stark warning that the El Niño phenomenon currently developing over the Pacific Ocean is on track to be the strongest in living memory. In warmer cycles, El Niño would raise sea surface temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, with 2 degrees considered a really big event. This one, according to the current forecasts, could exceed 3 degrees when it peaks in November. Professor Adam Scaife, head of long-range forecasting at the Met Office, says he's never seen an El Niño signal this intense.
I've been involved in long-range forecasting for many years, and I have never seen an event like this in our forecasts. The tropical Pacific is warming faster than I've ever seen, and assuming the forecasts are correct, and we've got very high confidence at this stage, the El Niño is very slow developing. It takes many months, so we're pretty confident about the outcome. We think that when it peaks in November and December, it's likely to be record event, unprecedented, beyond anything we've seen in living memory.
The dire warning from climate scientists that this El Niño is going to fuel horrible weather. The El Niño itself will perhaps be the worst in human history. And that's on top of the already warmed oceans, right? Because the El Niño is the measuring of the warming of a particular, like a region in the oceans. And they're expecting 3 degrees or more Celsius, not Fahrenheit, in temperature difference as a result of this El Niño, and that spells bad things. Meanwhile, the climate change, the increasingly changing climate, I should say, is threatening the world's largest urban forest. You'll be shocked to hear that that is in England. London's apparently the largest urban forest. Write that down. CBS News. Oh, sorry. CBC News. Stolen Canadian valor. Sorry, Canada. I'm so sorry. You're not CBS. CBC News. 1 day ago.
This is the world's largest urban forest, the City of London. 8 million trees helping to keep people cool during deadly heat waves. But what if they all disappeared? Scientists say a huge part of London's urban tree canopy is at risk from climate change. July was the driest July on record in England and Wales, and Britain just faced its 5th heat wave of the summer, at the same time as unprecedented wildfires tore through parts of Europe.
From most projections, we're expecting the climate in London in 2050 to look more like Barcelona's is now.
We visited Kew Gardens, where researchers assessed more than 1 million trees across London. And they found that 72% of the city's urban tree canopy is at risk by the end of the century.
If we're hoping to plant trees that will thrive in those changed conditions, we need to start thinking about it now.
Kew has already seen the impact. In the drought and extreme heat of 2022, 400 trees died there. This oak was one of them. Kew has left it standing and painted it red as a warning of what climate change is already doing to London's trees.
The English oak, Quercus robur, that we have in this country, we are starting to see that struggle in these conditions, but that's because it's evolved in the climate that we have had in the UK.
Yes. No, you notice nobody is upset about this red tree.
The English oak quirk.
And that's going to be important in a second.
Them. Q has left it standing and painted it red as a warning of what climate change is already doing to London's trees.
Yes. Talk more about the narrative, the more about the way in which we discuss these topics, in ways in which we attempt to convey these messages about the climate. Let's go here to Navarro Media from 2 days ago over about some people having a freaking meltdown over a Greenpeace mural on the scorched earth of Burnham.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Over these unusually hot and dry summer months, wildfires have blazed across Britain, destroying acres of heaths, moors, woodlands, and even homes. We don't yet know how much wildlife has been destroyed in those fires and what the impact will be on next year's breeding cycles. It's been devastating to watch, and it's left few in doubt of the climate emergency that's facing us. Last month, Connie in North Wales fell victim to such a blaze, with 230 acres of mountain grasslands destroyed and 36 residents required to evacuate their homes after the flames came perilously close to destroying properties. North Wales Fire and Rescue Services declared a major incident, with more than 70 firefighters required to bring the inferno under control. And the devastation that it left behind is shocking. This footage was posted online by a trail runner showing the extent of the damage, with the earth and rocks blackened as far as the eye can see. Little in the way of vegetation survived the flames, and it's hard to see how much wildlife could have either. Residents have since moved back into the village, so they're now surrounded by scenes of devastation, and some of them were pretty upset when a mural appeared overnight on the blackened earth, depicting Prime Minister Andy Burnham tipping a barrel emblazoned with the Shell logo and the words oil and gas towards a blazing fire. It also says, "Our house is on fire, Andy." And it's not small either. It measures over 1,000 square meters in size. Ellie Evans.
Yeah, and 1,000 square meters is quite large. I mean, that's what, 100 meters by 100 meters by 10 meters, which is, you know, it's about twice the size of a football field. But let's not forget, just for a second, how many acres of forest have burned so far. In the United Kingdom, 50,000 acres, or 23,000 hectares, have burned this year. And what did he say? 1,000 square meters? That's a quarter of an acre. So just to be clear, 1,000 square meters, which is a 1/4 of an acre, or I think an eighth of a hectare. Right? Follow me on this. 1,000 square meters we're talking about right now, where this mural is less than an eighth of a hectare. Meanwhile, 25,000 hectares have burned. So 1/8 of 1 hectare. These people are having a freaking meltdown over this mural. Just to be clear, where is this fucking thing? People are having a meltdown over this thing. Okay, it is on a tiny fraction of 1 acre of land. Meanwhile, 50,000 acres have burned across the UK, and they want to complain about this. I found this fascinating.
Emblazoned with the Shell logo and the words oil and gas towards a blazing fire. It also says, "Our house is on fire, Andy." And it's not small either. It measures over 1,000 square meters in size. Ellie Evans, a local resident who'd been forced to evacuate, said this about her reaction to the mural. I can't remember having been so angry and upset all at once. It was so disrespectful to the landscapes. It was also an intrusion into local grief, which is how we felt when we came back home to see the mountains so utterly changed. It added insult to injury. I couldn't understand how an organization that wants to protect the environment can graffiti the earth and stain rocks which are millions of years old.
Oh God! Oh God! Stain the rocks! Oh my God! Can you imagine? Oh, I can barely imagine the pain this woman is living through right now. Oh God!
Evans also said this about how urgently she felt she needed to act. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep that night unless we acted that evening. We were concerned a lot of people...
I wouldn't be able to sleep that night unless we acted immediately. Oh. These people have lost the plot. Okay? People who are thinking like this have completely lost the plot. I am sorry. And I actually have some criticisms for the way that Novara has kind of, like, kid-gloved these people in their coverage. We'll get to that in a second. But these people don't deserve kid gloves, okay? This is childlike fucking stupidity, okay? You couldn't sleep at night? Just think about the concept here we're talking about right now. The earth is literally burning down, right? The oceans are rising at a level that's threatening billions of people. And this woman is so distraught over a mural making that point that is resting on a scorched landscape and is not rushing to do something about the climate crisis, is rushing to do something about the fucking mural that she thinks. That's the thing that she felt so animated about she couldn't sleep. Everything's burning down around her, and rather than going and, joining Greenpeace, or standing outside a Citibank, or Lloyd's of London, or whoever, I don't know, like UBI or something, or whatever, what's it called? The bank, you know what I'm saying here? Like, rather than going to Bank of England or somewhere else, there's some of these people that are actually contributing to the thing that's causing her so much grief. She's like, the fucking mural's gotta come down. That's the thing that we need to focus on right now. It's deranged. It's deranged. What kind of moron reacts to this in this way? We have a literal crisis, and then she creates a crisis out of another, that didn't exist. There was no crisis, but she created it out of whole cloth. A mural that rested on less than a quarter of an acre of land amidst 50,000 acres burned. That's her crisis. This is a fucking Karen. This is Karen behavior, okay? People are deluded.
Want to go up the mountain to see the graffiti, and the hillside would get trashed. They had painted over soil. They painted over rocks too, completely staining them. The ground was so porous that it was unlikely to wash off easily. Now, the mural was painted by Greenpeace, who've responded to the criticism, saying this. We took great care to minimize our impact on the land. The artwork was temporary by design, created with a water-based paint often used on sports turf and safe for grass, plants, and soil. It was applied to an area where the fire had already burned away all living vegetation, leaving just rocks and ash. We wanted to challenge the system that caused this damage and send a vital message to the Prime Minister. The science shows that more oil and gas drilling means more communities left to cope with the devastation brought by heat, droughts, and wildfires.
Exactly.
Helena, I think it's an interesting sort of quandary here about...
It's not a quandary.
The kind of
it's not a quandary.
Political protest that Greenpeace was making.
I disagree. I forget this fucking guy's name. And I usually think he's got some pretty good takes, but he's totally off base here. This is not what this is about. This is not, this woman's rage is nonsense. She is a deluded individual who is not thinking, with a sound mind, okay? She's enraged about something that's literally not causing any fucking problems. It's like people who get upset about Banksies, but even more deranged than that. Because it's not even it's not private property. It's burned down landscape. It's a charred fucking It's a charred fucking landscape. And once again, where is this woman's like anger? Like, where's this woman's anger for that red fucking tree? Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? It was from 2 seconds ago. I'm just gonna go back. Where is that woman's anger for this fucking tree over here? She's freaking out over the scarred landscape. What about this one? What about this?
Most expecting the climate in London in 2050 to look more like Barcelona's is now.
We visited Kew Gardens, where researchers assessed more than 1 million trees across London. Oak was one of them. Kew has left to 400 trees died there. This oak was one of them. Kew has left it standing and painted it red as a warning of what climate change is already doing to...
Why is this woman not chaining herself to this tree until it's cut down? Like, why is she, where's her anger for this? These trees died as a result of the climate collapse. They decided to paint one of them and leave it up. What's the difference? This is actual paint. This is actual paint. Right? Like, this is, you know, sports. This isn't sports line paint, which is basically chalk. You know, like it's gonna blow away with the wind. But this is real paint. Where is this woman's anger? Oh my God, the chemicals that are leaching into the soil. This is what I'm saying. This is just bullshit. These people are living in a fucking alternate reality that they've crafted for themselves or other people have crafted for them. And they just refuse to just accept the facts. Okay, climate change is no longer some sort of like amorphous future problem. It's a right fucking now problem that we're literally dealing with the effects of right now. And that piece of art was intended to alert people like that woman to that fact. And instead they have the exact opposite reaction that they're supposed to have. I just find that fascinating. Just the level of just unbridled stupidity that... anybody who could say what that woman said could like how you could get to that point of being that stupid and being an adult woman is fascinating to me in all the worst possible ways. How dare you remind me of climate change? This political issue is not a fucking political issue, okay? It is an existential crisis for humanity that will absolutely, regardless of whether or not people like her want it to, it will absolutely transcend politics over and over and over again. It has already on numerous occasions. People just don't seem to be able to grasp it, right? That's the fucking thing about all of this. We've been talking about this for so goddamn long. I've been talking about climate change since I first started this goddamn stream. It's been one of my main issues that I've been so focused on. This, you know, democracy in the United States and, you know, the genocide in Gaza. These have been some of my biggest focuses, although we talk about everything here. But this is just like one of those things for me that I'm just like so deeply disturbed by. It's like people want to make it a political issue still. It's not. The only people who are making it a political issue are fucking morons. Okay? It's people who don't believe in science, don't understand science, and shouldn't have any sort of input into scientific topics. They're too stupid or too indoctrinated to understand what the hell is going on. And they're literally dragging humanity into an existential crisis. Okay? It's not political. We're all fucked. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat, Labor or Tory, you know, Reform or Green Party, whatever, you know, like we're still fucked. These storms do not only hit, you know, blue states. You know, these fires don't only hit, you know, like, it's ridiculous. And somehow we have to get this through people's thick skulls. That this is not a partisan issue. Just sick, moneyed interests that have been telling you that this whole time. People who are hoping to be in the bunker while you're screaming in agony in the near future. Yeah. All right, let's go a little bit east to Switzerland, where the concerns of glacial collapse are a big problem, yeah? All right, that's... I guess, yes, Germans in Switzerland, too. AP Archive, 22 hours ago. Let's talk about the worries of Swiss villagers over another potential glacier
How should
collapse.
I say? You are aware it's happening, but not afraid. So, and they try to do all the precautions what they could do. But still then, it's nature. It's nature and you never know. And they say as long as the glacier, let's say the material is moving, it takes actually the pressure off of the whole thing. So it doesn't come down in one big piece. So it's better, it releases all the time a little bit of the material.
The warm temperatures, they do not only melt glaciers, they also help to thaw permafrost. And as we know, in the mountains and in the unconsolidated debris, there is lots of ice. And once that this ice is melting, it acts like a cement. These mountain slopes will become increasingly unstable.
Yeah, and I mean, last year we saw a partial glacier collapse in an unsuspecting Swiss village, which led to half of the village being completely buried. It's a horrifying sight, and just... Yeah, I can imagine living in these Swiss valleys being fairly tuned in to what's happening with those glaciers. Climate change is threatening them big time right now. What was Germanophobic about that? What did I say that was Germanophobic? All I said originally I went to correct myself because like yeah isn't, you say yeah that's not Swiss, but then I was like wait, actually Switzerland is sort of Franco-German, and so I was like wait, that is I guess that counts. That was literally all I said about Germany. I was just like yeah no, Germans are in Switzerland too. That's not anti-Germanic. It's just me not remembering who lives where, and or you know, just remembering in pieces history. You know, I talk about a lot of different cultures and countries around here. It kind of floats around my brain. They all connect in different ways, and sometimes I, you know, just free associating over here. What am I? Ah, yes. Let's go to Eastern Europe now. Who, of course, have been seeing their fair share of these extreme heat waves in Europe. Wildfires, too. However, one crop is seeing serious boon as a result of all the heat. Purple gold. Lavender, known to literally, I've never heard anybody call it purple gold. Lavender fields are thriving in the heat in Croatia. Some people benefiting from the climate crisis. Although I point out we can't eat lavender. High temperatures are changing the vegetation. In this continental region, we used to grow grains. And grain crops are still prevalent, but grain yields are decreasing, and their quality is lower than before. They were saying that our ancestors grew corn, and that we knew it can grow here. I mean, I know that corn can grow here, I'd say, but the climate is changing. Days are getting hotter and longer, and we have hot, sunny days. Our conditions are almost the same as the seaside along the Mediterranean coast. Yep. Former grain growers are now switching to lavender. Like I said, unfortunately, lavender might pay the bills under the current system we have, but doesn't feed the stomachs. You know, you can make soap out of it and things that smell nice, but it doesn't solve the hunger crisis that is sort of brewing right now. Well, I'm glad for those lavender growers. I am concerned for the rest of us. Meanwhile, the heat is continuing to spur on more wildfires in places like Serbia. Right next door, here's Reuters from yesterday. It's crazy how these fires have just continued to sprout up in Europe. Serious wildfires that just are not normal. Just happening all over the place. It's very depressing, but maybe this next video will help lift our spirits. Further north, Lithuania. In Vilnius, the corgis descended. Yes, indeed. The Corgi World Championships. I actually don't know what these are called. But all things Corgi happening here in Lithuania last week.
This event is about celebrating the bond between dogs and humans and just having a good time and the celebration of and we just want our corgis to have the best time possible.
Yes, indeed. It was all things corgi here in Lithuania. Vilnius, people racing their corgis. And other sorts of corgi-related competitions. Including agility. Best dressed. Stuff like that. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, God. Oh, my God, it's painful. Oh, the painfulness is... Yeah, the cuteness is just so painful. Ugh. It's ravaging. It's ravaging my brain. Oh, it's too much cute. I have to move on. It's called the Corgi Olympics. That makes sense. I'll take that. Let's go with that. The Corgi Olympics. Corgi Olympics. Great job. Great job to all participants, both of human and canine varieties. Now, of course, we gotta feed our pets. Can't just take them out, show them off, and race them.
It may not.
They need food, too. And in South Kivu, Democratic Republic of the Congo, farmers are using a very strange crop. I'm not sure crop's the right word. What do you call this? Very strange creature to help produce low-cost animal feed for other farmers. Well, speaking of cuteness, this has got to be the opposite of cuteness. TRT World, 22 hours ago. To the fly larvae trade. Booming in the DRC.
It may not appeal to everyone, but fly larvae have brought security to farmers here. This entrepreneur in Bukavu produces about 500 kilograms of larvae a month. And she's doing it in the rebel-held east of DRC that is enduring conflict, insecurity, and a health emergency.
As you can see, here we have waste from potatoes and potato leaves that the larvae are currently decomposing. What is fantastic about the larvae is that after consuming the waste, they leave the residue on top, while the larvae themselves end up underneath.
Black soldier fly larvae are used to produce protein-rich animal feed from organic waste.
Okay. That's enough of that one. But it is an environmentally friendly way to provide nutrients to animals. It's honestly a very smart way when you think about it. Like, we're using excess, like, food waste to feed these flies that will in turn feed the animals. Does not take a lot to make these fly larvae at all. Potato scraps and leaves, like she said, are what being used to feed them. And that's huge because our animal agriculture sector, not just in Africa. Honestly, Africa's not as bad as the rest of us, but like across the planet, animal agriculture is like ruining the planet because of how much like goes into like feeding them, let alone like some of the other problems that we've talked about that come along with that industry. Like when it comes to things like cattle, it's something like 8 or 10 to 1 in terms of how much grain. It may be actually higher than that. I think maybe 20 or 30. Like, what's? Hold on, let me look at this. I can't remember what it is. Yeah, it's 20 to 1. 20 to 1. We're feeding like 20 pounds of already like harvested food to cows. It's 20 to 1. So we're feeding all that food to the cows that we could eat. Grains. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like there's like gotta be like millions of arable acres of land that are just covered in something called cow corn, which is completely inedible to human beings, that we just feed to cows. We spend, I don't know how many billions of like gallons of water, whatever else, to feed those crops, and then we give them to the cows. What do they do with the flies? They give the flies to the cows, of course. They give the flies to the cows and the goats. It's a high protein way to feed them from food scraps rather than feeding them actual food, especially considering everything happening in this region of the world. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Yes, the water too. It's a bit Fallout coated. Oh, it's very Fallout coated. All right. From the Congo down to South Africa. Okay, when do they actually talk about these plants? God damn it. Here he is. Here he is. Come on, buddy. Tell us what we're talking about here. These plants are in trouble.
So it's estimated that about 2.5 million plants, succulents in particular, have been poached across the Western and Northern Cape since 2018.
Illegal.
And we're not seeing a noted decrease. In fact, we are seeing an increase in the number of plants that are being poached. Notwithstanding the convictions that have taken place and the busts that have taken place, this is a particularly attractive type of poaching for people to be involved in, because it doesn't pose the same threat to life and limb as poaching of rhinos or other animals.
Yes, indeed. Rare plant poaching in South Africa is the latest trend in illegal trafficking of natural resources. Much more convenient for the criminals than to chase a rhino down. You can just find plants. Unfortunately, for the biodiversity in South Africa, some of those plants are incredibly rare. That's why they're worth money on the black market. And removing them from their native habitat basically threatens the entire species of some of these plants. Boy, it seems like capitalism is ruining just about everything. Let's go here now to Russia. To the cold Russian waters, where a young seal could be seen interacting with divers. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think these seals tend to stay away from humans, but this one was very interested. What this diver had in this bag. I assume it's food. It looks like food. I'm guessing it's some kind of food that this seal really wants and is recognizing that his food is in a bag. And it's like, hey, are you doing something with that? Or is that good? Is that me? Is that for me? Or what's happening here with this? I can understand that seal. Yeah, now this next story really bothers me. I've talked about this before. And I have said that even though the opportunity exists, humanity shouldn't be trying to take it. And I'm talking about the melting of the Arctic and the use of that corridor as a shipping lane. However, good old South Korea is testing out the Arctic route. You know, it's deeply... It's a... What's the word? Like, in my mind... Like... Whatever, I'll get to this in a second. Oh.
This container ship left South Korea on Saturday, bound for Europe. To get there, it will cross the Arctic via the Northeast Passage, a route that lets South Korea skip the Suez Canal entirely and avoid the US-Israel war in Iran that spilled into a regional conflict. The passage is only open because Arctic ice melts back in midsummer. But using it comes with real environmental risks, particularly the soot and other pollutants ships leave behind on the ice.
Exactly, which is why we shouldn't do it. This is one of the many reasons why this is fucking stupid.
This accelerates the melting of these ice-covered areas, since the white ice is replaced by a much darker color, which absorbs much more polar radiation and melts even more. Ships can also unknowingly carry invasive species on their hulls, barnacles, mussels, and other organisms that don't belong in the Arctic.
This is such a freaking stupid thing to do. Makes me so mad. Like, people doing this are literally embracing the collapse of the entire planet and should be held accountable, like in the fucking court, like the court of justice, right? Like at the Hague. Like, this kind of shit is so fucking deranged, in my opinion. Like, you're literally going headlong into something that is, as we all fucking know, going to cause more problems. It is only going to work if it continue to work if the Earth's climate completely falls apart, which will completely make this route superfluous, because the entire economy will implode, and it will not matter that this route is open. If this route is open long enough for it to be useful to humanity, it will be ringing in the collapse of humanity. And for anybody to be doing this, in my opinion, is so deeply irresponsible they should be held criminally liable. It is disgusting. These people are embracing the collapse of all of humanity. This just, ugh. It's all wrong. All right. Yeah, this stream is going long tonight. We have made huge progress, I would point out. Over 100 clips. We've already gotten through the vast majority of these things. We still got more to talk about somehow. One last quick clip on the environment before we go on to other things of discussion. Here's South China Morning Post from yesterday to Asia's top climate expert warning of humanitarian disasters.
There's this phrase that right now we are experiencing the worst weather of our lifetimes. But for our children, this year is the best weather of their lifetimes, because adapting to the climate of 2026 is pointless, because the climate of 2027 and 2028 and 2029 and 2030 is going to be worse.
From powerful typhoons, severe floods, to scorching heat, Asia, like the rest of the world, has been grappling with a barrage of extreme weather events this year. A top climate scientist based in Hong Kong has warned of humanitarian disasters as the world's climate becomes more unstable and unpredictable. Professor Benjamin Horton, Dean of the School of Energy and Environment at City University, is here to tell us more. Professor Horton, welcome and thank you for joining us. Given recent weather events, including the typhoon we just had, which brought heavy floods in some areas and record high heat in places like Hong Kong, how would you describe where we are in the state in terms of the state of the world's climate?
Simply put, we're not in a very good place right now. The projections that had been made on climate as long back as the 1990s are now playing out the world over. It's playing out at home here in Hong Kong with the record-breaking heat. I mean, record-breaking. You know, people in Hong Kong experience the highest temperatures that anyone that has ever lived in this city has experienced. It was unprecedented, and that's really shocking. You only need to move to Shanghai and they had record-breaking flooding. You can go to the United States, they have in July, the warmest July since records began. You can go to Europe and countless cities have had heat waves of record-breaking temperatures, record-breaking wildfires, record-breaking droughts. So the projections that we made many decades ago, that if you continue to put greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, that would raise global temperatures in the atmospheres and the ocean, and that would cause the extremes that are hurting people around the world.
Yeah, this is what I feel like I've been saying over and over again all year. We've been setting records. So many records. It's really disturbing. You got at least a half a dozen states in the United States setting record wildfires or record wildfire seasons. Same thing for multiple Canadian provinces. Just record-setting this and that climate disaster left and right, and we still have people who are just denying the existence of this thing. It is mind-boggling to me. How anybody could still be living in denial about this is really just... It's very confusing to me, and we have to find a way to break people out of it. Hopefully those OnlyFans girls, Lily Phillips or whatever her name was, can manage to get more men on board the situation. I know I've been struggling. Because we really just need everybody, just at least the vast majority of people on the planet, to be more concerned about this and demanding action, or there will be no action. Not enough to prevent just the demise of civilization. Is that what we want? Because we still don't have any space bases set up, no space colonies for us to go to, no giant revolving interstellar, whatever you want to call it, for humanity to try and live on. None of that. God, none of that. What we do have is new pictures of a crater on Mars that was used for the Martian movie.
Welcome aboard ESA's Mars Express, taking you on a flight today around Schiaparelli crater. Our journey begins by flying north over the rugged, cratered terrain of Mars's southern highlands. This landscape was formed more than 3.7 billion years ago, when Mars was warmer and wetter than it is today. There are clear signs that liquid water flowed over its surface.
Yes, indeed. Beautiful photographs and images released by the European Space Agency, ESA. Bringing us very close, up and close images of the landscape of Mars.
In the distance, the edge of Schiaparelli crater starts to come into view. This crater is one of the biggest on Mars, measuring almost 460 kilometers across.
Yep, and like I said, apparently this is the region that was used as a setting for Matt Damon in the movie The Martian. It looks quite uninhabitable. Unlike the Earth, which is still technically habitable for now. So long as we manage to not completely ruin it. Wow, we've been going a long time. I started late, didn't I? Wow, I started so late last night. I feel bad about that. I feel bad about that, Space Fams. I do what I can, but I start late. I do feel like I'm leaving people out. We still got more to talk about. So maybe they'll wake up and watch the rest of the show. We got Earth news from South America to Asia for us to discuss here. Let's start down South America way, Argentina, where some innovative artists are repurposing human products into objects of beauty. Here's the AP from yesterday. Yes, if you're wondering, those are K-cups. Or whatever they're called. The, pods. The coffee pods. The instant coffee pods. What do you do with them? You just throw them in the recycling bin or wherever, and you never see them again. Or, you could be like this lady. Get a little thrifty. Start collecting these things.
I see a world of possibilities, a world of creations, because from one coffee pod or several, I don't just make rings, necklaces, accessories for the head, or accessories in general. But I have even made dresses for different Argentina fashion weeks with approximately more than 2,000 coffee pods. To me, a coffee pod is an opportunity. It's not waste. Beyond being waste, it's about giving life, a second life to something that someone would normally throw in the trash without knowing it's a
Yes, a second life to something that somebody would throw in the trash without giving it a second thought. Now let's take a look at some of her creations. Look at her go over here with these K-cups. Oh my god, look at that. That is incredible. That is incredible. She is talented. Look at that. It's like a, what's it called? Like a peony, right? What's it called? Right? Yeah, I mean, right? Am I wrong? That's what it looks like. It looks like a necklace of peonies. I forgot how to spell peony. Don't give me shit. That's freaking cool. Oh my god. She is an artist. Wow, wow, wow. People in chat think that they can do better? My god. If you can do better, get going on that shit. Get going on that shit. This is, I mean, this is high fashion. She's selling these things for big money. If you can do that, start collecting K-cups for the love of God. You know, even if you're not going to start a business, I mean, think of all the space fams who would love a sweet necklace like that. I'm just saying, you're holding out on us if that's the fact. My God. It's a little rude when you think about it.
How rude!
Share the love. That's what I say.
Repair is something we have in our manifesto. We say it's more efficient than recycling, right? It is one of the strategies that the circular economy has to keep matter in use, right? To prevent it from being discarded. We have to get out of that linear economy of extracting resources from nature, converting them, processing them, distributing them, to discard them once again.
Absolutely, and apparently these people at the Club de my brain just broke. Reparadores down in Argentina, working together to create all sorts of things, like these K-cup necklaces and all these other things, learning as they go on all sorts of skilled trades. It's pretty cool, not gonna lie. Who was wearing this? What do you mean? That was sweet. That was a sweet-ass necklace. If I saw somebody wear that necklace, I'd be like, that's a sweet-ass necklace, okay? I don't know what your problem is, okay? I don't know what your problem is, okay? Why you're here to rain on our Sunday Fun Day parade. Well, without leaving Argentina, we go to our next story, with France 24 English from yesterday. An item going up for auction, which could fetch millions of dollars, that represents a long-time football rivalry and a contentious football match from long, long ago. The Maradona of football. It's up for auction.
This slightly deflated football doesn't look like much, but it was part of one of the most controversial matches in World Cup history. Now up for auction, it's valued at $10 million. That's because it was touched by the hand of God.
I think it's easily the most
hand of God.
Ball.
Oh my God. Some people take football, aka soccer, so damn seriously. You guys need to like chill out. The hand of God. Pretty sure he's a man. It's no Gary. That's not Gary. I know what Gary looks like.
Hand of God.
Gary is a yellow dancing blob who sometimes lights up for fun in different colors.
I think it's easily the most historic ball in the realm of soccer. The goal, both of the goals scored are just so iconic, so memorable.
It's a match that's haunted English fans for nearly 40 years. The moment Diego Maradona punched the ball into the net,
Illegal.
115,000 spectators saw it, but the referee did not. 4 minutes later, Maradona scored the so-called goal of the century, cementing Argentina's place in the World Cup final and the long-standing rivalry between the two nations on and off the pitch. The shirt Maradona wore during that clash currently holds the record for the most expensive ever sold at $9.3 million.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So this shirt went for 9.3 and they're expecting the ball to maybe go for even more than the shirt. Good Lord. The things that we value in this society might be part of the reason why we have all these problems. Good God. $10 million for a deflated soccer ball. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But this isn't the only soccer-based news that I have for you tonight. No. We have to talk about the organization that is at sort of the center of all soccer-related activities on the planet. I'm, of course, talking about FIFA. Where no confidence vote could possibly oust its president, Gianni Infantino. Here's Reuters. Friday.
This is essentially a struggle for who controls FIFA and how much power a president can have. FIFA president Gianni Infantino is facing a serious leadership crisis after his deal to sell private investors a minority stake in the World Cup.
He was the head of Maradona, but the hand of God. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I do understand the premise. She just went over it, but yes, I get it. He did a handball, which is an illegal thing to do in soccer. Should have completely nullified the goal. Referee didn't see it, and ever since people have been upset. I get it. I understand what's happened here. It's not the details that I'm missing. It's just I don't have the same connection to the game that some people have, I think.
Plan collapsed. There is no specific statute about no confidence vote, but it could be triggered if at least 20% of FIFA's 211 associations submit a written request for an extraordinary Congress. Each country has one vote. So whether you're Spain, the world champion, or whether you're San Marino, you would need at least a simple majority vote. So if you have 211 member associations and say 180 of them attend that meeting, then you would need at least you would need more than 90 votes to remove him. Europe.
Yes, indeed. Johnny Infantino may be facing a vote of no confidence here. Whether he will survive it or not, yet to be seen. See, I'm glad somebody enjoyed that necklace. I figured somebody would think it looked cool. Okay. Jeez. We have so much content to talk about tonight. So many news stories to discuss on this Sunday Fun Day. Let's just, before we move on to the next story, I just want to remind everybody of all the things we've discussed today. Tupac Shakur Keefe D trial. We talked about the Tate brothers. We talked about... what else? We talked about Spiderman taking down Jack Lang in Minneapolis. Talked about all sorts of fun Sunday activities, sports, cultural, things of that nature. But it wasn't just Sunday Fun Day. We talked things like transportation, the economy, health, the Paramount WB merger, the Hasanabi situation,
Hasan Parker,
and the fight within the Democratic Party. Boy, oh boy, we talked about the poll numbers, the Trump boys, and the president enriching themselves. Climate change, space, football, and now pop culture. Let's go to Ireland. Rap group Kneecap speaking with Al Jazeera Plus 4 days ago. Here's that clip.
Nobody says how good the gig was. It was quite a cool gig, actually. I do say so myself.
I love how that got subtitles.
I'm Makara. And DJ Proby. I'm Mowgli Bob. And together we are Kneecap.
I love that Al Jazeera decided that these guys needed subtitles. Is that racist? I don't know, but boy, but I just found it. But they are speaking, just in case anybody is unclear. These guys are speaking English, but Al Jazeera felt it necessary to give them subtitles for some reason.
The Irish rap trio Kneecap are known all around the world for their Palestine solidarity. They've had gigs and tours cancelled, lost funding, and were even banned from some countries because of their activism.
Politically charged performances.
Firebrand politics, completely intolerable.
And they also battled terrorism charges in the UK.
There was like a whole state witch hunt against us. Whatever it is that they throw at us, we can deal with. I can move on with my life. People in Gaza aren't afforded the same.
The British establishment hoped that the pressure that we were put under would have stopped us. We flipped it, and now we turned that into an album.
Rapping in both Irish and English, Kneecap are part of a long-standing legacy of Irish resistance to British colonialism and ongoing British rule in the part of Ireland where they're from.
Our existence here is political, so that only naturally comes across my music.
And rapping in Irish is in and of itself a form of resistance, right? It's inherently political.
Yeah, but the language was politicised when the English came to colonise Ireland, and to try and eradicate the Irish language. Once they tried to wipe out the language, that's when they brought politics into this language.
Shame is a very destructive thing, and that's probably one of the first things that a colonial power will do. They'll try and shame you into not speaking your own language.
Yes, indeed. The Kneecap boys have been taking over the airwaves. Can you still use that phrase anymore? Do people even listen to the radio? Anyways, Kneecap Irish rap group. They've seen a lot of heat from their own government for their political messages and things of that nature. Let's go skip a little bit ahead towards the end of this to their reasoning for their boycotting of Israel.
Why do you support the cultural boycott of Israel?
We understand the importance of international solidarity in Ireland. Like, we went through 800 years of colonialism.
We understand how boycott can be used as an effective means of highlighting injustice and also taking down regimes, because it has happened before and has happened in South Africa, and there's no reason why it can't happen in Israel. Even before the ban, when we were growing up, you would have been attending Palestine marches or going to shopping centres and putting Israeli products in the trolleys to try and disrupt the shopping of Israeli goods down south. The potatoes in Tesco's sometimes come from Israel, which is the craziest import I've ever heard of. Bringing potatoes to Ireland, coming down with potatoes.
Can't move for the potatoes.
Do you think that musicians...
They make a strong point. Importing Israeli potatoes in Ireland does seem like sacrilegious or something. I don't know exactly what to call it, but it does seem wrong. It does absolutely just seem all wrong. It's like importing ice to Alaska or something. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Why are you doing this? There's plenty. There's plenty here. Why would you do this thing?
Who inspires you guys, and who do you hope your music inspires?
I think it's ordinary people doing extraordinary things. I think that's something that we take inspiration from, especially where we're from.
The next generation is the one that I hope our music inspires. For me personally, it would be that another group comes along that's better than us.
We hope that there one day there'll be hundreds of kneecap bands.
Planting seeds of trees that you won't see grow.
Yeah, and we're hoping that people are coming out and becoming a part of the community, you know, because there's a lot of people segregated in their own wee rooms. The power you see whenever people get together, it's just not a power that you can get individually, you know, so it's important for people to get out and march and challenge the status quo and to hold powers to account.
What is your message?
Okay, well, there you go. Message from the Kneecap Boys. Sitting down with Al Jazeera. I haven't listened to enough of their music. I just haven't had time. Honestly, I feel like I haven't had enough joy in my life. Like, Sunday Fun Days are genuinely like one of my more stellar days most weeks. Like, because otherwise, like, Monday through Saturday, I'm just like going through all the worst shit all day long, and then talking to you all about what I've found during the day at night. And I just have been struggling to, you know, do a lot of me stuff, a lot of StreamLord focused IRL activities. Just haven't been doing enough of it. This has been on my list of things to do, is listen to more Kneecap music. But I can't, it's like, here's one of my struggles, right? Like, it's hard to listen to new music while also simultaneously listening to new information about things happening around the world. You see what I'm saying? Like, you gotta focus on one thing, especially for me. I just, you know, like, I can't appreciate doing that kind of thing. That's just gonna fuck me up. I could listen to old music, maybe that I've already heard before. I don't have to think about much. Even then, I feel like that's still going to be problematic for me. I just don't do it. Because, like, I'm too, like, I already have, like, headphones in my ears listening to all these damn clips all the time. One day I'll have a chance to listen to more of their stuff. I'm sure of it. We're talking about cooking steaks in chat right now? Oh, God. What are you trying to do to me right now? You know? You all know I can't leave and eat delicious food. Well, perfect timing, because we're about to talk about food. Let's go. Wait, where is this again? Is this France or Switzerland? God, I can't even remember now. The distinction's honestly not necessary for this story, but let's go here. Talk. Honestly, It's just for fun, Sunday fun day stuff. I think it might actually be Switzerland. I can't remember. It's the APR guy from 3 days ago. Let's meet the chef who picks wild blueberries for fine dining. By the way, this is looking so delicious. I'm just like staring at this while while I'm talking. I'm like, oh my god. Give me that. Give me.
I'll take a little spoon.
Oh god.
Small spoon.
Yeah, just a little bit. Oh god. It's already making me hungry. Alright, hold on. I gotta skip up to the part where this dude actually explains. This process. This guy goes traipsing around the Alps, looking for the very best blueberries. Look at it. It's picturesque. It's gorgeous. Good God. Looks like a storybook or something. Well, I'm just assuming any blueberries from this magical Swiss forest is probably delicious. Put them on one of those tarts and you probably got yourself a winning combination. Now, you need less ingredients for this next creation than for a blueberry tart. Let's go here to Belgium. To one of the world's largest omelets. To Belgium's omelet-based festival, where they are making up a 7,200 egg omelet. That's right, 7,200 eggs. How much do you figure that costs? Jesus Christ. Look at that pile of eggshells. It's massive. Good God.
Il y aura des ingrédients, les œufs sont mixés, le pain est coupé, le pain de...
Jesus, look at the size of that fire. Carton after carton of eggs. Get cracking.
En mai 2024, Debbie a eu l'honneur de recevoir le prix de porte-parole d'entreprise de l'année en Belgique, rien que ça. Actuellement.
Jesus, look at the size of the frying pan. It's bigger than a it's bigger than an above ground swimming pool. Look at that thing. It's like a trampoline for eggs. Oh my god. The thing is enormous. Oh mon, or I guess I should say, oh mon Dieu.
When you make an omelette at home, you use like 10 eggs maximum if you are for 10 people. Here, for today's omelette, we are at 7,200 eggs. We have a big pan of 4 minutes.
Oh my god. This is wild. Alright, let's see how the people are receiving. Oh my god, this is making me so hungry. Oh, I need breakfast.
I like it because the taste is pretty good. There is bacon, there is onions.
Oignon? Oignon!
En général, elle est très très bonne, très légère, très très agréable à déguster, même si c'est... Je suis arrivée un peu tard pour la manger.
Oh, thank God.
Excellente.
Okay, light and fluffy. Very, very good, she said. Okay, two berries. Okay, ma'am. It's about the maximum of my French right there. But yeah, I think she said light and fluffy. Something about showing up late or something in there, I think, too. I didn't quite catch the end of it. But quite an egg festival, quite an eggy festival in Belgium. 7,200 eggs, feeding a massive crowd. One of the world's largest omelets. I can't imagine a larger omelet. Honestly, I don't know how that's not the world record omelet. I guess they must have beaten it at another Belgium omelet festival. I don't know. I honestly do not know. Let's go to Cameroon now. So going on south. Going on down south to Cameroon, where the women's Cameroonian soccer team returned from the Women's Africa Cup match, while of course the World Cup was going on. Shortly after that, Africa had the African Cup, men's and women's. Ladies of Cameroon coming home victorious. Here's the AP archive from yesterday.
It's a joy that you just can't express. It's a joy that you just can't express. We've seen these girls, some of these girls grow to where they are today. We are so happy. We've been watching from the first match until now. We saw them turn into butterflies since the last match, Sage. So happy. Along with the lioness. The feeling that I have for this victory of the lionesses is truly immense. You can say it. It is so immense. Why? Because it proves that a woman can go beyond just who she is, looking after children, staying at home. She can go beyond that. So this feeling is truly a joy for me as a young Cameroonian lady.
Yeah, all right. Great job, Cameroon. Great job, Cameroon. Some Cameroonian women emboldened it. Bolstered by seeing women like them. Bringing down big W's for the country. Okay, up next, the Middle East. Okay, we're going to try and do Sunday Funday in the Middle East. It's going to be rough, but I think we can manage. Starting in Gaza. People are, of course, living in horrible conditions in this country still. But locals, or at least resourceful ones, are doing everything they can to use what is around them to make a life for their communities.
نشتغل على المهدة انه نهد السقوف عشان نطلع الحديد. الحديد هذا انه بيساعد الناس في خيمة، في بناء حمام، في بناء مسجد. هذا شغل صعب كتير ومش مش متوفر غيره. يعني احنا بالنهاية بدنا نوفر لقمة العيش لإلنا.
Yep, the people of Gaza are taking to by hand with mallets and other sorts of improvised tools, attempt to destroy the concrete and break the iron rods protruding from the rubble to repurpose for new buildings and other things that they can use these materials for. I mean, it's truly horrifying to me, although it brings me some amount of joy to know that they have not given up. It's just incredibly frustrating knowing that a lot of this stuff could be done just so much easier. You know, if they had power tools, if Israel would allow generators and, you know, gasoline and other things into the strip, these people wouldn't have to be like slaving away, just doing unbelievably difficult work. Can you imagine for a second, just real quick for me, without power tools, how you would go about breaking rebar? Steel rebar, right? Like you know, the stuff that usually takes like grinders and like literal power tools and whatever to cut. Like, I don't know who here has like worked in like construction or whatever, but that stuff's pretty resilient. You know, it takes a lot. Like, it's used in construction for a reason. It can withstand a great deal. Can you imagine trying to chop it down like a tree with an axe? I mean, what? It's ludicrous. But that's what people in Gaza are doing. To try and make ends meet, to try and make life survivable in this strip. Repurposing just the rubble they've been living amongst. Try and rebuild their homes. Meanwhile, Palestinians really haven't given up on trying to make the most out of life and what they have. As seen here on the beaches of Gaza, where a mass swimming lesson for the children of Gaza was taking place here. As France 24.
On this beach in Gaza, hundreds of children gear up for a collective swimming lesson. But the class, which took place in Han Yunis in the south of the enclave, is not a typical one. Organisers set themselves an ambitious challenge, as this coach explains.
Today we are trying to set a world record for the largest number of children learning to swim, as the largest swimming lesson in the world in one place.
Organised by the Gaza Swimming Academy, the event aims to teach children how to swim while helping them cope with the psychological trauma caused by the war.
This is one of those stories that's just like so bittersweet. Like, it just brings me like endless like optimism and like hope. Seeing this, like, this scene, like, I mean, do you see what's going on here? These kids have all these, like, bottles around them. They've repurposed plastic containers as fucking life vests for these kids because they've got nothing better. Oh, with whatever resources Palestinians have, they really will make it work. It's pretty crazy.
I came here to learn how to swim. At first I was afraid and I did not feel comfortable, but when I tried it, I found it was a beautiful experience.
The event marks part of the launch of the International Swim with Gaza, a week during which thousands of people around the world are expected to show solidarity with children in the enclave.
Of course, we can't forget, right now, the humanitarian crisis is going on here. This is just a brief respite from what I'm sure will be more horrors that we'll talk about in the coming days this week. But I felt like on this Sunday Fun Day, we just needed this moment of hope and optimism for those in the Gaza Strip that need it most, like the children. God, it's so rough because, like, the second I'm done talking about it, I just go back to thinking about just the despair. Like of food, water, infrastructure, schools, housing, hospitals. Like, all just the basic shit. Gaza's got none of it. So it just sort of blows my mind seeing those sorts of things. You know, it's weird to feel a sense of hope around it, but I feel like we need it to, like, continue the fight, if you will. We need these brief moments of, like, you know, human, like whatever you want to call it, humanness. having some faith in the future. Otherwise, we can't move forward. What's even the point of moving forward if we don't have any faith in the future? We need it. We genuinely need it as human beings. Like faith is a human concept, but it fills a void, and we do need it in these troubling times. No matter how hard it is to find the hope, we can't allow the hope to cloud our judgment, but like just to keep, you know, keep the flame alive, if you will. Keep carrying the flame, space vamps. Okay. Let's go here. We don't hear enough from this lady. Actually, wait, before we do that, I take it back. Hold on. I got ahead of myself. Speaking of keeping the hope alive, let's talk about one man whose efforts are something of a symbol in that regard. The man is Major Jason Watson, Air Force airman who has been standing up against the Trump administration, speaking out, and was recently arrested for having said that Trump had failed us. As if that's a crime.
Right to jail, right away.
Here's CNN from Thursday.
New details about the detention of Air Force Major Jason Watson. Watson is the active duty airman who was arrested last month after calling for President Trump's impeachment on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Watson's attorney tells out front that he was detained yesterday at Joint Base Andrews by Air Force security. And Watson is now being held, he says, in a county jail. He'll face a judge tomorrow. Now, the detention happened after Watson explained on this program his reasons for speaking out despite this great personal and professional risk.
Nothing that is worth doing is something that you can do for free. Everything that is worthwhile is going to cost something. We just have to be willing to accept that we can change what is happening in our country if we're just willing to pay a price for it. So all that I could do was ask myself, what's the highest price that I'm willing to pay?
I think that actually makes him a hero. Like, the actually saying, like, I'm willing to pay a price for freedom. That's actual heroics. You know, like we know our freedom's under threat. We need to reckon with this fact, is that, like, freedom technically ain't free. People fought for it and died for it. Practically every amendment in our Constitution after the fact was fought for, too. By the way, am I the only one who thinks this guy looks like Logic? I said it yesterday, but I can't. I just keep thinking it. I just keep thinking he looks like he absolutely looks like that guy. No, you can't hide from me. Can't hide from me. Okay, just gonna skip ahead a little bit more.
Obviously, you have done this after incredible consideration. You've been in the Air Force for 17 years. You're in the Air Force, and you know that by choosing to speak out as you did in uniform, calling for the Commander-in-Chief's impeachment and removal from office, that carries grave consequences, violates the laws governing the U.S. military. But you chose to do it, knowing all of that. Tell me why.
Well, I think the most important thing for all of us to keep in mind is what is happening with President Trump is not normal. He has failed us, and not only is he a failure as president, he is flagrantly violating the Constitution, breaking the law, engaged in rampant corruption, and is killing Americans. And that is unacceptable to me. And it should be unacceptable to all of us. I feel like, unfortunately, many of us have gotten used to this, and we've normalized to this conduct, and we think that there's nothing that we can do about it. And one of the reasons I chose to use the pseudonym of Just a Nobody was to underscore that you do not have to be somebody special to take action and reject this government. We can all do something about what's happening in our country.
Absolutely. Now, we do have the First Amendment in this country, but unfortunately, her soldiers, airmen, military members like Jason Watson, Major Jason Watson here, made a choice to violate those rules. It's ridiculous. I mean, I know inherently we all know this is a little ridiculous, but it's insubordination. The president is the commander-in-chief. He's the head of the military. And by claiming that he has failed us, it's insubordination of a senior officer, and you can be punished for that under military law. It's not civilian law that he lives under because he's still an active duty service member. That's the calculation that he made and decided that it was worth it. Now to the clip that I was talking about before, and almost skipped over Major Jason Watson there in the process. Now to current affairs. Nathan Robinson, who had on a guest who we don't hear from enough. It's probably my fault. I subscribed to her channel, the Empire Files, but anyways, without further ado, here is the clip. I think most of you know who was coming up. It's Abby Martin.
I did want you to comment on that, this idea of an anti-war right. There's been a lot of discussion of this. Like, obviously, Donald Trump ran on the idea of being a peace president who was going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, or failing that, the FIFA Peace Prize. And they said, you know, he has the Board of Peace in Gaza. I mean, I think there are probably fewer people who are fooled by this anymore. But how do you feel about the idea of whether anyone can be sort of on the political right and also anti-war, anti-imperialist? What do you think when you hear terms like, you know, America first, we're going to pull back from our foreign conflicts or whatever?
Oh, God. There's a lot to unpack here, Nathan. Where do we start? I mean, first of all, I think it would be wrong to say there's not an anti-war current on the right. There is an anti-war current on the right. It's not anti-imperialist, right? Like you said, this tends to be a more nationalistic and isolationist current. When you go back to paleo-conservatives like Pat Buchanan or libertarians like Ron Paul, this always has existed, but it's always been premised on a different notion of where the left understands the how war originates and sustains and continues, the mechanisms that foster war, which tend to be the mechanisms that the right emboldens: nationalism, capitalism, all of these things that are kind of enshrined in the ideology of the right. Trump and Bannon really siphoned a lot of this real, tangible anti-war energy and populist sentiment in the U.S. On the heels of Bernie, Obama. I mean, every president has basically used anti-war rhetoric to win, including Biden, Obama. Everyone was sick of the war on terror and these endless wars. And so Trump was very smart. He capitalized on that and continued to campaign on that. What disturbs me the most, Nathan, is that he hoodwinked so many people beyond just the MAGA base in the first term, as he increased drone strikes 350%, as he tried to do a coup in Venezuela and install Juan Guaido, as he assassinated Soleimani. I mean, all of these things, it's like, how are you possibly saying that this man is anti-war, including ostensible anti-imperialist leftists and commentators like Glenn Greenwald? I mean, it was so disturbing and tragic, actually, that this continued on beyond his first term, and he was able to ride those anti-war bona fides into his second campaign.
Although I would take issue with the word bona fides, because they really weren't bona fides, right? It wasn't really bona fide at all. It was the guise of bona fides. It was over the facade. Or just, you know, that was completely just masking clearly, all the opposite of that, as Abby so clearly just pointed out, that, you know, like, it was a lie, that there was no there. He was never anti-war. He was never anti-imperialist. He was always deeply an imperialist warmonger. He just knew that there was some number of people who wanted to hear that. And Trump will say literally anything to get people on board. That's who that man is. Sorry to cut off Abby there, but we can't listen to the whole clip, so I'm skipping towards the end here and wrap this up.
J.D. Vance, of course, the one who said that when it was pointed out to him that the Trump administration's boat strikes were all war crimes, said, well, I don't give a shit if you call it a war crime, you know.
Is this woman, this woman, my God, you don't know who Abby Martin is? I'm shocked that anybody who's a regular viewer doesn't know who she is. I mean, granted, we don't watch enough Abby clips around here. We've only watched like a few over the last few years, honestly. But like, I've been watching Abby's stuff since I was like a young man. Like, she was just like really, like, she was like at like RT back in the day, like, fuck, like what, I'm getting really old, like 15 years ago? Jesus Christ. I'm dating myself very quickly. Well, like, yeah, she's, been in the independent journalist space for a very long time.
This is your anti-war president. But as you mentioned there, that this is part of the reason that rhetoric is able to succeed is because the Biden and Harris administration armed and funded a genocide, right? So that at the point of the 2024 campaign, it was the case that the incumbent Democratic administration was enabling every single day and lying about its role in enabling the worst crime of our times. And the Republican, as you say, it had been proven in the first administration that Trump was not in any way anti-war, but still technically had clean hands of that particular genocide because it happened after he came into. Now, obviously, if he'd been in power on October 7th, the same thing would have happened. But as you mentioned, it is the fact that Democrats have been so complicit in the worst war crimes of our time that allows there to be a so-called right-wing anti-war politics.
Right. I mean, unfortunately, it allows this kind of moral credentials to be applied to people who are just absolutely full-throated bigots and Islamophobes.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of those things that is so frustrating about all this, is that Donald Trump has been able to capitalize on that vacuum that we've talked about this existing. Actually, I didn't mean to like go back to The Office, but like that's one of the things about this has been so like damn frustrating about this, is that the left, if you will, and I don't mean the Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, ceded the ground on anti-war shit to Donald Trump, a man who had no fucking right to be claiming to be anti-war, by just going hands off with the genocide. Well, not even hands off, just full-throated support. Like, it's just crazy because he absolutely capitalized on it. He was messaging on this, claiming he was going to be better on the Middle East. going into 2024, right? Like all of this stuff he capitalized on. He's an opportunist, and he knows a vacuum when he sees it. He's like, oh, well, they're not going to say anything. I'm going to get in there. Well, these Democrats, they want to keep the wars going forever. And look where we are right now. 6 months into Operation Epstein Fury, hundreds of billions of dollars into a new forever war, while the genocide in Palestine continues. Oh, God. It's dereliction of duty on the case of Democrats.
I heard Rashida Tlaib the other day because she was asked about this in one of her campaign events, and she was just like, Marjorie Taylor Greene supported the Muslim ban. She wanted me deported. Okay, so and the thing is, she's not even in office anymore. So what are we even talking about? If I was a sitting congressman, absolutely, give me the bill. I'll sign it with whoever is out there to end whatever measure to stop whatever the hell is happening. That's not us. So there is this bizarre kind of fascination, I think, with these figures because it really reveals just a lack of our power. And
yeah, and actually, this point reminded me of what I was saying the other day. What was it, yesterday or the other day that we were talking about the I think it was last night. We were talking about the Massachusetts elections, and how there was one candidate that I'm supporting in this race who basically refuses to actually label what's happening in Palestine a genocide, but has simultaneously vowed to support the Block the Bombs bill, right? And it's like, okay, I can support this person fully throated because it's to me, just like Abby's kind of saying here, is all right, even if you don't say the words genocide, if you vote for the Block the Bombs bill, you're doing the thing that prevents the genocide from happening, right? So for me, that's good enough. We go with that person, right? I will work with that person and say that they'll block the bombs, and, all the weapons to Israel until they stop their crimes. And if they can't use this particular word, fine. That doesn't change anything for me or for Palestinians, in the real world. In practice, that word doesn't change whether the bombs make it, right? You can call it whatever you want as long as you prevent the bombs from going there, right? And as long as you prevent the aid from going to Israel, right? That's the main crux of it. Yeah, I would disagree, but that's not what's important. It's semantics. It's a semantics disagreement. And that's not in the real world. There's no real effect there. The ICJ has already decided, right? Essentially, there still needs to be a trial. But does it matter whether or not necessarily that somebody in the House of Representatives wants to call it a genocide? It doesn't really have an impact. It's what comes from the thought, right? It's what usually, at least that's how I've thought about it. It's the concern of okay, well, if you don't think it's a genocide, then you probably also think that Israel deserves bombs, right? It's an assumption based upon, I think, fairly good evidence, but there are fringe cases where you can be okay, well, you can't call it genocide, but you don't think they deserve any aid. Great. Great, that gets most of what I want done. We can have the academic conversation over the language later. Let's go here now to another country in the Middle East for some more Sunday Fun Day discussions. Yes, because of one thing that people use for entertainment almost more than anything else on this planet, more and more so, is video games. And the country of Saudi Arabia seemingly has recognized that and is trying to make something of a mark for themselves in the gaming and esports industries. Let's go here to France 24 and talk about why the country of Saudi Arabia is spending billions of dollars on esports.
Saudi Arabia's ambitions remain front and center as it seeks to establish itself as a global esports powerhouse, a move which will help to diversify the kingdom's economy away from oil.
Saudi Arabia is the only country with a national strategy specifically dedicated to the video game and esports sectors.
If Saudi Arabia is investing so heavily in this sector, it is because it clearly sees its potential and the benefits it can bring.
Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund has stepped up its investments in the video game industry and is now Nintendo's largest foreign shareholder. In a country where 65% of the population is under the age of 30, gaming brings people together.
Esports in Saudi Arabia has been blowing up. It's been, skyrocketing in terms of popularity. If I walk out with one of my players, they will get recognized and people ask to take pictures of them.
Yes, indeed. Esports, online entertainment become big business. Big cultural influence comes along with it. And I think it's that latter part that's... Well, I think it's actually... It really is a combination of both. But Saudi Arabia is determined to get a foothold for themselves in this world of gaming. Let's keep this conversation going.
Now, the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman arrives in France for a two-day visit this Sunday. Monday means business, with deals to be signed on health, transport and energy, as well as the first meeting of a new Saudi-French Strategic Council to discuss the Middle East. But today, it's all fun and games, with President Emmanuel Macron hosting the Crown Prince for the closing ceremony of the so-called Esports World Cup in Paris.
Look at Emmanuel Macron have a great time with Bonesaw over here. Jesus Christ. Yes. Wait, what does that sound? What's that sound I just heard? I must have hit another sound shot accidentally. But yeah, no, Jerry, you're absolutely right. First, it wasn't the comedy first. It was the, right, it was the golf. Then it was the comedy. Now it's the video games. What next? A great question. Who knows? Everything, I guess. I mean, they're just continuing to spend that money. Try and make themselves culturally relevant and integral part to international business. Doesn't shock me that they want to get involved in all of this. Just honestly seems like almost, what's the word? Like a natural evolution of their strange strategy of buying their way to legitimacy. All right. All right, let's hit on the Middle East. Now to the rest of Asia. China up next. Got a bunch of stuff to talk about here in China. Started off here with the aging population in China, who have turned to high-intensity fitness for the purposes of longevity. Here's TRT World from 20 hours ago.
China!
Yang Yanhua is a 64-year-old retiree and a Hyrox athlete, taking part in a high-intensity fitness craze that has attracted a growing number of senior participants in China.
The atmosphere of Hyrox events are awesome.
It's held inside a venue. Everybody can see you, including your friends, teammates, and fans. They'll cheer you on.
Young is referring to HYROX competitions like this one, where thousands of participants fill up an entire convention center. The race mixes 1 kilometer of running with one functional workout. Run, burpee. Run, weights. Whoever finishes 8 cycles fastest wins.
Look at this old guy.
It's fast becoming a global phenomenon, and it is especially popular in China. The elder generation is particularly getting involved because a lot of HYROX events allow participants to join in teams of 2 or more. That encourages camaraderie, team spirit, and the opportunity to share the workload in competitions.
Yeah, we've been talking about this. It's been, you know, there's a bunch of this sort of stuff happening now where people are trying to get old people into very intense or seemingly intense activities. Help keep their bodies functioning at peak. Prevent premature aging and things like that. Like we saw, I think we saw parkour in Taiwan or Hong Kong or something like that. Old people parkour recently, and it's just sort of following in this trend. I just find it fascinating. Seeing old people doing these kinds of activities. I'm into it, honestly. Keep going, people. Stay in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Okay. Now to a bonus Hasan clip.
I have to have my China.
Let's talk about how liberals are realizing that China is already won.
China.
Here's Hasanabi from 21 hours ago. He reacted to this Ezra Klein podcast. They're discussing the influence of China in business and other things.
Brad Setzer, CFR senior fellow, went on Ezra Klein's podcast, The China Shock 2.0, and I guess explained Trump's thinking. It's so funny. These guys all used to get mad at Donald Trump for taking this like militant trade posture against China. And now every single one of these people are just like, no, Trump is actually not doing the wrong thing against China. It's actually a good idea. Yes, Trump does have a unique trade design, chatters. So there is thinking driving, there is something motivating Trump's decisions against China. It's just, it's a failure. It's just, it failed. That's the problem. I know it's fun to say Trump is thinking. Trump's thinking about burgers. Trump doesn't think. Like, yes, you're right. But there is definitely a different attitude with Trump's trade policy and trade posture against China versus the previous American trade policy with respect to China. And I guess this CFR fellow went on Ezra Klein and explained the second China shock, its causes, its consequences, including for American workers. It wouldn't be called against China, but it would be effectively. Do we have a video? I would love to watch that video, by the way.
Is China's growing dominance across advanced manufacturing sector after advanced manufacturing sector, from electric vehicles, batteries, to solar panels, to things that aren't even traditional manufacturing, that are software like AI and open models, where they become a world leader. What is happening here is very different than what we call the first China shock, where China became a big exporter, but of things that were not that important to advanced economies, things that mattered maybe for particular communities, mattered for many, many jobs, but weren't the frontier of economic growth.
Honestly, the framing of this kind of stuff is pretty racist when you think about it. Like, the concerns that China make things that might be important to the world and that somehow being a fucking problem. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, why? Like, why? Why is it such a huge threat to the world that China make things that are important? Like, it is honestly so fucking dumb. Like, that kind of framing. It's like, oh my god, the first threat, which wasn't that much of a threat, was making things that weren't that important. But now, they're making things that are important. It was fine when there was sweatshops. But now that they're a fully fledged economy, this is unacceptable. It's like, it was fine when they were in their place, right? Like, that's basically what he's saying. Like, Ezra Klein, whether or not he realizes is engaging in a form of racism, he's like, it was fine. Really, the first shock wasn't such a bad deal because, like, they were doing the stuff that we didn't want to do. You know, they're basically our slaves doing stuff, you know, brown people far away, making shit that we didn't really feel like making here, so it didn't really affect us. But now they're making stuff that we would want to make. And that's not fair. It's like, oh, so it was fine when they were doing the shit we didn't want, but the second they started doing something we want, that's unfair. Okay, thanks, Ezra. Great. Thanks. Good framing.
But now it's different. China is very much at the frontier and they're dominating it. And that is going to transform geopolitics. It is going to transform the politics of countries, many say in Europe, where China is pushing them out of manufacturing that has been the absolute cornerstone of their economies.
Ezra Klein is, by my estimations, much more interested in movements on the left, even if it's to co-opt it, even if it's to like liberalize it, it doesn't matter. I think there's a real opportunity, and I know people will always, you guys hate him, I know, but I put Ezra Klein in the same category as I put the Pod Johns. Perhaps I'm wrong about this, but that's my assessment. I also am an unashamed, unapologetic Ezra Klein watcher, Ezra Klein reader. It's very important to understand a leading thinker of liberalism. Okay, he's the king of the libs. Let's be real. It's important to understand where liberals are going. We used to jokingly watch SNL every Sunday. Why did we watch it? Because we wanted to understand how liberals think, what liberals laugh at, what.
We're not going to watch this whole thing. It's like 2 hours long.
Anything. We don't have any jobs.
So for people not familiar with this, what was China Shock 1.0?
2002. What happens is there's a big jump up in China's exports. At the time, it's mostly in relatively low-end manufactured goods, furniture, household appliances, clothing. And I think what the China Shock 1.0 academic literature shows is that even though these weren't the industries of the future, they were still employing a meaningful number of Americans, often in the South, often in the Midwest. And the China shock is how that impacted local, not national, local labor markets that had the most overlap with China. And this has sort of
Oh my god, look at Hasan just shove this. I can't tell. Was that a Cuban? Just. Oh my god, look at this guy. Is there ever a time where Hasan's not eating or thinking about eating? You're doing stuff right now, pal. Can you focus?
a short-run negative effect on parts of the economy. You know, when the local factory closes down, local real estate prices turn down. And so, and the people who sell lunches to the factory workers have fewer people to sell to. So it becomes a generalized downturn in those communities. That was clearly underestimated. And then people have done all sorts of further studies which correlate the areas that have the most exposure to the Chinese export wave to, you know, deaths of despair.
Yeah, the thing about all this, I mean, there's all sorts of layers to this discussion. But first off, you know, much of the U.S. economy initially, early on in like our fledgling phase as a country was explicitly in like pirating the technologies of other countries, like especially Britain, but other places too. And, you know, like The second that we got dominance on the global economy, we decided actually piracy of intellectual property is a problem all of a sudden, even though we'd been doing it for a long ass time. By the time, 1900s, we're like, oh, we need rules. We can't have people just stealing our technologies and then remaking them. Even though much of what we have is based upon the technology that we, at least early on, was, that we had stolen. And so much of these are the cries of criminals, of crimes being committed. But, like, this obsession with China must not be successful is ridiculous. It is zero-sum thinking that assumes that if one does well, the other cannot, right? If China does well, America cannot do well. That is not true. And the fact is both economies have been growing regardless of all of this fighting, right? And we've continued to have completely interlinked economies. We saw, during the fucking, Liberation Day tariffs, we saw just how interlinked our economies are, and it's ridiculous, this sort of zero-sum nationalist, isolationist sort of thinking is also, got certainly a tinge of racism in there. But it's just this has been drawn out for way too fucking long, in my opinion. This just knee-jerk China hate in America. Like, if China does well, we're not doing well all of a sudden. It's like, no, what? What are you talking about? How does China doing well prevent us from doing well? It doesn't. We've just set things up so that in fact that it does a little bit, right? Like because of our zero-sum mentality, we've set up a system where, if we allow Chinese cars in the market, all of a sudden we lose jobs because the billionaire CEOs of Ford and GM refuse to take a pay cut. Right? Because that really is the problem to some degree. Also, our lack of forethinking on this and the fact that China has better manufacturing than we do now. And more systems integrated vertically, rather than horizontally across the globe, right? We globalized our supply chains, whereas China made them all internally, right? Because we all kept exporting our supply chains to them, right? And now we're complaining when they're more competitive than we are, when we've set up a system where the CEOs are more important than the actual product, right? Where the dividends of shareholders are more important than the workers, right? And that's why we can't compete with China. We could compete with China if we stopped that system, right? The system that was said CEO pay and dividends for shareholders are more important than the product and the workers and the society, right? But we don't. We continue to go down the path that brought us to this moment where we have people crying over the fact that China is making better cars than America now.
No!
Speaking of vertical integration in Chinese manufacturing, it's time for this story now. I'm sorry, we're not going to listen to these libs cry about China all night, okay? We can't do that. And it's not night anymore. It's literally 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's ridiculous. All right, to China. To China.
Look, Cam, you've been very bad and the robots are coming.
Yes, that's right. We've all been very bad and the robots are in fact coming. Here's BBC News from yesterday on the World Humanoid Robot Games.
China's second World Humanoid Robot Games is underway in Beijing. The bots are competing in a wide range of events such as boxing, sprints, household chores and even firefighting. One manufacturer says its humanoid bot has already run faster than Usain Bolt. Laura Bicker has that story.
Before the games had even begun, a robot smashed the 100-metre world record. Rather fittingly, it's called lightning. Speed isn't the problem. Braking is. And after the finish line, it looked like it needed to lie down. This display of precision, power, and programming isn't just to prove robots can jump high. It's to show how far this technology has come. As competitors lined up in a packed stadium, China choreographed an opening ceremony to showcase its technological ambitions.
I'm very surprised by the improvements. I feel very proud of our country's technological advancement. I hope my daughter can one day work in this industry and contribute to our nation.
Almost every team here is Chinese, but the real competition extends far beyond the arena. It mirrors a much larger race with the United States. There's no doubt China's robots have made advances in the last year, but the question investors want to know is not just how fast they can run, but can they actually fold laundry?
Can they actually fold laundry? I guess that's one of the questions some people might have. Good God. Alright, let's check it out. Here's the AP's live stream from 22 hours ago on Sunday in China. This horrifying scene. World records are for humans. Go fuck yourself. I agree. I agree. I only put it in the title because I thought it was hilarious that they want to claim that a robot beat Usain Bolt's world record. It's like, wait, bitch, you don't get to just give a world record to a robot. That doesn't count. How's a robot gonna win a world record? You can't do that. That doesn't seem fair. It's like giving a world record to a cheetah or something. That doesn't seem right. God, look at those things go, though. Oh, they're moving fast. That is disturbingly fast. God, they are moving. Oh, damn! Well, thankfully, the robots aren't yet fully coordinated within, how long was that? 38 seconds of this clip. Yeah, this is why I left the live stream in here, because it gives you more clarity on what's happening here. Within 30 seconds, one robot down. They're moving fast. Don't get me wrong. They're going like at least like 10 miles an hour. It's pretty crazy. Maybe faster. It's hard to tell. Unfortunately, this one just gives up halfway through. He's like, ah, screw it. Wait, what's going on over here? Oh, God. The Jamaican record stands. Yes, don't let them take it from you, Jerry. Don't let the Chinese robots take the world record from Jamaica. It's not a fair fight. Not a fair fight.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Alright, to more robot intrigue. Now on the soccer pitch. But it's not soccer that this robot's doing. I guess it's not a soccer pitch. I take it back. Yes, robot Tai Chi. To bring the robot a sense of peace. More centered chi. At oneness with the universe. Mind-body unity. Breath power. Great robot peace. Through strength. Oh, God. Robots are coming for the Tai Chi now, too. What's left for us humans?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Pretty good, Cloud Hands, although I could... there's a few things in there I think he probably could have done better. Little lack of cohesion switching through stances. Alright, let's go to the ring. Do robots have chi? No, I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure they don't. If I had to guess. No chi. I love how they turn on the rock music right after the robot misses the kick. I just gotta watch that one more time. Misses the kick. Misses the kick. Blue robot misses the kick. Red robot comes and misses the punch. Yeah, played fire. Like, I mean, not as crazy as the music would suggest. Let's see what other kinds of intriguing moments we can find here in the Robot Olympics, the Robo-Olympics, if you will. Let's see if the robots have mastered soccer. I don't think the midget robots have mastered soccer yet. He has determined where the ball is, at least. That's a start. There you go. Oh, no. First pass. First pass is a failure. Try again. This time. You got it. Oh, wait, no. Why would you do that? That's a weird decision. That's a weird life decision. Well, the robots aren't sure what to do with the ball, it seems like. They understand the concept of a ball, maybe. It's not even clear that they do that. But they don't seem to understand the concept of the game so much. The ball is just sitting here. Referee's looking at it. I don't know why we have a referee. Do the robots understand the rules of the game? Ball's still sitting there. Oh, red players found it. Oh, okay. 3 dribbles. Oh, that felt like a foul. Referee's gonna let it play. First instance of a ball moving towards a goal. Shot from 3. Oh my God. Oh, the goalie was nowhere to be seen. What a disaster.
Holy Toledo.
maybe we don't need robots. Anybody ever think about that during any of this? Maybe we don't need these. You know, maybe humanoid robots. Maybe humans are the best version of humanoid. You know, like, do we need a robotic version? Like, what's that gonna do for us exactly? What are robots that can't seem to grasp the game of soccer going to do for us? It was like watching it's worse than watching infants play, because it's not even cute. At least when they all huddle in one area, unclear what to do with the ball. At least it's cute, right? When the kids, they don't know what to do either. But they're, you know, we can understand them not understanding the game. Why do we want robots who don't understand basic things like that? I know it's a process, but it's being sold to us as already this is the future. This is the present. The robot present. Offsides. Yeah, I think there was an offsides there too. You're right. The referee did not seem to be doing any of the normal soccer rules. Honestly, it didn't seem to be the main focus. The rules. Just getting the robots to understand the concept of the game seemed to be the main focus. Alright, let's see if robot kung fu has improved since we last checked. Well, I guess this is really kickboxing. Yeah. Ooh, that's a pretty good knee to the midsection there. I'm not gonna lie, there is one aspect of this that I did find interesting. Is like, and this is like, you know, all sorts, this is conjecture. I don't know for sure what's going on in the background, but like the ability of the robots to do like footwork when it relates to spacing. I did notice that aspect of this to be somewhat impressive, honestly, even though the rest of it looks kind of janky. Like, I was genuinely kind of impressed by how they were, like, they weren't doing a great job, but like, you could see them grasping the concept of spacing in a fight fairly well. And doing the footwork, I mean, once again, it was pretty clumsy looking, but you can see it grasping, somewhat, like, kind of grasping the concept. I should stop using that terminology. I feel like I'm, like, giving life to these things that doesn't actually exist. Oh my god. Like, some of these kicks, obviously, they fail, but, like, that one was crazy. Like, you see that in kickboxing all the time. It clearly learned it from someone. I actually have an idea of who it might be from, but this is crazy. It's pretty crazy. There's certain elements of this that are getting genuinely scary, while they still remain rather comical in myriad ways. Good lord. I'm running out of clips. Last clip of the night. Jesus Christ, how did we get here already? Great job to everybody who made it this far. Final clip, final story is in Japan. This Sunday fun day, where the Tokyo Shrine Festival was going on in the streets. The Shinto tradition marking effectively the end of summer. Yeah, I know it seems weird, but this is apparently a long-standing tradition. Here in Tokyo, they go around soaking everybody in the streets. They go around from Shinto shrine to Shinto shrine in a water-filled truck, just blasting everybody. It's like a citywide wet t-shirt contest for men and women. Just fascinating cultural celebration. I don't know what this guy's saying.
At about 500K. So everyone shares a little bit, but you know we all aim in.
Although I am noticing a trend. Everybody does seem to be wearing layers smartly to avoid any of the potential downsides of being completely soaked in water. Anyway, fascinating tradition here. Everybody's seeming to get involved, young and old. Right? Like you got this old person, and this little kid, and the mom with the freaking water gun. Everybody's ready. Everybody's ready. Now there you go. A little fun in Japan. Cultural, historic variety. I don't know the significance of the water, but it does look fun. Anyway, there you go, Space Fams. There's our Sunday Fun Day docket. My God, so much stuff we just covered. Hopefully that all brought you some respite from the terrible news that we will certainly be discussing through the rest of the week. Brief moment of joy and or valuetainment. Oh boy. All right, that's gonna be it for me, United Space Fams. Boy, oh boy. Well, we got through another show. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Meteorologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lungemeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitch of Masta, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Akios, Emily S, Hegate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. Space Dance, before we go to the after stream, gotta do this. What the hell's wrong now? Oh, why? Don't do this now. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What is wrong with this? Oh, you you son of a bitch. Oh, hold on. Try to solve this. Jesus. Well, this would be the point I'd normally do a Patreon benefactor shout out. Mention all the people who went above and beyond in producing the stream. Unfortunately, the file is like corrupted or something. It just got some stupid error message when I opened this. This is so dumb. Where is this file? Ah, I found it. The Galactic Benefactors. I've done it. Good lord. All these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears have just got done enjoying. And they've taken it just a little bit further than most Patreon members. People like PB. Jeez. I haven't seen PB around here in a while. Or Nadia. Beautiful space fams who've helped contribute to this sweet stream. People like Mo and Noah, Benefactor and Modest. Donald James X too. All these people who are so great, just like Omegastar. Spending a little extra every month to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. People like Midi and Disco Wolf. So many great people who just super determined to ensure that the Galactic News Network continues what we do around here. People like Narwhal by Nature. People like Callie Braiding. Skelts. Icebreaker Gaming. Wait, why do we have those? Oh, we do have sound. Okay. Selena. Mish. Free Palestine. I lost my music. Lori Lunchmeat. I'm so tired right now, Space Fans. I'm sorry about the lackluster. Shout outs, Hermit Horologist, beautiful people, HBX. Good God. Some people just want the Galactic News Network to exist like Manda. Who really care about this programming. People like Frizzla and Glitchmaster. CJ from the 6. The Anarchist. Tracy Eva. Oh, Space Fams. Without you, this stream would cease to exist. Thanks to people like the Galactic Benefactors, continue to have our galactic program. Alright, Space Fams, it's time for that sweet, sweet after hours galactic chill stream. One's already pressed. I'm not gonna put the message in there, so to speak, is how tired I am right now. I need to do some cooking around the space station so I can have more snackage. Alright, now for your musical enjoyment, the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream.